Testing, testing, microphone check.
Yo, this song is for all the flat earthers out there that got a loved one that no matter how hard you try to show them the truth, they just want to keep butting heads with you. Let me bridge the gap. They call me flat today saints when I'm out flat smacking, but my girlfriend, she just calls me flat nasty. Been doing this for the last 3 or is it 4, maybe even 5 years, don't remember anymore. November I was born on the 333 day of the year. I guess that makes me a double down target for the Illuminati. DAs telling judges that Drew is naughty. Who am I, see? To tell you the opposite, been repping this flat earth and no one is stopping it. So until the day they lay me down in my coffin, it's cartoon ball horizon means horizontal. It's another top notch flat earth rapper. I'm just scratching the surface of this working ladder.
Globe earth rappers are superfluous chatter.
Like COVID is when it's smurfing the cattle. Every line I write are words from a battle. You don't wanna battle me, even on Halloween. Drinking gallons of gasoline, cleaned in Valvoline. Getting crazy, it's amazing when I'm blazing the Cali green. Getting chill bumps when you listen to me. Hair raising, I'm so brazen the way that I sing. I'm reminiscing on a lot of things that I'm missing. Seems like all my friends got that Moderna incision. You can miss me with all that bullshit that you're sipping, like COVID-19 coffee that astronauts pissing. Every time you see a shooting star in your wishing, it's just another fallen angel, but you wouldn't listen. You can't have gas pressure next to the vacuum of space. Use your own reasoning. I don't even need to give you any reason that it's fake. Yo. My mind is free, but my body's in hell. In the back of a cop car, headed for jail. All I got are the thoughts in my medicine well. I'm ready for El Chupacabra, spaghetti in jail. Yo, the food is caca. All I got are meatballs in my palabra. This time is nada gonna do me. I'ma do this time I gotta do, then I'ma go free. Now I'ma go speak to them lonely convicts. Let them know earth is flat and the globe is nonsense. Unfold your conscience, hear the powerful truth. If I'm wrong, show me right here and now the proof. What was bound was loose, like the sound of hoops. Like 1,000 troops chanting Babylonian wizard, doing jujitsu, dismantling all of them. Parables, paralyzed, parasitic disguise. Getting that jab just to fly the friendly skies. Terrorizing these variables, the pleasure is mine. Like a stitch in the fabric used for measuring time. Just another brick in the wall we never could climb, and we never could find our way back home. If outer space was real and there isn't a dome. Freemasonic astronauts sipping the chrome. Getting a phone, Nathan told me to create a YouTube channel. This is Flat-A-Day Saints. I give you a flat salute and a Flat-A-Day thanks for putting me up on modern day debate. Went in with a full clip and shot up the place. When I talk about space, I'm being sarcastic. Invisible viruses, they keep trying to mask it. It's getting harder to laugh at. Smarter every day. Turn on the gas and become martyr day saints. Can't have gas pressure next to the vacuum of space. Use your own reasoning. I don't even need to give you any reason that it's fake. You can't have gas pressure next to the vacuum of space. Use your own reasoning. I don't even need to give you any reason that it's fake. Hush, little Helios, don't you cry just because Stephen Hawking lied. He was in a wheelchair, so do you really care? Do you really care that he died? And if that line ain't straight and sea level is curved, I'ma go the Moderna way. I'ma get that vaccination with no hesitation. Let's all get the J&J. Feisty, I know I told you I'd never leave you, but guess what? Daddy's back and you ain't going nowhere. This song's for Pinky, Dozer, and Whiny too. I love you, little dogs. Peace.
have something going on. So that's pretty
Welcome
much.
to the arena for the 1v1 debate.
Excellent.
Well, thank you. Welcome to the arena for 1v1. The principles are Cyrus the Great versus Zanuck. I am Quantum Eraser. I am the referee. The rules. Real quick. Number one, everyone in the room, please mute yourselves now till the end of the debate. Number two, all direction for control of this debate will come from this chair. When I say stop, I mean both parties shut up. If you don't, I'll mute you. If you continue when unmuted, I'll server deafen and your dumbass will forfeit the debate. Number three, one topic and any related one time. There is no gish galloping, incoherent, bebopping, red herring, incoherent fallacies. I will catch on to that shit quick and stop it in its tracks. Number four, color commentaries about the discussion or your plight will be met with severe contempt and a mute. If there's a second violation, I'll server deafen your dumb ass and you'll forfeit the debate. Number five, no interruptions from the audience. They will be not tolerated whatsoever. If I hear a peep from anyone other than the two principals, that's Cyrus the Great and Zanuck, I'll mute your dumb ass immediately. Any questions? From the two principals, topic of the debate.
All right, let's see. I would like gravity, however, with a twist, like the origins of gravity and your universe, your spherical, spinning, heliocentric universe. I want to take it to, where all begins.
Thought you wanted to go Coriolis.
No. I just call you. You're the Coriolis master because you always debate Coriolis.
Okay.
Yeah.
So gravity is the debate?
Yeah, gravity, black holes and gravity. So it's like the origins, in the bigger scheme of things.
Is that agreeable? Zanuck, is that agreeable?
Sure.
Yeah.
Who will lead off?
Sure, man. Yeah. All right. Cool.
Who? You?
Yeah.
Cyrus the Great.
I think you believe in it. That's why I'm saying you are right. In the spherical heliocentric model, right? That the universe is a black hole universe, and it all came from like the Big Bang universe theory at the same time. Do you agree to that? Like
Loosely,
Yeah.
I don't think there's a black hole universe. I think
black holes in the Big Bang universe. Yeah.
Big Bang. Yeah, I think I believe in that theory.
Yeah. Well, we are taught that in like the mainstream. However, they're not. They're mutually exclusive. They're not. You can't add them together because, like, black hole universes are spatially infinite. So it's an infinite universe, and Big Bang universes are spatially finite or spatially infinite. It depends on the K curvature and the energy momentum tensor and Einstein's field equation. So it's determined by the K value, if it's 1 or 0 or -1. Anyways, so they're not. You can't really work them together in the same model, but they do. So how does that? Because gravity kind of starts here, right? Because you can't really formulate these spheres without your gravity, from what I understand.
Right. So mass is boiled down to its bare essence, mass attracting mass, and even at the very small atomic structure levels, things are attracted to one another. They're pulled together. They fill larger masses. The larger masses have more forces on other objects that are around them, other masses. They pull them together and they clump together, and this clumping forms structures that we call planets and suns and stars and everything else.
Okay. So, is everything expanding, or is it stationary, or is it like contracting because of gravitational forces?
It's expanding and it's accelerating.
So, okay. So, all right. In the Big Bang universe, you're right. Everything expands. However, in the black hole universe, things don't expand. So, which side do you subscribe to, so we can like carry on with that one?
Are you saying that when there was that moment of singularity, the Big Bang, that was a black hole?
No.
Okay.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that there are two separate models of the universe. However, they lump them together, right? They just add them together. So like universe A plus universe B, right, equals, universe A plus B, whatever that is, And you can't do that because the parameters are different, right? You can't do that. And like, okay, black hole like universes have no age, right? Do you know that? So we're told. According to these, the priests of your like
Right.
high signs.
Could be a major. It could be a cyclical universe where it expands, it contracts, and indefinitely. You have the cycle of life.
But Big Bang universes don't do that. No, they're finite.
Big Bang. So that's what they.
They have a finite age.
Right.
Yeah, according to Hawking. So we can dig this up from like Hawking too.
14.7 billion years ago, we had some reason, some impetus, some spark that started this small, incredibly dense size of an electron.
Okay.
It beyond imagination, and something sparked it to.
Well, we can't do that here.
Wasn't even math.
Okay.
At that point.
Yeah. So
as this expansion occurred,
all right,
everything expanded, and then mass was formed shortly thereafter via this property that we call gravitational attraction.
Cool. So with the something that sparked this electron smaller than the electron, all right, how did this electron thing so that it began as this thing, right? So
right.
When did you really observe that? It's not, right? It's theorized, correct?
Yeah, they have background radiation, background noise that they can actually attribute to this moments after
the nothingness,
but
with the infinite temperature, because those are the correct parameters. Those are the boundary conditions that we're given about singularity, right?
And then the reason why it continues to accelerate is the $1 million question. So they fill in the gaps. What they observe does not follow the initial theory because they're seeing this.
So all this mass. So was all this mass condensed? Like, was it compressed into this particle?
Compressed.
Or it was all compressed by.
Right.
What exactly caused this compression? Was there a external force acting upon it? Because we're so deep in imagination land now, so we really have to dissect, because you are breaking the first law of thermodynamics. We're not second law. We're first law. Like we're breaking the beginning. You know what I mean? Like.
No, not really. I mean, if you go with the theory does clearly state that everything in the universe came from this one point called singularity. And nothing was created.
The first law of thermo? No, that's the conservation of what?
Conservation of energy.
Cool. All right. So we're talking about compression, and yeah. Look, man. Hey, man. If you got a volume of gas and you want me to compress it, I'd be like, okay, sure. I have to spend energy. Period. That's it. So
it's harder to press gas because gas is a problem.
So
gas
liquid.
Is a problem.
Solids and liquids are incompressible.
Relatively so. Relatively.
Look, yeah, relatively to I know what you mean, but yes, okay, we both agree the same thing, dude. They're relatively incompressible, okay. However, we have all this solid material, man, like in the so-called universe, just spinning around, and that's incompressible according to the physics we know today. So how was it compressed into that electron? That's one. That's not like the first law violation, right? But okay, there's that too. It's like, okay, dude, like double speak, I'm down. Like, just tell me, listen, here you gotta swallow some mathematics, and we're kosher, and I'll tell you, hey, cool. here, swallow mathematics.
Okay, no, so I'm not gonna make anything up or have any mathematics other than I do believe a little bit of this is somewhat religious. I mean, imagining the entire universe in something the size of an electron. That's kind of, I wouldn't be betting my life on that theory, right? But that's the theory. So we're talking about the theory. No, it's not mass compressed into this point of singularity. It's not liquids. It's not gases. They're not even atoms. They're plasma. It's things that could be theoretically compressed to this point.
Plasma, according to my knowledge of plasma, I like plasma. I'm no expert, man. I like sputtering and stuff like that, like just kooky stuff.
Too.
So plasma's like, it's super excited gas. So plasma, we're really talking about gas.
Yeah,
okay, you can have a plasma of a metal, copper, sure, man. Okay, but that's still, again, gaseous, super excited gas.
These are still atoms. They're stripped off. Just have an electron missing, or no electrons, right? These are gases. These are still have atomic structure.
Super jittery. Super jitter.
There's no protons. There's no neutrons. There's nothing. This is the substance that they theorize to be compressible, and to use your vernacular, to the point where everything in the universe is in there, and it's not even mass yet. As it expands, whatever sparks it starts expanding. We all agree, or to the theory that this happens. It starts to expand, and all these particles start to coalesce.
Hold on. So it expanded from the initial blast, and then it started contracting. So it started doing work upon itself.
No. There's something to spark it to expand. It's expanding. It's going to continue to accelerate. And while it's expanding,
yes,
these elements are now attracted to one another, these particles. And of course, mass begets mass, because that's how it works. There's more stages in how these particles become mass. Let's skip over that. Just become particles. They attach to other. They coalesce. There's gas clouds now that are formed. These gas clouds then condense.
Right.
Now there's so much mass that they compress and form these. And there was the most simplest element.
I know the hoax books.
Oh, just hydrogen.
But,
okay, hydrogen.
Listen,
and now we have these
basic vectors, man. I know you know some basic stuff. Basic vectors.
Okay, so it condenses, it coalesces, it condenses. We have hydrogen, and we have high temperatures and high pressure that fuses into helium, and that creates a lot of energy. That creates
beautiful story.
None of these other things.
It's an awesome story.
The reason I'm saying this is because you mentioned earlier about how all the rocks and things. That's way later.
We're getting serious because you have a force going outwards now from this blast that before that it was compressed.
Stop right. Thank you. We're getting off base here. We're going in multiple different directions. I want a claim support. Thank you.
Your subject, Cyrus. What claim?
Claimed? Sure, that black hole universes and Big Bang universes are exclusive and they cannot coexist. And your science for gravity takes bits and pieces from whatever you want. That's the claim.
Gravity, the law of gravity being just that objects' mass attracts mass. And that is shown by what we can actually experiment scientifically. We can actually take mass, large bodies of mass, and not only witness these attractive characteristics, but we can actually measure it. We can do simple tests, as in dropping something. That's the most simple thing I can think of.
Objection. I'll use an objection.
Objection. Stop. Everyone shut up. Objection.
I was talking about the black hole. Yeah. I was saying the claim was black hole universes and Big Bang universes cannot coexist. And like the mathematical part of the space-time continuum stuff, not the Cavendish stuff, which you brought this up. Cavendish does not exist here, right? This is Einstein, Hawking's. So I said you can't lump them together, and you went off like on a tangent to Cavendish. So
yes. Hold on 1 second. His objection is black holes and Big Bang universes are mutually exclusive based on the K value. Is that correct?
The K value would be, for the Big Bang universes, you have to specify which one. Yep. And for the black hole universes, you would also have to specify which one, because there are 4 types, Big Bangs, 3 types, and no one ever specifies.
You bet your sweet ass, and I'm shocked. I am shocked. You know that.
I like my Einstein, man. I like my Einstein, man.
I am here in shock. Zanuck, he said that you can either have a black hole universe or a Big Bang. He is absolutely correct. So, do you have a Big Bang universe or a black hole universe right now?
We have a Big Bang universe. That's the theory I subscribe to.
Okay, there's a Big Bang universe. So,
like a white hole, the time reverse version of a black hole.
yeah, we're not going to no white fucking holes.
All right.
No.
We are going with Cyrus the Great.
Yeah.
He is going with a Big Bang universe.
All right. Okay. Finite, infinite, or
Which one?
what? Yeah.
There's 3 of them.
I want to
Okay.
go with
Because
Infinite.
this, okay, so look, I'm not trying to like sound like a dickhead. All right, so in the Einstein field equations, the one on the right with the k value, there's like a minus k something something. Anyways, so that's the energy momentum tensor, and you do have to pick which Big Bang universe you're talking about here. Like you really have to choose to solve, the equations. So you gotta pick your
Okay,
K.
stop. What are you saying, Zanuck? There is a K-1, K0, and a K+1 Big Bang universe. Which one are you choosing?
Well, I don't know enough about the choose one that
And-
I think best fits the more likely scenario.
You know
Why don't
what?
you, since we're talking,
Yeah. You know what? I have it in my notes.
show
I've
how
been
that plays a
search-
role in each
Shut up.
of those.
I've been searching in my notes for K-1, K0, and K-1 to make sure that you're on board. I cannot find it. Cyrus the Great, can you
Yes.
please explain K-1, K0, and K+1?
Oh yeah, I will have to pull up some notes, but yes.
Please.
I think so. There are 2 cases. I think the finite, I'm not sure which one it is, but so you got 2 infinite cases of that universe and 1 is finite, right? Because when k equals 0, the whole momentum tensor equals 0. Okay, so you're gonna have the 2. Well, I gotta pull up the Einstein field equations on that. I am rusty on that because it is math. It's been over a year, but that's what I did like
But
a year ago.
You've worked with Einstein's field equations.
Yeah, well, look,
reduced them down to, have you been successful
yeah.
reducing them down to Newton's?
bro. Listen, man. There's a lot of like mathematicians that worked with this. You got De Sitter, De Sitter's empty universe. De Sitter is
Yep.
like a Dutch astronomer,
Yes.
right? Where there's no mass in the universe, mass there's equals 0. It's like what? Okay, so it's insanity. You get like the solutions, like you got different solutions, right, for the Einstein field equation, yeah. So I just go and see what they did. Those guys, the heavy hitters from the ball, and it's just nothing adds up. So what do you mean you got an empty universe? How does that work? But yeah, you can solve it that way. But does the solution make sense? Like, can you have an empty universe? Well, yeah, that's De Sitter's. If you look it up, DI.
He's correct.
Sitter, yeah, it's Dutch astronomer, like 1913, something like that, man.
But
You
the
are
Big Bang,
correct.
but the Big Bang doesn't really fully explain the origin of the universe, does it? Doesn't
The Big
describe.
Bang? No, this is the origins,
It doesn't explain. Does not explain how energy, time, and space were caused. It just describes the emergence of the present universe from this really dense, high-temperature initial state, right?
What got it to this high temperature initial state? Okay, cool, man.
God,
Like
maybe God put it there.
Okay, so you want a miracle? I'll give you a miracle here. If all right, then God created the flat Earth. Boom, done. Like if you want to bring in miracles, cool. One for you, one for me.
We see nothing
What do you
about flat Earth that you can see, touch, or measure.
Really?
Yeah.
You can't see too far, but that's not the subject.
No,
Anyways,
you can't see too far.
anyway, Bobby, let's reverse. Reverse. Yeah. Reverse, bro. Reverse. Yep. So, anyways.
Special
Anyways.
relativity doesn't even apply beyond the motion through space, right?
Well,
Hubble's law. You got to talk about Hubble's law. I mean, there's a lot of Doppler shifts that all lead to this.
I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop it right now. Right now. There's a lot of terms and phrases being thrown around. I have yet to hear claim support. Cyrus the Great, claim support, please.
for what exactly? For the beginning.
Big Bang universe.
Big Bang, Big Crunch. I mean, what's going to happen, right, to us? What's our destiny?
What's our destiny?
What is the argument?
My prediction.
So it's clear. Hold on. So it's clear to the audience. What is the argument here?
The argument. Hold on, let me pull up my notes.
They call it right now.
It was the origins of the universe, right?
Origins of the universe.
Yeah, origins. Yeah.
Okay.
Origins, because the gravitational model comes after that, right? It has to, right? You can't precede it. So yeah, we're just talking about the origins and how you can't pick and choose from two different models of the universe, but you guys do. That's it. So
when we talk about the Big Bang, we talk about the observable universe, right? We don't, not the entire universe. We don't know what else is out there. We know things we can see. We know there's things beyond what we can see because things are moving away from us even faster than the speed of light.
But okay, so
but how is that possible?
In the Big Bang, everything is expanding. So you've witnessed the expansion? We've recorded the expansion. Is that correct?
We have measured this expansion.
How did we measure that?
By the redshift and blue shift of objects in the distance.
Ooh, dude, did you study Halton ARP stuff he did on that? I'm really rusty on that, but that's from your ball scientist. That's full of holes. But anyways, yeah.
Well, you don't think redshift is a thing?
No, I understand it. Yeah. I get it, but no, from what the material I reviewed back then, there were other alternative views on it. And Halton ARP, I remember the guy. The material exists on YouTube, but I would seriously have to go review it. It's a real long time. There's nothing in the head. But okay, so you're saying that. All right, cool. Let's see.
I mean, Hubble's constant and all these other.
What about Hubble's? What's that?
How fast things are. The expansion of the universe based on what they measure. Hubble's law. I mean, I spent a long time for me too. So
okay, all right. So do you have black holes in since you went with the Big Bang, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So my claim is there are no black holes in the Big Bang universe.
There are no black holes. We have a black hole at the center of our galaxy. That doesn't exist?
It can't, according to the math.
Why?
So how does it?
Where does the math dictate that cannot occur in the Big Bang universe?
Dude, it truly 100%. You really have to go and study the material. 100%.
Oh, I did a long time ago, but I mean, what I remember is certain conclusions. How I derived those or how I arrived at the conclusions, I don't really remember, I'll be honest. But I do remember that.
How many? All right.
Black holes they're all over our galaxy.
Exactly. I was about to ask you that. How many black holes can you have in a black hole universe? How about that? According to Einstein, dude, how many? Go ahead.
I'm not. I don't know how many. I know there's more than one.
You're supposed to only have one. Yeah. So how come now we got all these?
Wait. Are you conflating the origins of the universe as a
no. We're saying black hole universes.
Primordial atom? Are you talking about our black holes we see today?
No, dude, they're not. You cannot add them together. These are two different models of the universe. They're not linear. You can't add them together because the parameters,
I don't get what you're
their properties, all right? You can't take a piece from here and piece from there and mix them together. Like a black hole universe, like has a set of conditions, like it has to meet. All right? Big Bang universe has a different set of conditions. You see?
Give me the top three conditions that are different. Give me the top three conditions.
It's not expanding.
Because I have
Black hole universes are not expanding universes. Big Bang universes are expanding universes.
Okay.
And we have recorded. You're saying we recorded the expansion because we live in a Big Bang universe, and we have a black hole in the center of the galaxy. That cannot coexist according to the astrophysics that I understood. And that's the mainstream astrophysics.
Nowhere have I ever heard anything or even read anything that talks about any kind of conflict between Big Bang and a black hole. No way ever. Never.
I'll lead you to the books.
Stop. You need to stop. Both parties stop right now.
All right.
We have to get some kind of coherent claim, support, appealing to books. Hold on, I said stop. Appealing to, you have to read the books. You have to go research it yourself. No, you have to provide the evidence here in the arena. If this is contention, I understand the argument. I know the argument, but I cannot intervene.
Yeah, I'll have to. I'll have to yeah, go ahead.
So either stick to this argument and support it, or change the argument. And Cyrus the Great. Hold on.
I know.
Cyrus the Great, I am directing this towards you. I'm sorry.
Yep. No, I know. I gotcha. I did not have material prepared, that's for sure. I know that.
You are correct in your claims. I cannot intervene.
I understand.
If you don't have the support at hand, then we have to move on to the next argument.
Yeah, because if you haven't heard of Hubble's law, and I haven't heard of the black hole universe, we're kind of talking past each other.
Yes.
Okay.
Whistling Dixie. So you don't have the your background information on the contrast. You're also disputing my claims that.
Stop. I already said that. Stop.
I know. So I agree.
Stop. I already said that. I don't care whether you agree or you don't. Cyrus the Great.
Yep. We can move on, man. Yeah, we can move on. That's fine.
That's fine. Go ahead.
I'll have to get material for you, but I can. Sure.
That's fine.
We can move on.
Yes, please.
What would you like to move on to, Zanuck? I picked the first one. Go ahead. Coriolis. Reference frames, bro. How many reference frames can you have?
Let's do Coriolis. Why not? Let's roll down that path.
All right, go ahead, man. What's your claim?
Path.
Go ahead.
Let's roll down that apparent path.
Yeah, apparent, exactly. Yeah. I'm down. Go for it.
Okay.
Cool.
So, what's our goal here? I mean, we're just kind of grabbing topics. We have to. They're so wide and so diverse.
We need to fight. Yeah, I know. We're
How
so
does
friendly.
it apply to the overall story we're trying to tell or claim we're trying to make? I mean, if they're related to the Earth, curvature. I mean, what is your God? I mean, what are we really trying to frame this with? How are we framing our discussion for Coriolis so we know which way to go here? That it doesn't happen. It's not
in the shape of the Earth, right? Obviously, yeah. Shape of the Earth, yeah.
The shape of the Earth.
Of course, yeah. Of course.
So
right?
We agree Coriolis is an observed effect that is viewed from a rotating non-inertial reference frame.
I disagree.
Oh, okay, good. Then we have something to talk about.
Yes. Observed, yeah. Like, show me. Okay.
Okay, so I can obviously use the most simplest example. You throw a ball on a merry-go-round, and the person that throws it sees the ball. Instead of going to his buddy that's sitting directly across from him, this ball deviates over and curves and flies off the merry-go-round. That's the apparent deflection. That effect is basically called Coriolis.
Okay. On a spinning apparatus, yeah, sure. Centrifuge, yeah, 100%. Let's keep rolling.
Anything rotating. Or
Yeah. Okay, so you were talking about the effect, not like on Earth. I thought you already took it to the ball. No, you were just talking about like the that effect itself.
Yeah, so we all agree with that effect, and it has to do with observing an apparent deflection while observing it in a non-inertial, aka spinning, rotating reference frame. Not on, by the way, not in. In rather, not on.
In the frame.
In the frame. The frame,
Yes,
the whole
not-
frame,
not on
the
the
whole
frame.
entire point, the whole point coordinate system is rotating.
Yeah,
So
okay.
when we see things, long range artillery, according to the Earth, have these charts developed and distributed to everybody in long range 16-inch gun type of artillery batteries, where they have to take Coriolis and okay, that's a huge effect, but it's they could be 70, 80, 90 feet off of their target at 2 miles, but that's enough to where they take it into consideration, just like they would a crosswind. And that is, and the deviations they talk about and are listed in their specifications. When you shoot north, the deviation
south,
is to the east. When you shoot south in the northern hemisphere, I'll just keep everything in the northern hemisphere to keep things simple. And
Yeah.
less really, everything I talk about will be in the northern hemisphere.
Am I allowed to make an objection?
No, you're not.
No.
I'm sorry, man.
No. Who said that?
Cardi.
Cardi, no, you're not allowed to make an objection. Do not interrupt the discussion again.
So these objects will deviate to the east when shooting north, to the south. They'll be deviated to the west. Basically right. They will always be deviating right in the northern hemisphere. And we see examples of
And
that.
the
Artillery was in
The deviation is caused from what
It's a-
exactly?
It's caused by challenging the conservation laws of momentum. So you're leaving from a position of higher tangential velocity when shooting north and
Yeah.
going to an area on the surface of the Earth that actually has a lesser tangential velocity. And
So
that
it's also
difference-
observed in like airplanes, right? If you fly north with like a heli or south, we observe that.
there is something that it's hard to observe it because you're steering the aircraft.
Well, that's how come. Wow. Okay.
It
Because
doesn't.
that's my method of observation. Like
You
on
need
a
something to
shell,
guide it.
on a shell, there's too much wind between like point A and point B. Like I know windage will have effect.
Right.
So I
This-
can't really take that. Well, sure, yeah, okay, but to
This amounts
verify it.
to a crosswind.
So the easiest method of like verification, drones or, but you still got the wind. So I can't really verify your claim. I understand that it works like on a small scale, but in your like, well, because you already presuppose that the Earth is a ball and spinning. So
No, we're just talking about observations we see. We must assume. Well, it gets better, by the way.
yeah, well, you said artillery
And I got
shells,
more. I
right?
don't
So
have- this is
yeah.
not- I haven't become ill prepared here. I have the information that you can observe and or review.
Oh,
here.
I know.
Okay, so we notice these objects consistently deviate to the right when shooting north. In fact, anywhere they're shot, they're deviating to the right. And in east or west, there's an effect called Yeltos, which is also a family of the Coriolis effect, which makes the object basically have less weight. So when it's shot eastward, it has less weight. It goes farther. When it's shot westward, it's
Let's wait.
less weight.
Why?
Because it's going along this. It has a centripetal force, which is its weight. Because we all agree objects have weight.
Right, so it's okay. It's got less forces. What you're saying, yeah.
And since
Okay.
it's going on a curved
yeah, yeah.
path, since the plumb line
Wow.
of that particular object will always be vector straight down, and that vector is always changing. They're not parallel along its path. It will follow a curved path, so it'll induce a centripetal force. It'll be a centripetal force, and that's
This has been verified, yes.
Yes, and this
Yeah.
this is verified. You can weigh things as you travel east and west and see this type of evidence, and that makes things appear 0.3% lighter. Some fraction of a 1% lighter going
Is
eastward.
it within the margin of error of like the, or is it?
measuring device?
Yeah.
No, it's
No, outside,
it's fairly conclusive that it's
Okay.
it's
Well,
just something that's made the object lighter.
I would like to
going
actually look
in
at
these
that.
directions and always in
That would
those
be nice.
directions. I mean, they have a grouping of the bullets for long range snipers that will always appear to be shooting high. versus the other direction. With
No,
all those
I'm not gonna
control
take.
variables.
I'm not gonna take grouping data as weighing the bullet in mid-flight,
Okay,
like
yeah.
the projectile. No.
Well,
Okay.
that's the statistics
Yeah.
today. Yeah, but
Yeah. If
Kevin,
that's what they used, just scrap that. That just means nothing to me.
all right.
If I thought I actually they had like a sensor because you got to measure the forces, right? Like I thought, you gotta
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, you can measure. So you
That's
can.
how you gotta do it.
Travel in high, and it can travel in an airplane. It keeps at a constant altitude, and you can then measure with a very sensitive scale that this object on the scale will be lighter going eastward than it is westward.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah. Well, it wouldn't work on an airplane, but I understand you would have to really fix a device. You gotta
No,
calibrate.
yeah,
You can't,
it's long
you
enough.
can't
and
just
long enough.
airplane.
Over
Yeah,
five-
look at the
over 4 or
speedometer. How
5
fast am I
over-
going?
Over 4 or 5 hours at a constant, relatively constant velocity. Sure, the velocities will change slightly, and the altitudes. will
Yeah, they
change.
do. Yeah, they
But
do, man.
that's why
They
the
do.
plot is not going to be a straight line. It'll be this jagged line, but it'll be shifted on the lighter side, going east, and shifted on the heavier side.
Well,
going
you
west.
assume that the jaggedness of the graph is exactly identical to assume that the shift would be correct that you're implying upon it. You can't do that, man.
No, the
See the
jag.
let's see the graphs first.
It's just
Then okay, if the graphs shift, sure, man.
No,
You gotta
it's-
match
it's-
first.
It's statistically significant because all the jaggedness is, the R-square value would actually match the data. I mean, the claim. So it will be significant
Oh.
because all the little jaggeds, which are, like I said, changes in velocity or changes in altitude, any kind of wind you run into, there will be some noise. This noise can be filtered out and get a line
Understand.
that
I
is
understand.
discernibly below the.
I have not done it myself to verify that this is correct.
I've seen it done, so I'm not going to,
Yeah, sure. We can crunch math all day. I get it. Okay.
And then,
So,
of course,
Yeah, keep going with the Coriolis. Your claim was what?
that because the Earth is rotating, we see these phenomena that can be demonstrated and point to the rotation of the Earth. See, it's like whenever
They all point towards the rotation. Yeah.
rotation, that we are in a rotating sphere. Yeah, that we are rotating and
Sphere.
rotating specifically because
Okay.
how do you-
Hold on. Okay. Why can't we be a rotating cylinder, and we're just on the surface? I understand that sounds stupid, but if you're going in one direction, it's the same as going around the cylinder. You said a sphere, so
sphere, yeah, because we have this Coriolis effect going north and south, and you wouldn't have that.
Yeah, so because you mapped it out. I get it. Yeah. So now you have the shape of the sphere.
Has to be a sphere. For it to be-
Because we mapped out the sphere based on observing the Coriolis effect.
No, we detect that we were in a rotating reference frame by the apparent deviations we tend to detect.
In projectiles, yes, but not quite.
Projectiles and storm rotations,
Not in airplanes because they're under engine power, correct?
Well, they're also being steered, right? And we have the vector of the thrust, which can be changed by a small wingtip dip and a small rudder change. And
Same thing on the projectile. It's not in a perfect environment. It's not an isolated environment.
It's not powered or steered.
Oh, well, the wind can actually steer it, yes. And if you have turbulence in the middle,
well, of course.
if you're measuring wind velocity
Yeah, of
at
course,
point A
you're
and
gonna
point B, but you got turbulence you can't see in the middle. I don't know, man.
Yeah,
There's too
no,
many variables as a scientist, just basically.
Yeah, no, we can take into account the maximum amount of drag laterally that would happen or be forced on that particular projectile and find out how much it would move it. And we could say worst case scenario, what if we had a 100-mile-an-hour wind along the way? How much would it deviate? Well, we know this profile of the projectile. We know its drag coefficient laterally from the side view, and we can tell how much force would be acting on it in that direction, in either direction, all directions.
Yeah, basic ballistic calculations from the stuff I understand. It does not take account the Coriolis effect at all. It has the ballistic coefficient of the projectile, right? And of course, you got gravity, right?
Well, there's a whole chart.
Projectile mechanics, yeah, and you just look
the
it up.
military
but
not only takes into account the rotation rate, it also takes in the shape, because that's going to change where this thing lands.
The shape of the projectile, of course, yeah.
No, the shape of the surface. It's falling away from you. When you shoot a projectile, you're if you have 8 inches per mile squared over 100 miles, let's say, if you're shooting a long range ballistic,
You already we don't. you
That's
never
it.
measured that. But
That's
anyways,
that's in the Navy.
you
handbook.
presuppose that you got an 8 inches per mile squared already. But
All right,
anyway.
stop. I'm going to stop the debate right now. There's a lot of opinion, a lot of baseless assertions without any support. This debate is about making a claim and supporting it, whether it be citation or logical consistency or scientific evidence, those three. So I like the discussion. It's a great discussion, but that's not what we're here for.
Okay.
So I would say make a claim, support it, shut up, be concise, and let the other have at it. Is that understood?
Yes.
From here on out, for the next 20 minutes or so, I want claim, support.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be across this beautiful blue-green globe of ours. And Dave, I just want you to know, I always start that way. This is not aimed at you. Welcome to Real News Live. It's a Deep Thought Thursday. We're going to have a special guest on in just a couple minutes, Flat Earth Dave. And that was not aimed at you, Dave. I ask anybody, I always open the show that way. The beautiful blue-green globe of ours. All right, guys, in terms of the news, there really isn't much update on the financial end of things. Everything is in stasis. Nothing really seems to be changing. It's pretty interesting because if you look again at the cryptos, the cryptocurrencies continue to crash. Bitcoin is 21,153. It's up about 2% in the last 24 hours because markets are being flooded to stabilize them, but it's down over 30% now. In the last week, it just continues to get worse, and it's dragging all of the other coins with them for the most part. Even XRP, which is actually doing a little better. XRP is going to be part of the reset, I think, that we're looking for in the future. And the Dow, it went under 29,000. Remember, I told you, as far as I'm concerned, 29,000 is the floor. The day's range today is 29,808. If it goes below 30,000 is the floor. If it goes below 30,000, I predict the bottom will fall out of the stock market with the inverted bond yield curves. I think that's where the whole thing started. We're down 589 today, but they are pumping money into the stock market to try to keep it above 30,000. They are just treading water, trying to dog paddle. If it closes below 30,000, I think the next day is when things start to happen. Now, in terms of rumors on other stuff on the financial end of things, I continue to hear the rumor that people are going to get paid on some of the payouts in the early tiers of this financial reset that's coming. Nothing like that really seems to be happening in any significant way. There are no solid reports of people receiving their 1%. So that hasn't started yet. On the political end of things, we have Joe Biden threatening to use executive orders to have abortions in states that ban abortion if the Supreme Court comes down with the ruling we all think they're going to come down with. He can't do that. That's against the separation of powers. And in any event, no state is required to follow any executive order because they're not part of the executive branch. Therefore, they don't have to worry about that. So we have this escalating series of events on the financial end of things, on the political end of things. It all seems to be waiting on the political end for Roe versus Wade. It all seems to be waiting on the financial end for the collapse of the current fiat U.S. currency system, which has not quite happened yet. It was supposed to be a big week in news, says Rick Norman, and it really hasn't. Okay, so before we go to Dave, I do want to remind you guys to please visit our wonderful sponsors, those folks right there, the CBD Gurus. They have a bunch of great products, various CBD products. They are wonderful people. Matt and Luke over there create all kinds of cool stuff for the CBD Gurus website. You got gummies, you've got full spectrum oils, you've got creams and pain powders and bath bombs and CBD soaps, which smell very masculine, by the way. And if you go over to the wholesale section, click on Mike B Wholesale and type in the discount code ALIEN, ALIEN. And yes, I do believe there are aliens. You can go in and get some of the specials on various things that are in there, including the pet oil, which I'm using on Aurora, and Miss Fluffy Muffy, and the Miracle Gold, which is something I've got to try. I don't have that yet. I'm going to have to try that one. Ask those guys to get some from them. Plus, you get 10,000 Vietnamese dong if you sign up. So again, our sponsor is the CBD Gurus. Welcome, guys, and thank you for being there. Okay, so what I want to set aside most of today for, since it is Deep Thought Thursday, is to talk about the flat earth theory. And there are a lot of people out there, including Phil. Phil did his update last night. All he really said was, Phil Godleski, all he really said was he was told things were coming soon. There was going to be movement soon. I don't know about that. We'll have to wait and see. But we invited Flat Earth Dave to come in and talk about his theories of the flat earth. I am a globalist in the sense that I believe the earth is a globe. I'm going to discuss this with Dave. This is not a debate. I'm not going to try to catch him anything. We'll have questions. I don't know what he's going to present. I know he's got videos out there. I really haven't had time to watch them. I've seen other flat earth presentations. I have found the information to be wanting. However, I have heard from other people that Dave is so great that I'll be convinced of it by the end of it. We'll have to wait and see, but I'm going to bring him in now. Welcome, Flat Earth Dave, to the Real News Live podcast. Thanks.
That is a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure. I have to say, in your opening, I listened to your news from yesterday. We agree on everything from your view of the Earth all the way to aliens, extraterrestrials. We agree on it all. But we're going to talk about the globe. And yes, this is not a debate. This is two men, friends talking. That's it.
Okay, so I think I can share. I need to be able to set it up so that you can share your screen.
I don't need to share. I can do stuff like this. No flat earther thinks that we're a disc floating in space.
Okay,
only
because
globies think that flat earthers think that.
I will say this, that there are some people that think that's what you guys think.
Well, no. So listen carefully. Listen carefully what I said. Globe people don't know their own model, and I'm going to demonstrate that today. And the idea that they've been told about our model is absolutely ridiculous. So one, they don't understand their own model, and two, they think our model is this, which is absolutely retarded. No flat earther thinks this. So now that we take two false models off the table, we can start talking about the real model. And do we have an exact model? Hey, here's what we all agree on. Flat earthers have different views, and we'll get into that on how this place is constructed. But one thing we all know for sure is we're not a ball floating in an impossible space vacuum, and science can prove that. We love science. We use science. We don't just say things and then say, oh, scientists have shown. No, we actually show you the science. So we're going to get into that today.
Okay, sounds good. Why don't you just go ahead and I'll leave it to you for a few minutes. If I have a question, if you don't mind, I'll pop in and
interrupt me at any time. I rather do questions than presentations because I don't have a presentation. I'm talking to you and so you can keep us split screen. It's fine for now. So we can see each other. Whatever you want to do.
Okay.
So let me ask you a couple of questions. And when I was asked these questions, I got them all wrong. Okay, just so you know, so you have a goal of 0 correct to match my score when I was first asked. How fast is the Earth spinning at the equator?
Oh, geez. I don't know. Think about 6,000 miles an hour. I don't know that one off the top of my head.
That's really fast. 1,000 miles an hour, rounding up.
Okay, so it's 1,000 miles an hour.
And what about
it's not something I've really ever worried about.
What about in Alaska? Is it spinning at the same speed? Is it spinning faster? Is it spinning slower?
That's interesting. It should be spinning, I would think, relative. Yeah, it should be. If the globe is spinning, the whole globe should be spinning at the same speed.
Well, yes, the angular speed once a day. So if this is the equator here, right? We go around once a day, 24,000 miles around. And so it's going about 1,000 miles an hour. But if you're here, like up near the pole, Your circle is much smaller. It goes around 360 degrees in the same amount of time, but it's going much slower.
But again, what's relevant is the momentum.
Relative to a point in space.
In space, right.
Okay. So the like if I was 1 mile from the North Pole on a globe, my circle around the North Pole is only 6.28 miles. So I'm really going like a third of a mile an hour. Okay. Or even slower. But at the equator, you're going faster. Just want people to understand that. We're orbiting the sun at 66,600 miles an hour. We're chasing the sun at 500,000 miles per hour. This is your model. Now, I'm not making this crap up. This is your model. So, and these speeds aren't relative speeds. They're elliptical. They're speeding up and slowing down. They're moving in all these different directions at once. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson, the high priest of scientism, he says that because of the spin, the water bulges 14 miles high at the equator. How come the Central Africa isn't underwater? Okay, if that's true, where is the best viewing of this 14-mile high bulge? Because it's higher than Everest. Airplanes would have to triple their altitude just to skim over that water if that was true. So that's insanity. All right. So let's just put this into relative speed, and I'm going to throw it back to you.
There's also a tidal bulge, gravitational tidal bulge on the Earth from the moon, which is roughly in the plane of the ecliptic, and the plane of the Earth's equator, which also pulls that water up at.
We'll talk about tides next. No problem. No problem. Feel free to interrupt anytime because I can talk. So let's just put this into perspective, right? This is the hypersonic sled track. It goes by at Mach 8.6. Watch it. You missed it. Watch it again carefully. Okay.
Sorry.
Mach 8. Watch it carefully. Mach 8.6. Okay. And you have to believe that we are orbiting the sun 10 times faster than that, and we're chasing the sun at 100 times faster than that. But when we go out in nature, we see things like this. Perfectly still water. I stamp my foot on the ground, it's going to send ripples across it. An earthquake happens, forget about it. The water will jump out of its container, right? You ever see a pool during an earthquake?
Well,
here's a pool during an earthquake.
An earthquake is localized. That's a localized event, though. In other words, the Earth is not shaking 6,000 miles through the other side of the crust. It's not. Well,
it's changing directions. Here's a little experiment you can do. Get in a car on a perfectly smooth road, going 100 miles an hour. Fill a dinner plate up with water to the brim, and then have that car speed up, slow down, or take the slightest turn. And what happens to that water? Right? Maintain 100 miles an hour. The slightest turn, the slightest change in speed, and that water is coming right out of the plate. Okay, but we have to believe that that this happens. You know, with all of these motions going on.
But isn't it? I mean, aren't we talking about relative inertia here? I mean, if you and me are in the back of a semi truck, right, and it's traveling at 50 miles an hour straight down the road, we'll feel the acceleration to the point it gets to 50 miles an hour, and then we'll feel the bouncing motion of the wheels. But relative to each other, we're both traveling 50 miles an hour.
Understood. So
if I throw you a ball across the length of that and you catch it, it's 50 miles an hour plus the velocity that I applied to it. So is it a non-inertial frame of reference or an inertial frame?
So let's just put that in relative to the Earth. The Earth does not have a box truck container around it. So remove the container from the box truck, speed it up from 50 miles an hour to 1,000 miles per hour, and then go down a hill faster than a free-falling skydiver, because that's the speed that you're dropping. Okay, you're at 1,000 miles an hour. You're dropping over a mile a minute. Okay, so put it in a truck can't do that. Have an airplane, double the speed, take the outside of the airplane off, and have that pilot nosedive down a mile a minute. Okay, and then tell me how your catch ball and your cup of water is doing. Okay, because we are in the heliocentric model in an open system with high pressure next to a space vacuum. That's scientifically provably impossible.
There's also the pull or push of gravity. Nobody knows whether it's pull or push at this point. Nobody even knows what gravity is.
Let's talk about that.
You ever want to stop a scientist, ask him to define gravity in 25 words or less?
They don't know. We're on the same page there. So let's talk about gravity and holding the air down, right? So it's holding all of this air down, right? But if I got a bottle and I had sucked all the air out of it and got the top on it, so I have a low pressure or vacuum bottle, and I turn it upside down, and at any altitude, I don't care where I'm at, ground level, in an airplane, in a balloon, and I open up that cap, what's going to happen? The air is going to go right up into it. How come gravity didn't hold that air down? In your world where gravity holds air down, I could have a shoebox, and then I could suck all the air out of the room from below the shoebox, and the air in the shoebox will stay in the shoebox because of gravity. That doesn't happen. You're telling a story that you have zero scientific proof of.
Okay, so again, neither one of us knows what gravity is. Neither one of us knows whether it's a push or a pull.
Well, I have an idea what gravity is.
Well, it's not a graviton, I know that. It's a wave. But the other thing, too, is the spin of the Earth itself.
That's never been detected. That's just a theory that
it creates an inner push force. Like when you're in a...
That's untrue. When you spin something, it's putting an outward force.
Okay, so there's a counteracting force.
It's putting an outward force.
Okay.
All right. But here the thing is, by the way, I was you. Don't get upset.
No, it's
because
fine.
your entire world is going to
You might
crumble.
be right. This is fascinating. Don't worry
your
about
entire
it.
world is going to crumble today. Okay, it's going to crumble,
and
and you're going to be so much happier when you see the truth of this world. And you might be happy now, but you're going to be happier, guaranteed. Okay. So gravity is a theory that's 96% wrong because they say, well, you have to have dark matter and dark energy that no one's ever seen or measured, but we need it because without it, gravity doesn't work. So they made up something to make their stupid equation of gravity work.
You want to hear about what idiocy dark matter is? Read this book by me, The Choice by Mike Barra.
Well, that's the one that's gravity.
To explain what Flat Earth Dave is talking about here is the fact that the scientists, the mainstream scientists, think that it's gravity that holds everything together, and that mass is what creates gravity. There is a connection between mass and gravity. We do know that does work. We don't know exactly what gravity is. The problem was when they looked around at all the stars and the planets in the galaxy, there wasn't enough stuff. There wasn't enough solid stuff to hold galaxies and solar systems together. There wasn't enough mass. So they said, oh, it must really be out there because there's no way our theory could be wrong. It's just invisible. It's just undetectable, which is
to Flat Earth.
Complete nonsense. Now, however, what I do talk about also in this book, Dave, and I'll have to send you a copy of this book because I want to see what you say about it, is the fact that there is a unrecognized fifth force of physics. There is the strong nuclear force, the weak nuclear force, gravity and magnetism. Those are the four. The fifth force is dynamic torsion, which does account for how you hold everything together. But we do agree gravity cannot account for it, and the dark matter theory is nonsense. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so we agree on that. They also say that the only real forces here are electricity and magnetism, which are brother and sister. The electrostatic force is I forget the number. It's like 10 to the 20th power, or some ridiculous number, stronger than they say gravity is. So how would anyone ever isolate? Well, it's gravity that brought it down, not an electrostatic force. All right. Let's look at how we say the system works. The sun and the moon are within the Earth system. They're the anode and cathode of a free energy battery system. The salt water carries the current. The land is a salt bridge, and it creates a giant energy system. We're in a giant battery. So how can we test this? Well, here we go. We got helium balloons tied to a wire, and there's this little button on the end of it, and it's neutrally buoyant right now. And that wire is going to a Van de Graaff generator where we're going to increase a positive charge. Now, the Earth has a testable, measurable negative charge to it. When we add a positive charge to this, boom, it gets heavier. And when we discharge it, it goes up. The Earth isn't moving at all. It has a negative charge. The sky and the atmosphere is positively charged. And when we add a strong, and then if you look at all of the weights of things, all of the elements, the stronger positive charge they have, the heavier they are, okay? Which fits in perfectly with this. So this is showing right here that we can test it But what about the opposite? What if we did something with a negative charge? Well, negative charge, it goes up. Now, this is going up into the positively charged atmosphere, but the wire is still keeping a negative charge in it, and it's going away. So is it gravity that's never been proven, or is it the electrostatic force that we're talking about that we're actually defying using electrostatics?
That's actually really interesting because, again, in the book, I talk about another book called Hidden Agenda, which is right over my shoulder. I talk about the experiments of T. Townsend Brown. Do you know who he is?
Yep.
Who basically took a disc-shaped object and electrified the shit out of it and got the ions, I guess, to
MIT just did it with this airplane
to go to opposite poles, and it would shoot off in the direction of the positively charged particles, ions, whatever the hell they are.
We live in an electric system.
Completely negated the effect of gravity.
Because gravity doesn't exist.
And he presented, well, it seems something exists, but anyway, go ahead, Dave. All right.
So you're using electromagnetism, electrostatics to defy electrostatics, not gravity. Gravity's made up, right? Buoyancy and density sort everything else out. The Earth isn't moving; it's got a negative charge to it. You add a negative charge to something, it goes up away from the Earth, right? MIT just made an airplane with no moving parts. It's using this ionic wind. Okay. Mm-hmm. This is free energy. This is the secret space program. This is the propulsion stuff that they're using to explore our extended world across the Earth plane, not the planet. Planet is where we live in the plane. All right, we'll get into that. So there's my story on gravity. It makes sense. It's scientifically testable. And you agree, the whole theory of gravity, they've changed it from Newtonian gravity to Einsteinian gravity now. You know, they're saying, well, it's not mass tracking mass, it's the bending of time. That's a cool story.
The fact that I question the current theories of gravity, and even the fact that gravity is a constant, and other things in physics, doesn't mean I agree the Earth is flat yet. So we're still working on that.
Okay, listen. Here's the other thing. Belief is the enemy of knowing. Belief is easy. It's a lazy man's thing. You believe, I never told you where I live. I live in Connecticut. You believe I live in Connecticut now, okay? But you don't know it, right? Knowing would take time. You'd have to go online, maybe go on Facebook, find my friends. Oh, they're all here. Yeah, he must live there. Oh, here's this high school. Yeah, okay, now I know it, right? But belief is easy. People are lazy. You want to make millions of dollars, make a product that makes people lazier. Everyone will buy it, okay? Yeah. Everyone loves being lazy because lazy is, do what you have to do and then lay down and watch a movie, drink some beer.
Yeah, nobody knew they needed the Red Zone channel for watching NFL football games until it came on. It's like, why do I have to go back and forth between games? I just sit here and watch every play.
Anything that'll make you like DoorDash. Hey, deliver fast food to you so you don't have to get off your fat ass and go out and buy that crap.
I remember when it used to be no big deal to get up and drive to Denny's for breakfast in the morning. Now it's like, oh my God, drive somewhere?
Right.
All right, go ahead.
Plug in my power here. Sorry about that. All right, battery almost died. Okay, so let's just talk about what the Earth is, all right? What the Earth is, just so, because at the beginning I showed you the disk floating in space. I showed you the heliocentric model that you have to believe in, which is crazy, and what the Earth is. So they tell us that Antarctica is a continent at the bottom of the ball, okay? But when you look for photos of Antarctica from space. Now, by the way, there's no photos of Earth from space. The satellite stuff, it's all done from drones, airplanes, and balloons. None of it's coming from satellites in infinite space. But we'll get into that. Because go to Google Earth and zoom out. And when you get up just high enough, it goes from real photos to a cartoon. Okay?
Yep.
And so these photos from falling satellites, it's just crazy. All right, so getting back to Antarctica.
There are photos of Earth from the Apollo and other lunar programs did take photos.
We'll go into that next.
All right.
Okay, we'll go into that next. Okay. So they also tell us that Antarctica is the highest land on Earth. When you get to the shoreline of Antarctica, it's not just a shoreline. It's high above you. It's like 200 feet in the air. Okay, it's the highest land on Earth. Now, what is a pond? Right, a lake is a body of water that lays flat and when at rest. And the shoreline of the lake holds it in. And the shoreline is consistently higher than the water. Because if it was lower, the water would flow away, right? You're with me. Tell me you're with me.
Yeah, I'm here.
So the land is higher than the water. That's what holds it in. Large bodies of water at rest need a container. They need lateral pressure to hold them, otherwise they'll flow away, right? So how is the world set up? We think the world is set up like this, and there is proof of this, okay? This is our pond, our world pond. All of the continents and islands are surrounded by water, but all of the water is surrounded by the highest land on Earth. It's Antarctica. There's no photos of Antarctica from elevation, I'll say. There's no photos except for the shoreline. Like here, there's a base over here. I believe there's a base over here, right along the shoreline.
Yeah, I think that's basically true. Although what I will also say is polar orbits are rare. Most orbits are around the circumference of the Earth at various latitudes. Polar orbits are rare, and I don't think that too many of them are. They might be weather satellites, but I would assume a weather satellite is taking a picture of the South Pole from space.
You assume.
But
you know how to spell assume, right? You know how to spell assume. Okay,
Yes.
So we have photos of Earth, we have polar orbit satellites, and what else were we talking about? Maybe you can keep notes. All right.
Well, yeah. I mean, no. It's just that it's a not very often. Polar orbits are not used very often because there's not much at the top and the bottom. Plus, we're launching from basically equatorial regions, so the orbits are going to typically be equatorial or around that zone.
We have a lot to cover, my friend. A lot.
All right, buddy. Keep going.
So just imagine the world like this. Obeying the laws of physics. Large bodies of water at rest lay flat. Well, there is no measurable curvature. We can see too far. We'll get into that. Okay. And this is the shoreline of our world. So let's talk about, I'm going to jump over to circumnavigation. Okay. Because circumnavigation is just kind of what you were just talking about. And here we go. So this is the way the world is set up. At the center of our lake is a magnetic mountain. I have a magnet here. Okay. And my compass needle is pointing towards it. It's always pointing north. So I'm trying to push this compass west. And west is a circle. West is a circle. Okay? Now, this doesn't prove the Earth is flat because it's a circle on the globe also. If I was a mile from the North Pole and I went west, 6.28 miles later, I'd be right back to where I started from. Now I'm pushing it east. I have to keep turning. Otherwise, I'm not heading east. Now I'm going to try to dead reckon west. And watch. That the stick is pointing west as from where I am right now. And as soon as I start moving, if I don't start turning, I'm heading south. South is every direction away from the center. Every direction away from the center is south. This is Antarctica. Okay? Now, what if I went south? What happens if I go south? Now, on a ball, I should just go south and pop up right on the other side. But on a flat Earth, that's impossible. So, this could be good proof that the Earth isn't flat. If anybody could go south and then magically show up over here, or go south from Santiago and end up in Australia. No one's ever done it. Now I'm heading north, and as soon as I pass north, I'm heading south. The compass just did a 180, and I'm going south. Every direction is south. Now, when you say polar orbits, okay, when you say polar orbits, well, there's two poles in the heliocentric model. You have the South Pole and the North Pole, right? But in the flat Earth, there's only the North Pole. Okay, trying to find a quick map for you. Here, I'll just pull up this one that has Japan on it. All right, so here's our North Pole.
Okay,
I can go from New York to Japan straight over. Go over, just shoot over here. Go over Alaska. Bam, Japan. I can also go east, and I just follow this around, just going 90 degrees east, and I'm in Japan. And I can also go west, and I'm in Japan. But what I can't do is go south and then pop up over here. No one's ever done it, okay? And people say, well, how did the Japanese attack Pearl Harbor? Here's Japan. Here's Pearl Harbor. Mm-hmm. They just flew over. So when you say a polar orbit, no one's allowed to go over the North Pole. I don't think you're allowed within 1,000 miles or even maybe more. But you can go close enough.
because of the hole in the North Pole.
Well, they say that there's magnetic forces and the airplanes can't travel. I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. they should let airships go over there,
Well-
but they've gotten rid of airships because they don't want people traveling where they can travel extended distances, right?
Okay.
So they demonized helium, hydrogen with the Hindenburg, which is a false flag. And then NASA owns all of the hydrogen companies in the world, and there's always a hydrogen shortage, except for NASA, who uses more hydrogen than anyone else in the world. I'm not
But Dave,
hydrogen.
if I'm starting in Seattle, Washington, where I am now, and
Seattle, Washington, over here.
I start going north, and I start
North.
going north.
North.
And I just keep going north.
North
And
China. You're in China now.
It's going to work. Isn't that going to work the same? Whether
globe.
it's a globe or a disc, right?
100%. So the north, everything so the equator is right about here. Everything inside the equator is the northern part of the world, and everything outside of the equator is the southern part of our world, right? Everything. So airplane routes. Let's just jump to airplane routes because this might help you see. Airplane routes in the north are pretty much the same. So let me ask you a question. Think about this. So here we are, northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere. If you're going from any two locations on the northern hemisphere, you're a pilot, any combination of any two locations, would you ever need to go below the equator? From one northern location to another northern location, is there any circumstance where you would need to go to another location?
Well, I mean, I'm going to fly to Brazil.
No. That's in the southern. I'm saying any
Okay.
two northern locations, origin and destination, are both in the north, both above the equator.
Okay.
Would you ever need to go below the equator?
I don't think so. No.
You're correct, and nobody ever does. Okay, but in the south, going from any two southern locations, it would need to be the same, right? You would never go above the equator to go from a southern location to another southern location, correct?
I would, yes.
On
I
a
would
globe, you
now-
shouldn't have to. Let me finish the point before you bring up another one, right? So you're right about the north, and no flight ever does. That's good, but that doesn't prove anything because it's the same on a flat Earth and the same on a globe Earth, right? So here we go. So from any two locations, bam, north. I could just zigzag all I want inside here and never have to go below the equator. But if I wanted to go from Brazil down here, let's say Brazil, and I wanted to go to Australia, well, that's different. On a globe, I should be able to just cut across the bottom. But let's look at a couple plane routes. Okay, this one I have to go all the way up to Senegal above the equator and all the way down. But when you look at it on a flat Earth map, look where Senegal is.
It's a straight line.
It's a straight line. Let's look at another one. This is important. Okay, so here's one. We go all the way up to Los Angeles. Why didn't we just cut across here? Because that's where everyone on the plane wanted to go. Well, look, bam, bam. It's pretty much a straight line, right? So why is it? So the question I have to you is, why only does this happen with long distance southern flights and never with long distance northern flights?
Well, the answer is it doesn't, Dave. I mean, I worked in aerospace, right? I worked for Boeing and designed airplanes for many, many years before I went into conspiracies and UFOs and stuff. And aircraft courses are generally based on they're generally parabolic to take advantage of the curvature of the Earth, assuming it exists, and I'm not saying it does. And they're designed, for instance, when you go from Taiwan, let's say, to Los Angeles, you're going to fly up over Japan near the Aleutians, across the Pacific, and land in LAX because that's a more efficient route for.
It's also a straight line. It's also a straight line on a flat Earth map.
Also because with long distance hauls like this, the key thing is waypoints. So courses are set based on the number of waypoints. I also want to point out to you that I did go and I looked at, China Airlines, and they go straight across to Honolulu. And I looked at, for instance, Hawaii overseas routes.
You're
and they
showing
stay above. above the equator on in many cases, and they cross the equator in others. And Qantas flies directly from Sydney to Argentina and to Chile. Santiago, Chile. They fly straight across nonstop, and they never go above the equator. So that's
not true.
Not exactly true.
So Qantas has a direct flight from Santiago to Australia, and there's 2 routes that they take, which I'll show you in a second. But all the routes that you were just talking about make perfect sense on a flat Earth map. So let's go to the Qantas flight.
But again, Dave, on the concept of waypoints, which you want to do, these are 12-hour flights across the Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean is vast. People don't even conceive, assuming the Earth is a globe, okay? People don't conceive how vast it is. You can literally approach the Earth if you were in space. If space was a thing, you could approach the Earth from the middle of the Pacific Ocean and basically not see land, almost not be able to see land. It's so vast. So what they want to do ideally is have waypoints in case the plane gets into trouble somewhere along the flight route. You really don't want a flight route longer than 6 hours. If you have to, you'll do so.
So let me show you a couple things before we go on. And I used to have the same arguments as you, but the routes that they take have less waypoints sometimes, such as this one. This span is massive. This is shorter. They go all the way up here and then all the way down, when in reality, it's a straight line.
No, I'm fine. There's also financial considerations involved here too, which is
making the flight twice as long and twice as much fuel. That's a financial consideration.
It is a financial consideration, but then it's also, what is the traffic light? I mean, again, airlines, and I'm not trying to shoot you down completely here. I'm just saying airlines will make decisions on flight routes based on how many tickets they can sell. And there's there's a lot more people going from Sydney to Los Angeles and from Los Angeles to Lima than there is people going directly from Sydney to Lima. That would be why they would do this.
I'm going to show you
a segmented route.
Right.
It is a consideration, is all I'm saying.
It's a consideration that has, once you look into it, you realize it's silly. All right.
Okay.
So here's sometimes there's an emergency. Someone's having a baby. Someone had a heart attack. Got to land the plane quickly. Right. So here's an emergency on this flight from New York to Hawaii, and they were right about here, and they're like, "Oh my God, we got to land." So they went 1,000 miles out of the way to Seattle, and somehow they got there in 15 minutes. Okay. Somehow they got there in 15 minutes. When you look at where Seattle is, it's right there. They landed in Seattle. So that, and again, I'm just showing you a meme. Don't believe this. I'm going to show you all where to get all the
I don't know the absolute facts of that.
I'm going to show you the absolute facts, and not on this show. I'm going to give you the resources to go look yourself, and we made it easy for you, so you should be millionaires. Okay. Again, this one, emergency, Moscow, 1,500 miles out of the way, I think. Okay. Why did they go there, and how did they get there so fast? The answer is Moscow is right on the line, right? And then if you talk about your Great Circle route.
Again, Dave, wait a minute. Are you sure they weren't on a parabolic course? Because
here's your parabolic course.
If you go back, if you go back to your previous map, one of the previous maps you had showing the Earth from above, where it's way back there. Here, let me maximize you. Okay, when I went, for instance, to Manchester, England, I went from Seattle, Washington, which you can find on the map there, over to England, and we went up over Canada, across the Arctic Circle, over Greenland and near Iceland,
and it's a straight line. It's a straight line on a flat Earth map. Airplanes fly straight and level over an Earth plane. Remember, we're talking about the spin of the Earth. Let's say you took off, you wanted to go from northern Alaska. Well, at northern Alaska, the Earth is spinning at like 200 miles an hour, maybe 300 miles an hour.
Okay.
And you want to fly to Ecuador. Okay, cool. You're going to fly to Ecuador. The plane speeds up to 500 miles an hour. Okay. You got your inertia spin of the Earth, and that somehow the plane is matching that. And you get to Ecuador, but that north-south runway is moving sideways at 1,000 miles an hour. How are you going to land on that? Okay. And because it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour, where'd you get that extra inertia from? And your only answer is gravity. Gravity speeds up the plane sideways as I'm going, but it doesn't do it to balloons. It doesn't do it to, it's absolutely insanity to believe that. right? But it's something that you'll hold on to because nobody wants to let go of their ball. We've been indoctrinated to believe this incredible system and make up excuses. But these emergency landings, let's look at one more. Okay. This one. They landed in LA, right? Well, LA's right here. Did I have that right? Yeah.
Yeah. No, that
But this is the route that they said they were going on. This is the Great Circle route. You know, the whole Great Circle route that they show you, it's nonsense. Get a globe and pull a string from one location to the other. There's your circle route. They use that to confuse you. But again, don't believe me. My good buddy Eddie put it all together in this book called 16 Emergency Landings That Prove Flat Earth. The flights, the routes that they said they were taking, the times, the distances, all of the news media on it. All of it's documented in this book. It's free online. It's a PDF. Or you can buy the book from lulu.com if you want the book. It's amazing. I love it. It's a coffee table book.
I will have to pick that one up.
Yeah. So
I'll have to pick that one up, Dave.
Lulu.com. Lulu.com. 16 emergency landings.
And I will tell you this. This is the one part of the flat earth theory that I'm most interested in. Is this stuff. But again, they will tell you you're on a parabolic course. And the reason for that is waypoints around Japan and the Aleutians and Alaska on the way to LA. And it makes sense from an aviation perspective and safety perspective. So I'm just going to say that. I really do. I know you want to maybe move on, but I really do want to find out.
Let me comment and then we'll move on. My comment is they're making up a crazy great circle route parabolic journey when in fact it's a straight line on a flat earth, non-moving level earth, right?
But on a globe,
it makes no sense on a globe.
Well, I would.
Let me ask you a question. So the Earth.
Wait a minute. You got two continents, Dave. Yeah. Okay. Now look, I know you're better at this than I am, so I'm going to acknowledge that you're better at this than I am, and you're going to know what you're talking about better than I do. You got two continents. Mike is here in Seattle, Washington. He wants to go to Manchester, which is here. Okay. On a globe, they are not flat like this. They are like this to each other. So the shortest course would be up over like that. Would it not?
Wait. Seattle, Washington to where? Manchester, England?
To Manchester, England.
Now look.
That's where and so if the Earth is flat, it might be like this. But on a globe, it's going to be like this, and the shortest course is going to be exactly the course that I took.
Look, the shortest course is like this, a straight line. And on your world, it's a parabolic, curved course, which isn't the shortest distance. Get a map, draw the parabolic course that they show you that it takes, and then draw a line, a straight line, and see which one is shorter. Well, but on a flat Earth, hits all the waypoints. Look, it goes across, goes over Greenland, boom, boom. It's a straight line.
Okay.
So we have your story, parabolic, waypoints, excuses, and mine, straight line, shortest distance between 2 points.
I will concede that this part of the theory is not disproven at this point.
Okay, so, great. And by the way, if you can come up with one globe proof, you win 3 Bitcoins, which are decreasing in value every day.
Yes, yeah, but it's still 60 grand, right?
Okay, yeah. All right. So when you talk about photos of Earth, my question to you is, what would be harder to paint, to reproduce? To reproduce this, painting it, or to reproduce this scene, painting it? Which would be harder to paint?
Well, which would be harder to paint would be the photograph.
Of course. But this isn't a photograph. This is a painting. Okay, this is called a photorealistic painting. Looks pretty good. Look at the reflections. This is really impressive. Okay? This is a fucking cartoon. All right? This is a cartoon. And you know why I know it's a cartoon? Because NASA admits it's a cartoon. Yeah. NASA says it's it's made by Robert Simon, right? And he painted it in Photoshop, right? This is also a painting. So to say that they can't fake pictures of space is absolutely ridiculous. This is the one that was on everyone's iPhone. And if you look carefully, the clouds are stepped and repeated. Again, people are lazy.
They are. And the thing is though, is this. The average altitude for low Earth orbit satellites is 250 miles. The highest altitude is about 23,000 miles, 22,500 or something like that. At those altitudes, it's not that easy to get the entire Earth disk below you in a field of view. So you're going to take a high resolution picture, which is a high resolution picture is going to be zoomed up, and you're going to patch them together to make a composite image, which is what I believe they're saying this is. Is that correct? So, I mean, again, I will admit it takes a whole bunch of little pictures to make a big picture sometimes, depending on how far away your camera is and the resolution and zoom of the camera you're using.
They tell us this is what happens, right? That the satellite's going around, and each time it comes around, it takes another strip, but then there's a little piece that's missing, and they have to kind of Photoshop it in. Yeah. But if you look at these clouds, look at this cloud here. Well, this satellite pass was 90 minutes later when this one happened, which was 90 minutes later. How come the clouds don't change over 90 minutes? Okay? This is nonsense. This is a story that has no relative no truth to it. If you look for satellites in space, you'll see none because there are no satellites in space. Satellites are on balloons. NASA has tens of thousands of these things on balloons, and they can control where they go with electrostatics. They can make it go up, they can make it go down into different wind currents and keep it wherever they want it. Tens of thousands of these things are in the sky at all times. Now, I'm guessing that you would say, well, I've seen satellites, right?
Yeah.
Could you really see a satellite? Let me ask you a question. So
well, only if the sunlight
is reflecting off it.
The setting Earth is reflecting off of it.
Let's talk about that just for a moment. A 747 is gigantic. If you ever stood next to one, you feel so small. You don't realize how big they are until you really stand next to one.
I've been in the factory. Yep.
Yeah. So can you see the engine right here? You can see it.
Sure.
Not bad. Right.
Sure.
This is a 747 at cruising altitude. Can you see the engine?
No.
All right. The engine is bigger than most satellites. Right. Now you have to believe that you can see this engine if I made it 50 times higher, which is the lowest satellite that there is, that they claim to be. 50 times higher. You think that your eye can see it? It's called Rayleigh's criteria, which is the angular resolution limit of your eye. Anything smaller than 0.02 degrees in arc width, right? So 180 is from side to side. Bring that down to 0.02 degrees, your eye can't see it. If I had a penny, you can see it. If I moved it out, a couple hundred yards away, you couldn't see it because its angular size is too small. The angular size of this engine is too small to see. And you believe that you can see it 50 times higher, 200 times higher. That's absolute and total faith in a religion that doesn't exist.
Okay.
All right. So, what are satellites? Where does our communications come from? Well, undersea cables, undersea fiber optics that also prove the Earth is flat because there's nothing from Santiago over to Australia, which are both at the bottom of the ball. Bam, just run it across. But instead, the cable goes all the way up, all the way across. But you look at that on a flat Earth map, it's a straight line.
Well, that I will say this about that space in there. That is some of the deepest trenches in the ocean floor. So they can actually run the cable because again, they have to get underwater to run the cable and put it on the ocean floor. They're going to follow a route for the cables that is more shallow. Some of those trenches are so deep, you literally couldn't get workers or equipment down there without it getting crushed by the pressure.
Cool argument, but there are no cables. I'll give it to you. Sure. But there are no cables. There are no cruise ships that go from Brazil to Australia. There's no cruise ships that run these routes because they all have to go up to the north, right, to get there.
Well, to pick up passengers, and you're not going to launch a cruise ship unless you have a full ship.
Yeah, but there's no shipping traffic. There's nothing. There's no plane routes. There's nothing that take those shorter routes across the southern hemisphere. Again, always happens in the north, never happens in the south. Okay, so you have to believe that. Remember my corkscrewing, spiraling, well, your corkscrewing, spiraling, rocketing Earth at the beginning, right? You have to believe that even though we're spinning, orbiting, speeding up and slowing down, circling around the sun, chasing it, traveling 4.5 billion miles a year, that a geostationary satellite can mimic all of those motions and stay right above the Earth due to gravity holding it on. Okay. That's a religion. That's their religion.
They do use reaction control thrusters to maintain attitude.
Show me one.
Position.
Show me one. Show me one. Show me one when they lift up the space station. Do you believe in the space station? Let's just start there.
Yeah, I think it's up there.
Oh
yes.
boy! Now, if I showed you NASA,
I know a guy who was on it, so he.
Well, you know a guy that says he was on it. Do you think that men could lie? Just a simple question.
Look, Leland Melvin, who was my co-star on Truth Behind the Moon Landing, where I played the crazy conspiracy guy. I played Flat Earth Dave, even though I knew we really did go to the moon because there really is a moon. But that's a separate argument. He's not very smart, but he's not that dishonest. He will not hear things he doesn't want to hear. He will not see things he doesn't want to see. But he's not lying when he says he got into a space shuttle and went up to the space station and spent weeks there. I don't believe he's lying. No, I don't. And that's a little closer relationship than the average person. You know, I mean, it's not I know the guy. I spent weeks with him filming this show.
Listen,
and I have some criticisms of him, but that's not one of them.
Yeah, well, people lie for all different types of reasons. People are mind controlled because
I would not disagree that he might be mind controlled to some extent.
Absolutely. So there are people
that he's positive that he flew up to the space station.
Well,
there's zero gravity.
I'd like to think that people aren't all liars, and I believe that there are some people that believe they're in space, that went to space, and it could all be hypnotic mind control, and that's easily done. But there's too many coincidences. You know, we got a Buzz Aldrin in Hawaii with the same mountain that's on the moon. Weird, okay? Weird. That's just weird coincidence, right? But when you look at you talked about the shot of the Earth from the moon. Well, that Earth was on the horizon. Well, here are all of the landing spots.
Dave, just real quickly, let's go back to that last one. The shot that you're showing, the previous shot of the moon, that's not Buzz Aldrin. That's from Apollo 17, and that mountain is called the South Massif, which is French for mountain. So if you go back one slide, it's not Buzz Aldrin. Just to let you know, it's not Buzz Aldrin. I don't think that's relevant to the argument necessarily, but I'm letting you know.
Whoever it is, I thought I'll reconfirm that.
There were no mountains like that around the Apollo 11 landing site. So
yeah, well, that's a shot.
Just so you know, for future reference.
The shot that they show of the mountain on the moon matches that mountain at the site where they were doing testing. That's all.
It does look interesting, but it's also possible, and I don't know this to be a fact. It's something we might be able to find in the archives. It might be that was a training ground because of its similarity to a lunar, what they thought was going to be a lunar landscape. That's just throwing it out there as a possibility.
I wish we were on Zoom so I could put on my cool Storybrand glasses.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
All right.
Sorry, not to interrupt you. I just wanted to correct that.
No, it's all right.
Thing. It's not. It doesn't necessarily. It doesn't kill your argument or anything. I'm just saying, just so for accuracy's sake. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
So these are all the landing sites. Well, this is the full moon from Earth. Where's the Earth? The Earth is here. The Earth is out here. Okay. So there's no way you would have to look up to see the Earth, not across. And the images they show us from the moon show the moon over here. Well, the moon would be up there because the same size, right? They can't get their shit together, right? There's no way that the moon could be over there from these landing sites. It would have to be above you.
Well, but the because of the motion though of the two planets in the theory, and they're really two planets, it's the Earth and the moon, but let's call them planets. Because of the motion, they rise and set at your various positions on the planet, just like on Earth, you see the moon rise and it rotates, the face of it spins like this as it flows through the day and then sets. And the same thing happens on the lunar surface. As I know, because
on the lunar surface, we're not rotating relative to the Earth.
Yes, we are, but not as fast. It takes 27 days as opposed to
correct. And so when you're on the moon, if you point toward the Earth, it's always going to point toward the Earth. You don't have to follow it because we're turning at the exact same orbital speed that we're having. So the moon is always in the same spot in the sky on the moon. I mean, the Earth is always on the same spot in the sky when you're on the moon. You have to think about these things. They didn't teach you how to think about this in school. They told you stuff. They told you to believe it because a guy in a bow tie who lies told you it. Okay.
Yeah.
But so the Earth is not a theory. It's not Flat Earth Crazy Dave. It's according to the globe model, the moon is above these landing spots, not on the side. Go at noon, take a picture of the sun and show me the horizon of the Earth in that same picture. You can't do it.
So you're saying, and this is what I'm going to look into. You're saying that the moon or the Earth should be directly above, like high noon, the surface of the moon.
Bingo.
In the photographs. All right. I'll write that one down and we'll dig into that.
Okay. And then when you look at these guys, this nonsense slow motion, why are they going in slow motion? They're on the moon. Should be moving faster. Okay. Right. So look at these guys. They're hanging from wires. I believe that they're actually hanging from wires connected to balloons that are like 20 feet wide just to make them light enough. They're hanging and jumping up and down on a wire. Now, this guy dropped his hammer and he's trying to pick it up, but he can't get enough momentum. That balloon is holding him up. So he keeps trying to jump and get down and get it, but he can't. Okay. This is.
Well, okay, Dave, I'll accept that. That's what you want to think.
Right, so
I don't
answer this one.
Any evidence of that?
So
that's how I would expect people. That's how I would expect an astronaut to behave in a pressurized suit in 1/6 gravity. So,
all right. So,
go ahead.
So we got 3 astronauts that went there. 2 of them went on the lander. 1 of them stayed in orbit alone. Right? This guy alone. Right. So he's doing his little magic trick. Who's panning the camera up? It's following the book. Oh, look, the magical book's floating. Who's panning the camera up?
Well, but Dave, you don't know that was taken when the other 2 guys were down on the lunar
Yes,
surface.
it was.
I mean,
this is from NASA's website, and this is from their documentary that's talking about him in the space capsule alone while the other guys were on the Earth doing his work. Okay, this is from NASA.
But again, this is put together by the PR staff. Okay, back in the 60s, they had PR staffs who were not scientists and who probably weren't worried about that. They were simply trying to illustrate, what's a great clip that we can use to talk about the weightlessness of the guy. So,
they said the exact quote was whatever his name was, so-and-so astronaut doing his work alone, on the orbiter while the other 2. So why are they showing us nonsense?
That doesn't mean that's where that footage came from. We'd have to trace back the origins of that footage. And there are some sites, the Apollo Lunar Surface Journal, among others, where we might be able to track that down. That's specific. Now, I will tell you, I will give you this. If we can track down that footage specifically was shot when he was supposed to be up there alone, that's a little weird. But I don't think I don't think we can prove that. I will acknowledge that would be really weird. So go ahead.
No, you know what? And this doesn't prove anything. It's just something I'd like to see. This can withstand temperature swings of 400 degrees, or 500 degrees, 250 plus in the sun, negative 250 below, and it's air conditioning and heating, and it's airtight, right? And how come they don't blow up like the Michelin Man because they're in no pressure with a pressurized suit? They're in a pressurized suit. How come no astronaut has ever gone in the Sandusky vacuum chamber, which doesn't even make a full vacuum, in a spacesuit? How come no one has ever done it? Because they can't. They tried it once in a simulator, and before they got all the air out, the astronaut passed out. He said the saliva in his mouth started boiling. He passed out, almost died. Right? Never once have they done the physics. Right? You take a bottle. You take a bottle. Next time you get an airplane, get an empty Poland Spring bottle, screw the cap on tight, and then when at altitude, you'll see that it's expanded. How come they don't expand in their snowboarding suits?
Now, you just proved that you're on the East Coast at the very least, if not Connecticut, because you said Poland Spring, 2 words you don't hear on the West Coast. Okay, so
it's cheap, thin bottles. That's all I was saying.
I will check. I have a friend named Ken Johnston Jr. who worked on Apollo and taught the astronauts to fly the lunar module and all the instrumentation, and stayed on NASA and worked on the shuttle. And I am pretty positive he's got pictures of himself in the vacuum chamber in a spacesuit.
No one's ever done it.
I will ask him.
You're mistaken.
I'm not saying I can prove anything. I will ask him.
You're mistaken. So this is the actual footage that they showed us of the Russians landing on the moon.
No, it's an animation.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you. I'll take it. Pure animation, right? And that's all they ever show us.
Dave, I'm just going to tell you, this is not. This is my area of expertise, right here where we're getting to, and I'm not trying to shoot you down. I'm just gonna. There's just things I know about it that you may not know about it, and just you may have to modify your arguments in some of these areas. That's all I'm trying to do is just be clear. But that's a TV animation of the Russian mission, probably.
What about
America.
this? Is this a photo?
That I think is a legitimate photo of the lunar module. Yes.
How come the Earth isn't bigger?
Well, because it's far away.
Well, look at the moon compared to the Earth and the Earth compared to the moon. They shouldn't be.
Well, the moon is they're in orbit over the moon at this point.
So who took this photo?
The guy in the command module.
In the command module.
Yeah. This is where. Sorry, whoops, didn't mean to do that. This is where the lunar module. I think this is Apollo 11 photograph. Has risen up from the surface and is returning to dock with the command module for all 3 astronauts to go home in the command module.
And so they happen to be going around the backside so they can see the Earth on the horizon. I'll give it to you. It just looks like a really crazy
probably
photo.
what I think's going on there. Go ahead. All right.
Is this an airtight zipper?
I would hope so, because I wouldn't want that to blow out.
I'd like to see an airtight zipper. This is.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, good. So this is the artist, the next moon mission. Look at their boots. Look at this. These are just rubber boots. They're laughing at us, and they want people to believe that we're really going to space.
Well,
right?
Okay, but wait a minute on this one, because again, this is an Apollo thing, right?
Right.
On the Apollo missions, they had the white part of the suit. They had little footies that went all down, solid rubber footies that they wore. That was a sealed, pressurized suit. The gray boots for moonwalking were like galoshes that were kept in the lunar module, 2 pairs of them for the 2 astronauts that were basically strapped over the top of that. So that's an argument I've heard from not from the flat earth folks, but from the we faked the moon landing folks before. So that's just a misunderstanding. All right.
Explain how the camera pans and how do we got the film back to Earth after they left.
Okay, because it was a TV broadcast.
So we're broadcasting TV. This is live broadcast.
This is a live broadcast. I watched it. I remember I watched all the moon missions as a kid. I was 9, 10, 11 years old.
Me too.
And what they did is that they had, first of all, the first time they did it, they had a camera and it didn't pan. That you just saw it take off on Apollo 15. So I think this is Apollo 17. What they did on this one is that they were controlling the camera, which they could do via radio signals from Earth, and they knew the countdown. And so what they did is they pre-programmed in, because of the 9-second light time delay for the radio signal, to wait. And so 9 seconds before the ignition, they told it to pan.
That is amazing
so
story,
man. And they figured it all out with engineering. My dad was an engineer at Boeing. That's what they did on this. So I can explain that.
Amazing story.
Keep going. Sorry. I can explain some of these, maybe not all of them, but that's what they did. And then it goes downrange and disappears out of sight. So anyway.
Do you believe that there's 2 grown men wearing diapers in here with paper thin walls, and they can maneuver it with these jerky motions like this, and their body motion doesn't, if they move, doesn't send the thing spiraling? Like if I'm on my boat with water holding me in place, if I move across the boat's going to go the opposite direction, right? These guys are in space docking with the other module, and that thing is just staying. I mean, it doesn't move, right?
Yeah, well, okay. In that case, the footage you just showed, that is accelerated footage. Okay, the actual movements were very, very slow and took a long time.
That's sped up.
Very subtle. So that film is sped up because it would be so boring to. I mean, I remember, that was all 16mm film, by the way. That was not on TV. We never saw that stuff. But
let me ask you another question. You talked about the photo this is the photo from NASA's website, and you got the moon here. So we took it from their website live on the air, and we brought it into Photoshop. We cranked up the levels, and we saw the bad Photoshopping job that they did because there's a box around the moon.
Right.
So we caught NASA faking an image of the Earth. What's your excuse there? I'm sure you have one.
I don't have an excuse. I wouldn't call it an excuse. I've seen another photo, and it's somewhere in my slideshow here, that is not an authentic photo. I think that one is an authentic photo. you have to understand that first of all, a lot of these images were modified for Life magazine, Look magazine. They were never intended for the internet, so it might be from a negative that was then printed out and then scanned. At some point, somebody scanned an image of this. It may be that it was done by the public relations department, that they taped a little earth on there and then took another photograph of that to make a nice public relations shot. That's possible.
You are making up a lot of
and
stories
I will say
to
this,
protect your position.
But I will say this. I have found lots and lots of images on NASA websites that have the same frame number, that do not correspond at all to the actual photographic print that people like my friend Ken Johnston has.
Let's move forward.
They have absolutely altered the digital archive that's online, but not to me, not to fake the moon landings, but to hide what was really there.
All right, so let's go, because there's a couple of things that I want to get to before we go too long.
And also just because NASA has faked some stuff. I mean, I wrote a best-selling book about that one right there, Dark Mission, about all the things that NASA has lied about. That doesn't mean the Earth is flat. Just so we establish that argument.
Well, I agree. Looking up in the air does not
but
improve the shape of the
I
Earth.
agree with you. NASA lies. NASA lies.
Okay.
I agree with you. I just think we're arguing about what they lie about.
Well,
go ahead.
This is the Japanese filming the Earthrise.
Yeah.
We can both agree that this is fake, right?
It doesn't look very authentic to me, no.
Right.
Looks like a composited Earth.
Right.
Yeah.
In 1964, we built this mean machine, but in 1972, we built this piece of garbage that can separate an atmosphere from the vacuum of space, right? And if you zoom in on any high-res photo of the lander, you can see that it's made from paper mache, cardboard, duct tape, scotch tape, curtain rods, tinfoil.
No, it was very thin, flimsy, very thin.
So how is it holding the atmosphere? They need how is it holding the atmosphere from the outside?
The internal cabin chamber. There's an internal cabin chamber that is solid. What you're looking at there, that's just an instrumentation package area in the back for the maneuvering thrusters.
You're now making up stories.
Messed up. Wait a minute. It got messed up. You showed it the footage earlier. It got messed up on the launch when the exhaust from the ascent stage engine blasted it. This thing was very flimsy, and it had to be because of the fact that weight was such a huge consideration. I mean, think about it. If you've ever seen the Apollo 11 capsule that's been on display, you got this tiny little piece out of this massive Saturn V. It was all about getting weight out of these space.
So you're telling me that there's a capsule that's strong-walled inside of this.
Yeah, stronger. It's not strong-walled. As Buzz Aldrin said,
if you drop up stories right now. You're making up stories. Because you're the first person to ever say that.
I've actually seen the test article. There's a museum where they have the Apollo 18 lunar module, which was never used. They have the real one there, and they have the test articles. And you can literally go up to them and on those panels you're talking about, and you can push on them and knock on them, and they'll flex like a.
They talked about dropping a wrench.
An aluminum can.
They talked about while they're on there, they were worried about dropping something because it would go right through the walls. Okay. Right. You're making up a story. So let's move on. Just another point, the astronauts that went to the moon all have stars on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Find that interesting. Doesn't prove anything. Let's just go to the space station for a moment, because if I could show you that they're faking being on the space station, maybe that'll help you understand that we're not in space. Okay. So here we got, here's a shot for the space station. Here's the Dragon capsule. Right now they're going to change cameras. Now look at the Dragon capsule. It's sideways compared to the Earth curve. Watch. It's upright. The other camera's over here. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden it's sideways. They got their orientation screwed up. This was a live feed. This is live.
Right.
Okay. Why is it upright here and sideways here? There is no answer. You can try to make up an excuse, but there's no answer to why that happens, right? Let me ask you another question. What is this?
Wait a minute, Dave. Unless again, on first blush, it looks pretty good. But unless, okay, so here's the Dragon capsule. The Earth is really far behind it, and it looks like in the one that's here. But if you're looking at the other one, then okay, show me that again. Yeah, it's because you're looking at a different horizon than the one from the first picture.
See this?
That's my guess.
So look, here's this black mark right here.
Right. No, but I'm
here's
saying
the black mark right there. I'm telling you, we've done the analysis on it.
No, but the curvature. But in other words, the curvature that's over your shoulder right now is not the same curvature you're going to see from the other perspective. That's going to be to the left.
You're incorrect. Picture. The camera's over here. The second camera's over here.
Well,
okay.
It looks like it's
the
right
second
there.
camera's over here.
Right.
And the Earth changes. You're making excuses. There is no excuse for this one.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
All right. And then your excuse here is there's another door on the inside, and this floppy door is just for some other purpose, right?
That is, that's like some sort of insulation.
Yeah, where's the outer door? Where's the door that where's the door that closes that up?
Well, okay, that's an internal seal.
It's outside.
Where they dock.
Where's the door that closes it?
Okay, the door is inside that hole, because what they do is they have that insulation blanket, which is basically what that is, that they pull down over this hatch, but the actual interior of the airlock is inside where we can't see it.
I'd love to see the schematics for that. You know,
right,
you know what's funny? The space station is probably one of the greatest building accomplishments ever, and there's zero video of it ever being built. Zero photos and zero video, which when it would be the most videoed construction project of all time, because Houston would need to see what's going on, right?
Okay. Yeah. Well, they did farm out. They did farm out different modules to different countries, but there should be videos of them under design and construction. Absolutely should be.
Why does when this woman decides to do a flip, why does she rotate at her waist? Why doesn't she just float away? What's making her rotate? And then why is she losing her balance here at the end of the flip?
Well, probably
because she's hanging from a harness. It's
conservation of angular momentum. So she's creating angular momentum about her center of gravity by raising her legs. That's what I'm not an expert on that shit, but that's what I suspect.
I love hearing your answers. They're fascinating. Why does this fruit that's on this table over here, why isn't it floating away?
Why isn't it floating? Well, I don't know. Well, I'd like to see footage.
Good answer.
Like to see footage of that. If it's not floating, if it's sitting there like it's under gravity, I'd be suspicious.
Here is one of the dumbest people in the world. He's showing how he put coffee in a used plastic piece and he's drinking it, but now this is being done. This is all CGI, and the coffee, the color gets separated from the bag.
Yeah.
Why did the color that he was drinking? Why did it get separated?
I don't know. That might be a camera. That might be a camera artifact, but I don't know.
Camera artifact. I love how you just take people, and not just you, everyone does it.
That is pretty poor quality footage. I mean, look.
All right, how about this one? How about
this
one? Chris Hadfield loves playing his guitar, and this guy in another room and in front of another green screen is holding the microphone, and he misplaces where Chris is, and he sticks the microphone in his neck. Are you going to say artifact for this one? The microphone is inside Chris's neck right now.
Let me see that again.
It's right there. It's inside Chris's neck. It's because they're not in the same room. They're in front of green screens, and and it's not real. Watch this. These guys sometimes, when they move their hand, see how his hand glitched there. I understand there are artifacts like that, but watch what happens here. Watch what happens here, right where my finger's pointing. Green screen. Boom. Green screen. Okay. Why are they in front? Why are they in front of green screens?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And here's another one. They're always flipping the microphone around, something else around. These guys were doing this thing. This guy's flipping his hat around, and way in the distance, this guy goes floating by, and he's really small, really far away. Well, I zoomed in. It's a tiny little fraction of the frame, and you can see his harness and the wire. And so the NASA apologists come back and they go, well, they wear harnesses for safety on the space station. What?
When did they say that?
No, these are NASA apologists, someone that's a little farther removed from reality than you are. That they make up excuses.
There's no need to get nasty, Dave.
I wasn't getting nasty. I was kind of trying to be funny, and sometimes it comes out that way. Listen, I like you. You're making up excuses. All right. I apologize for that comment. Now watch it. In the script, he's supposed to hand the hat to him. That guy just thought he handed him the hat, and he puts it away. This is called augmented reality. Okay.
that one is pretty weird.
Pretty good one. So this is how it works. This is real. It's filled with helium. It's floating. Mm-hmm. This is not real. Oh, where did that come from? Okay. This is not real. This is called augmented reality. And she's manipulating it like it's real, talking to kids. Okay. And so this is how it's done. There's commercially available software that you can manipulate fake objects and move them around. In the television show Third Rock from the Sun, there's a guy who's on the space station and he's flipping a pen around. He's doing all of this stuff, right? And people are arguing that, oh, they really filmed that on the space station. I'm like, no, they didn't, right? So they use different effects. This is one that's not done on a zero-G plane. This is real. This is not real. Real, not real.
Who did that? That's a video for kids. That beaming in effect, the Star Trek effect.
Yeah,
there.
NASA did that
on the video.
NASA did that, and they actually added the sound effect also.
Yeah,
right.
Well,
weird.
I mean,
it's like, why are they doing it that way? Why they're making, hey, they're faking the whole thing just to make.
They might be trying to do something neat for the kids with that.
Well,
one.
why don't they do something neat in space rather than make up something in space?
Yeah, if space is, I agree with you on that.
Right. And then this one, after their press conference, they're all hanging from wires. Everything that was floating in the foreground, including them, glitched out, and then they quickly snapped away and they went back to mission control. Okay. And then people say, well, it's an artifact. Okay. So here's Chris Hadfield showing how when he wrings water out it clings to the washcloth. Well, here are people doing the exact same experiment on a zero-G plane, and if you watch Chris Hadfield do it, there's in this video, it's like cut, edit, and then you watch, it's like, oh, this is creased differently, and he's in a little. Every cut is a different zero-G plane. You know what a zero-G flight is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So they do multiple cuts, they put it all together, and it's edit, like 1 second, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 4 seconds. Okay. And they edit it all together, and it's absolutely ridiculous. I have a video on my channel, DITRH, over here, called I Have to Go to the Bathroom. And if you believe that the space station's real after watching the analysis of the bathroom, then there's no helping anybody that can watch that and see it. So this is nonsense that's being done on a zero-G plane, and this is the same thing. Now watch. This is both the zero-G plane. This one happens to look like the space shuttle. Okay, zero-G plane. Now watch this. This was live on the news, and they slammed into the wall. Right, the news was all excited that they were going to have the astronauts on, and they only had them for in their orbit for 45 seconds.
So you think that they're doing some of this footage from the zero-G planes?
They never do it live anymore from the zero-G plane because crap goes wrong. So I'm going to show you this again, but they quickly cut away, and then they're like, oh, we're getting worried. The space station had an emergency. It shifted, or they said that it was using its jets to shift its orbit. And that's why they slammed into the wall. Cool story. But if you're on the space station and it's about to do a rocketed maneuver to adjust its orbit, don't you think there'd be some procedures and some safety
there absolutely would be unless it was very small, minor thing, and you never do enough any kind of maneuver that would cause that sort of violence inside the spacecraft.
Welcome to space is fake, my friend. Welcome to space is fake.
You're talking about well ahead.
We look at that. I'm looking for the full one. Oh, here's the Big Bang. He's on the space station, and this is just a montage of stuff. But I'm trying to find the Where's the one that I had that showed that longer? Actually, let me find that. I don't think I can find it. All right, we'll go from there. So this is called the Argos system, and it's this wire system that NASA practices doing their spacewalks. And compare it to a spacewalk. It's the same thing. These guys are hanging from wires. This is nonsense. Okay.
Well, it's possible they're hanging from wires. I'll grant you that.
Okay. Hey, I'll take it. And then this one, they're showing him. I'm comparing it to Wimpy trying to eat his burger, and it keeps disappearing. Watch right over here. See this thing on the wall? I can see it through his body.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty good.
There's no right-hand turns on a zero-G plane, so they faded him out. Okay.
Wow.
Fascinating, right?
Yep.
And this guy, the ball lost its helium and it fell down. This guy tries to get it and he can't. And they're like, quick, no, don't go back. You know, she's like, stop.
Well, he did
hanging from harnesses.
He did push it down with the motion of his arm.
He did push it down.
So in a weightless environment, it still might behave just like that.
Yeah. But these guys, they're all standing there. They're all holding themselves. They're hanging from wires.
Maybe.
Right? Why do they have these heavy belts on in space? Their shirts are tucked in. They look like they have diapers on. Maybe they do have diapers on, right? Because I wouldn't use that bathroom. It's unbelievable how bad it is. So they're faking everything up there because nobody is up there, right? And I'm sure you've seen the ISS go by, right?
Yeah.
You've seen it go by. I mean, have you ever tracked it? Have you ever seen it?
Yeah, I've gone outside when it was supposed to be up there, and I believe I've seen it. But
and I've seen it too.
I don't know.
It shows up on the horizon. I see it brighter than any star in the sky. Well, how is it reflecting to my eyes, and then somebody 100 miles away from me? Or because when you reflect the sun, it only goes in one direction. Like if you and someone else were 10 feet apart, and I got a mirror and reflected it at your face, the other guy wouldn't see the sun in the mirror. Well, how is this reflective ISS reflecting it to everybody? And then I watch it. It took 8 minutes to go across the sky. Well, 8 minutes times 17,500 miles an hour. It should be in California already, but I could still see it in Connecticut. Okay. And people in California can't see it.
It is 250 miles up in space or whatever. So you got to figure that out too. You got to. I don't do math, so I'm not going to do math. So
and that's what they've trained us. They trained us to not do math and trust the guy in a white lab coat. Here's the moon. Both of them are about the same size. So the zoom is about the same. Here's an airplane transiting the moon. And here is the International Space Station transiting the moon. How the hell are they the same size when this one's 50 times farther away? 50 times farther away.
Interesting.
Or
question.
is it? Yeah, thank you. That's all I want is an interesting.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right. Dave, I hate to stop you because I am having a great time and I certainly appreciate you coming here.
Give me one more minute. One more minute.
All right, one more minute, and then but I want to let everybody go and get on with my
one more minute.
Well. So thank you. Keep going.
For those of you that think this is crazy, I have a challenge for you. I created an app. It's called the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. It gets by Google censorship. Okay. Wow. It lets you find, if you Google Flat Earth, you find nonsense. You find the stuff that they want you to find. You find all propaganda. You and I could agree they don't want us to know the truth. And we never got into the why the lie. But in the app, if you hit the question mark, up comes all of the questions that you could ask. But down here, why the lie? Hit that puppy, and up comes great videos that'll really explain why this lie matters, why this is happening in the world. The app. The challenge I have is every day there's a new featured video right here. You tap that thumbnail, bam, up comes the video. Watch it every day for 2 weeks. At the end of that 2 weeks, if you think you have one proof that we live on a spinning globe, send it to me. You get 3 Bitcoins.
So it's this one here, the Flat Earth Clock.
It's the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app by Blue Water Bay. All of my links. Yeah, $2.99. Right? And there's a fake one out there already on Google Play. But if you're unsure, just go to flatearthdave.com and everything's there. All right. But if you don't want to wait the 2 weeks, you can hit the archive button. You get all the old videos. There's books. There's all sorts of stuff, homeschooling information, different languages, more resources, tons of stuff in here. This is one of my favorites. Rockets are blimps. I encourage you to watch all of those videos. It'll blow your mind. And the app, there's also the last thing I want to show you is this is the app Friend Finder, right? And for those of you that are big flat earthers, you kind of want to find other people like-minded. Well, let us load for a second. This is showing you all the other people that have the app that are near me. I can message them. I could check out their profiles. I could do all sorts of stuff, right? And if we look across the world, right, you think flat Earth is a joke. Look at the UK. Look at this. This is the UK. These are the people that have my app. There's many more flat earthers that don't have my app. We go over to the United States. Look at this. Where are you located? Seattle?
Seattle, yeah.
Yeah, you got some people up there or out there or wherever you want to call it. But there's flat earthers everywhere. So again, the app is literally just go read the reviews.
Do I have a referral code? Dave, do I have a referral code I can use?
You do. Yeah. So the referral code is for me is 51518. I'll take it. 51518. Now there is a subscription, but you do not need to do the subscription. The only thing the subscription is for is if you want to be able to send messages to other people or use and manage profiles. That keeps the trolls away. And it's $10 a year, or $11 a year. It's like buying me a margarita. Okay.
Okay, I got it. I put $2.99 in your pocket there, bud.
You're the best. And so check it out. And listen, just start off by watching the video and checking out the frequently asked questions. The daily video is the best, and then the frequently asked questions, which is the question mark, and you'll at least become more curious. And last thing is. A curious mind is what keeps you young. If you lose your curiosity, you're going to get old and die. Okay? You're going to get old and die if you lose your curiosity. So always stay curious and keep your mind active. And flat earthers will tell you that we're never bored because there's so much to learn rather than walk around in zombie land and not know what the hell's going on in the world.
Right. By the way, I'm trying to get into your site. I'm trying to get into flatearthdave.com, and it says the site can't be reached, but I don't know what's going on with that. Yeah, that's what I got. Anyway,
let's
flatearthdave.com.
Try the Flat Earth podcast. Let me know if that works. Flatearthdave.com.
Flat Earth.
Let's see. Flat Earth Dave. Oh, I'm in.
Are you?
That's weird. Flat Earth, EARTH, Dave.com or the Flat Earth Podcast.com.
I've got the Flat Earth Podcast.
That's the same. It's the same site. It's just a forward. The other one is just easy to remember.
I wonder why.
On there.
Anyway.
Yeah. So on there, you can if you know of a radio show or your own show, you want to book me. There's a link there. If you need support for the app, having any issues, there's a support button. There's my interview channels are there. My short videos are there. There's all sorts of stuff. There's also the crash course. I highly recommend people take that. It's just a bunch of full-length videos that will blow your mind. They'll actually blow your mind. And then also, for those of you that have an Apple Watch, there's a free Apple Watch face that you can put in there, so you can have a cool flat Earth on there. So there's tons of free stuff on the website right there. That's the crash course.
Yeah,
and all sorts of stuff. So check it out. Get the app. Don't get the app. I don't care. I just want you to have the right tools to show people. Another thing in the app, which is super fun, is if we go to right here. Whoops. Here we go. Sorry about that. Oh, look at that. My referral just showed up. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
So let's go away. And if you hit this button right here, these are images. So when you're talking to people about the flat Earth, you can say, hey, look, the Georgia Guidestones, the North Star never moves from that hole. How is that possible while we're corkscrewing billions of miles every year? How is that possible that it never moves from there unless we're stationary? And you can show there's all sorts of stuff. How's the sun 93 million miles away when we have the sun looking like this sometimes? Kind of looks more like a local light somehow. And again, this world is stranger than you could imagine. There's all sorts of stuff in here. Hey, how come NASA is showing us crappy photoshopped images of Saturn, right? Look at that. That is clearly pasted together. I guess they didn't think that we were going to have Photoshop and be able to go in and crank up the levels on their nonsense. right? Wait,
All
last thing.
Sure.
If we live here, perhaps there's more land out here, extra
Mm-hmm.
territory, extra terra, extraterrestrials that live in the outer space here on the Earth. Extraterrestrials. What if we live here in this planet, this small section of our plane, and out here are other planets? Okay, planets.
Pretty interesting.
You zoom out, and these are all within reasonable distances 10,000, 100,000, 500,000 miles, maybe closer. Okay, versus trillions of miles, impossible. The closest star is 25 trillion miles away. That's a distance that doesn't make any sense. Okay.
Well,
a trillion seconds. Do you know how long a trillion seconds is? How long is a trillion seconds?
I don't know, but I know that
31,000 years.
Yeah,
okay?
$1 trillion is you'd have to spend $1 million a day for 2,700 years to spend.
Something like it's crazy how ridiculous. Yeah.
All right.
So that's it. I'll go from there.
Okay. So Dave, I want to thank you for being here. I appreciate you coming very much. There are a few things that I have a hard time explaining. There are others that I think I can explain pretty well. And I think it's all fascinating. We agree on one thing, which is that NASA lies through their teeth about a whole lot of things. That doesn't mean we didn't go to the moon, doesn't mean we didn't go to Mars, doesn't mean there aren't planets. But I think we have to remain open to this. I would say that when we came into this, I was 95% the Earth is a globe. I'd say after this, I'm
89%. I mean 89
that the Earth is a globe. So
wait a minute, you went higher? You were 89
questions.
to 92. Wait a minute, you just got more
95
confident.
to 92. So you
95. All right, I'll take it.
But you bring up some good questions that I would like to dig into and know the answers to before I could categorically say that you're wrong, which I'm not going to say.
Hit the frequently asked questions button in the app, and when you're chilling on the couch, when you're having your breakfast, whatever, watch a video. Watch just one video a day, okay? And and that's it. So there's so many questions in the chat. Maybe we'll after you do this for a couple months, we'll come back and we'll do more questions and maybe answer the questions in the chat.
I think it would be good. I think it would be good next time to have you come in, do 10 minutes to catch everybody up, and then let's just go to questions and see what people.
100%. 100%. People say they took pictures of Saturn. I took pictures of Saturn. It's a light. It's small. It's provably not reflecting sunlight. So we'll go from there. Thanks, man. Have a good day.
Man. Thank you very much for being here. That, folks, is Flat Earth Dave. I'd like to thank him for being on the show. That's going to wrap up Deep Thought Thursday. And we went deep. You can't argue we didn't go deep on Deep Thought Thursday this week. Thanks for being here, everybody. I love you. I'll be back with Jen tomorrow on Free Reading Friday. And again, everybody, hey, don't pick on Dave. It's not fair, and he's not going to be here to defend himself. And so we're not going to tolerate that. We're not going to tolerate anybody picking on Dave. Have a good day. Be a good human. I will see you all tomorrow with Jen. I love you guys, and I am out of here.
Can be curving at 8 inches per mile squared and have lasers being shot over it at 25 miles and have it hit the target at the other side 2 meters above sea level. That can't happen.
Okay.
That's the whole point. That's the crux of this whole thing. So if you do have that, I'd be interested to see it.
Well,
if you don't, that's fine, because no one else does. No one else has that. So you wouldn't be the first. Don't worry.
Yeah, I know, because I don't know how to explain it to you, but
Well, what?
What
do you mean?
Okay, okay, you're right. You've done your own, and okay, so you're saying you've done the experiment.
No, I didn't personally.
Not you. Yes, I know. People done the experiment.
Yeah.
And they say, well, this happened, and so the Earth is not curved. But other people have done it, and it worked for them. So it's like,
who did that? Where? Who? When?
Yeah, that's what we'd need to see. But you're right. If that were the case, then we would have to compare the two and say, right, which of these bodies of evidence is stacking up and is legit? Because both of them cannot be true. So if you think someone is doing the same thing that we're talking about, and it is actually showing 8 inches per mile squared, remember, it has to be a very specific rate based on the size of the ball they tell us, then please post it. It'd be very interesting. We're all waiting for this one.
okay.
Because that would shut the whole server down, bro. Be careful. But let's see it.
You can go and get it.
Well, I don't have like, I know people have done it, and they have videos on YouTube. No, they have videos on YouTube on both sides, whether it's flat, whether it's
so
not.
There's a couple on YouTube like Discovery Channel, National Geographic that claim to have done this, but when you examine the videos, you can see where they've misled. And also, the videos that you'll find on YouTube are like 5 to 10 minutes long. They're little reality show puff pieces. They're not scientific papers. They're not academic studies or well-documented experiments.
But look, not everything in theory works. You should know that, right?
No. But this is different because this isn't supposed to be a theory. This is supposed to be reality, remember?
Yeah,
in reality, it's supposed to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared. So, in reality, as you agreed, a laser would be able to evidence that. A high-powered laser, when referenced against the surface that it's being shot over, would demonstrate convexity of 8 inches per mile squared. That's very measurable.
Yeah, and you'd also have to tell the militaries of the world to use laser targeted devices from vessels at sea.
But
I haven't finished.
Okay.
I'll start again. So you'd also have to talk to the militaries of the world who use laser targeting devices from vessels at sea, using lasers to target ground-based targets at over 100 miles away. Now, the laser aiming device is only 40 to 60 foot above the surface of the water, shooting a beam at over 100 miles to target something that they can shoot the shit out of. So we can use lasers to hit targets at 25 miles, but practically in everyday use by the militaries of the world when they want to blow shit up, they use laser targeting devices from vessels at sea, over 100 miles. This demonstrates the practical use of a flat surface. Otherwise, the militaries of the world wouldn't use this shit.
You know that they use satellites, right?
No, they... yes. Right, you didn't listen to what I fucking said, so I'll restate it.
No, okay, I've listened.
Laser targeting devices, beam pencil lasers, RDF, requiring a direct line of sight from a targeting device from a vessel at sea. The targeting device is no higher than 40 to 60 foot over the surface of the ocean, hitting targets over 100 miles away that are ground-based. This requires a direct line of sight from the targeting device on the vessel. Nothing to do with satellites, mate.
Okay, I see what you mean. You're saying that people, cruise ships, and other military things are shooting weapons
Laser
from the ocean.
Targeting devices requiring a direct line of sight at over 100 miles from a vessel at sea, no higher than 60 foot above the surface of the sea. It requires a direct line of sight. You're not going to get a direct line of sight over 100 miles from 60 foot above the surface of the ocean hitting a ground-based target because the curve of the Earth will get in the way.
What did you say at the end? You cut off.
The curve of the Earth will get in the way.
Okay. So this is what I understood from what you're saying. Tell me if I understood something wrong. So you're saying that military are like they're using lasers to aim from more than 100 miles away on a ground-based target. That is correct, right?
That is correct, yes. Laser targeting device.
Okay. And do you know what's the height that they're using?
The height, yes. For the fifth time, no higher than 60 foot above the surface of the ocean.
No higher than 60.
Yeah, think how big a boat is. I mean, I could literally give you 200 foot above the surface of the ocean if you want. It's still not going to make a goddamn difference when you're aiming at targets 100 miles away, mate.
Okay. So I don't know how to reply to that. I'll be honest. Okay.
Yeah, then that's absolutely fine. What I'm trying to demonstrate is the practical use of lasers by if they use them to blow shit up or help target things to blow shit up, then they wouldn't use this if the curve of the Earth was going to get in the way, would they? Wouldn't work. Because there'd be a finite limit to how far you...
Okay, I see your point. I see your point. I see your point. It's impossible to use that type or to use it in that way unless it's a flat Earth, right?
Require a direct line of sight. You won't have a direct line of sight
if the Earth is curved. Okay.
No way.
So the military is not using the curvature of the Earth into calculations to make their laser work. So they're thinking in a level plane, in the level water.
What? What do you mean leveled water?
There should be a mile of curvature at 100 miles, over a mile of curvature. It's not there.
Okay. I also don't know how to. I don't know how to respond to that. I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's a big thing. It's a difficult concept because this, if true, what we're telling you, and you should check this for yourself.
Yeah,
literally destroys the ball.
Definitely. I guess
they both can't be true. They both cannot be true. The surface cannot be being measured flat in the way that it is at the distances that it is if it's curving at 8 inches per mile squared, which is what they tell us it is and has to be if it's the ball that they tell us it is. Like I said, this is the crux.
Sure, yeah. What brings you to the server?
Oh, I was just hanging out on another server where they just talked about like being on here, and they said, you know, that the URL or invite, I guess, is just flat Earth without any spaces. So I just punched it in. Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
No.
What do you understand about the topic?
I mean, I have really concerned myself with it. You know, I'm if you want to say that, you know, I'm not a flat earther, if that's the correct term. I don't know. But on the other hand, I find people who are like coming on here, like trying to debate you, whatever, calling you stupid and so on. I find them like to be extremely obnoxious themselves. Very, I don't know, like ignorant.
Yeah, that's fair. Sounds very fair. Well, welcome. I went ahead and gave you the VC verified tag. Be aware that there are a handful of rules and expectations, mostly correlating to Discord terms of service. And I'll let you know that this is live streamed. This specific voice chat is live streamed on a handful of platforms, but primarily YouTube. Just be aware of those things and use standard internet discretion.
Right. Yeah. You know, the obvious stuff, basically.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, if you have any questions, curiosities on the subject, there's a handful of us that are quite familiar with the topic. And
right. I mean, one interesting thing, or like one thing I'd just like to know from you is, you know, I've heard of this concept, you know, what's it called, relative buoyancy or something like that, and I'd just like to, yeah.
It's referred to as relative density, but yeah, go ahead.
Right. Yeah, I'd just like to know like how that, like how that would work. Like, does that work for you with or without gravitational pull or something? You know.
Yeah. So when people use the word gravity, they oftentimes have an idea in mind, and interestingly enough, that idea usually correlates to a very archaic interpretation of up and down and why things go up and down. referred to as the Newtonian gravity model. Are you familiar?
Yeah.
So, like the concept of mass attracting mass, are you aware that that was superseded and actually abandoned a little over 100 years ago?
Is that so?
It was
I'm not
abandoned for a newer system that you've also more than likely heard of, known as the warping and bending of space-time, the theory of relativity from Einstein.
Right.
And did you know that that is currently being reformulated and, for all intents and purposes, will ultimately also be abandoned in the current understanding? And by understanding, I'm using that word very loosely. I could call it a narrative. I could call it a story.
Right.
But they're abandoning that for a medium or an element or a component that exists between matter, such as there's different theoretical elements that they're inventing, like the graviton, or the Higgs boson, or antimatter, or black matter, to explain in a more consistent way what we see in reality. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of an analogy. You may have been in a conversation before where somebody just says God for all the answers.
Okay. I mean, not really, no.
Okay, or basically what I'm saying is, if you just say magic is the answer, magic could answer everything, right? So, and I don't mean that literally. I mean that logically.
Yeah.
So, if magic can do anything, then magic can fill the whole of explanation for anything, because you could just say, magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. And I'm using that as an analogy for what's currently happening as they continue to obscure into deeper forms of sophistry, I would call it.
Right.
They say things that sound really smart, but they're really just using a synonym for the word magic when they invent ideas like particles or forces. They just make a new name, oftentimes after somebody's last name or something, who talked about the subject, and they name it this new thing after that, and then they're like, this explains it. This answers all the questions. So I know that's kind of a convoluted way, a roundabout way to get to the point. Things go up or down. The question of what causes things to go up or down is only answered in part by relative density.
Yeah.
I had a really good analogy for this the other day. Oh yes, here was my analogy. Are you familiar with when somebody slams their hand on a piano or doesn't know how to play the piano and it sounds really bad? They call this dissonance.
Yeah.
Okay. So my question for somebody else the other day was, why is dissonance, why does it sound bad?
Right.
Why does harmony sound good and dissonance sounds not good?
Yeah. I mean, like if I'm allowed to answer with
of course.
at least what I know, it has to do with more or less the frequency being, let's say in a let's just call it pleasant ratio, like to each other, right? I mean, that's more or less how I understand it. Like, yeah.
I would just reduce it down and say, why are those ratios inherently good, as opposed to bad ratios being inherently bad or unpleasant? Right. So I'm asking a question that might not necessarily have an answer, but you do understand the effect, and you don't have to understand the cause to fully understand the effect.
Yeah.
That it's just another roundabout way of saying we can fully understand the effects of things going up and down and all of that. The cause may not be an answerable question.
Yeah.
But here's what.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know I'm talking a whole lot. I don't mean to cut you off. I will just add to this whole thing. The fact of the matter is, mass attracting mass was never demonstrated. It was an idea, somewhat of a post hoc, drawing the target around the the object. You know, you shoot an arrow and then you paint a target wherever the arrow landed.
Right.
Kind of an after the fact. Well, this is the explanation, but we can't demonstrate it.
Right. I mean, you know, I'm not. I think it possibly could be demonstrated, but I don't think that it up until now it has been demonstrated in a way that's like super impressive. Like we haven't really attracted like a meteoroid or something just with, I don't know, like a gravity beam or something.
The gravity beam sounds like a really fun device, like in Half-Life 2 and stuff like that, but I'm not aware of that existing in our reality.
I'm pretty sure that there's some that particles, not even like on a molecular or atomic level, but just like basically dust has been recorded, you know, basically just attracting itself more or less.
Yeah, you have to, I would say this, ask the question, are there other possible explanations for for the effect that you're witnessing? So for instance, let's say you see a particle of dust and you're like, whoa, I just witnessed other dust particles going to that dust particle, for instance. Right? Or is there more than one possible explanation for the cause?
I mean, if you just said
it's just a yes or no question,
right? I mean, if you don't account for other variables, right? Surely there could be.
So in regards to, is there more than one way to explain something you're witnessing? And that I would say yes.
Mm-hmm.
So determining which one it is would require experimentation. The issue is, are you able to account for all of the variables?
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're trying to say. But I mean, there is stuff like the Cavendish experiment and so on that, you know, have been performed in basically in surroundings where there's basically zero there are zero other factors affecting it other than gravity. You know, air's been sucked out, it's been done pitch black and so on, right? No nothing, no sound, no vibration, just what we would assume is the gravitational pull.
I appreciate you using the word assume. There are very many issues for the Cavendish experiment.
Yo, that was a fucking major red herring, bro. Like, and this is why it's like.
Are you so hold on, Elijah? Are you addressing our conversation or the live stream debate?
Okay.
I can't hear you, Elijah.
Neither can I.
Elijah. There's an active flat Earth. Well, I'm not going to call it a debate. It really doesn't deserve to be called a debate. Argument taking place. I believe that's what he was referring to when he was popping in here, because he was probably replying to the text chat.
Right.
Yeah, there are all these sorts of things that can be pointed to. The most important is there's a claim that there's curvature.
Right.
That curvature would obstruct your ability to see beyond a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
And if you see beyond that point, there needs to be a sufficient explanation for why that is.
Yeah.
And if there's blockage, or if there's an alleged blockage, but then it's not actually blockage, then the blockage is invalidated.
Right. You know, I get what you're trying to say, yeah.
And that's really the primary. Another aspect of the conversation would be it's impossible to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Pressure implies pressing. Gas goes in all directions and must be pressing off of a container in order for there to be pressure.
Yeah.
So we have gas pressure, therefore there must be a container for the gas pressure to exist in the first place.
Okay, but don't you think that the container could be more abstract than something that's as solid as glass or metal?
If that could be demonstrated, yes.
I mean, just to humor it, I would think under the presumption, you know, that gravity functions as, let's just say, is consensus. I would just call it that. I would think that would suffice as a what you call it?
As a container.
Yeah, exactly. As a
Sure, I've heard the argument that gravity is the container many times. The issue with that is that demonstratable? Can you demonstrate that in an experiment?
Right. I mean, it's kind of like when you it's how do I say this? It's kind of like when like a water droplet surrounds an object or forms at all. I'd assume that it's like more or less something similar.
Adhesion?
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have to call it adhesion, right? It's more like surface tension.
Yeah, and you think gravity is the answer for why surface tension exists?
No, I think that surface tension exists. I think that, like I said, I'm a complete layman when it comes to physics and so on. I'm not pretending. I'm just thinking that this might apply to gases as well. As they, at least I'd imagine, also have like a surface.
I can imagine amazing things myself, and I'm not trying to be rude when I say that.
Yeah,
I can relate to how powerful our imagination is. The issue is that has not been demonstrated. I am not aware of any demonstration ever where that's the case.
Probably like Google that. Let's see. Surface tension gas. It says I mean, there seems to be some stuff about like the surface tension of gas and so on, but we don't have to like geek out or something like that, like the complete like opposite of what I want to do. I don't want to like make you read some stupid paper.
So you said you found a paper referencing surface tension of gases?
Yeah.
Yeah, post it.
I mean, like I said, I haven't read it.
That's okay.
Right. It's just something that I found just now. So that's the thing.
That is fine. It does say liquid, though.
It says gas, liquid, surface tension. So, I don't know what it will say in like specifically. And I mean that like having, that's the types, like the people who will just search something without having a clue of what it actually means that they're like referencing, then taking that as like evidence.
Yeah, and I would just say it says liquid too. So if you're going to,
I know. I'm just there's many like results for what I just posted. It's just something that was like the first result. Again, like I'm not here to be a missionary or something, right? Right? Because to be quite honest, for the most part, the whole question on whether on like what the actual shape of a planet is has little to no effect on my life at all. Because I mean, if it's
let me ask you this question: have you ever? It's kind of a vague question. Just think about it for a moment. Have you ever made a decision based on trust of the individual, based on trust in an individual?
I know exactly what you're going down on, like which road you're going down, and I support it 100%, because the main problem I have with the people that, the types that would go here and say something like, I'm going to debate these stupid flat earthers, or something. I'm going to destroy them with, science and logic and stuff like that, is that basically, just without judging any group here, at least for the few first sentences, I think it's much more rational to believe your perception more than, just somebody that you're told to believe, right? I think it's much more suitable for most circumstances, right? I mean, in many cases, we would call a person that just believes something which they perceive to be false, but are told to be true, delusional. Yeah.
So there are very many people that place a large amount of trust in certain people and or organizations, and inform their decisions based on that degree of trust. If they were to be made fully aware of the lack of honor is not the right word. The lack of justification for that trust.
Right.
If the untrustworthiness were to be exposed, it may help people make more, apply more critical thinking and be a little bit more scrutinizing before making certain decisions. I understand there's the phenomenon of cognitive ease, where we tend to make there's certain behaviors that we find ourselves doing quite regularly, and we do them the same way, so we don't really think about them very much. That can be expanded out in a lot of different ways, and I think that there are people, you take a foot forward, a step forward, and you expect the ground to support you. That's a reasonable thing. But if you're let's say you cross bridges on a regular basis, right? Like wooden bridges that are being made by different people. If you found out that there was this one company that skips steps, doesn't manufacture bridges properly, and basically is just pretending, it would be important to know that. It's just a loose metaphor.
Mm-hmm.
But
I get what you're trying to say. Yeah, it's many a times, people keep believing what they're believing, even if they're presented with authentic information that they, that what they believed in previously is false, right? Like they will discard that authentic information in favor of, what they have been believing for quite some time. And that's mostly, that's almost like part of the whole gambler's fallacy thing, simply because they invested so much of their time, effort, and just basically life into believing a certain thing, even if it's not like actively believing it, as in like that they don't think to themselves, oh, I believe in this and that. They just do passively, right? They will obviously put up at least a bit of resistance when being convinced of something that's contrary to that.
So how many long distance observations are you aware of that point to falsifying a radius claim for Earth?
Oh, I don't know. I don't really, like I said, I don't. No,
it's okay. You could just say I'm not aware of any. I've heard of one or two. Like that's all the answer I was looking for.
Like I said, I saw some videos, right? But I'm not tracking that. That's kind of like looking out for looking at those things, like waiting for them to happen and then looking at the results. I don't know. That kind of seems like. It's obviously it doesn't track at all, but it's kind of like if you allow that comparison, like baseball for flat earthers. Like it's like you just wait for it to happen, and then like hopefully like your team wins, more or less, right? But I seriously don't have any recollection of like any serious trials or experiments like that, except for my own, which aren't really planned or scientific in any way.
Yeah. So this specifically would not be referred to as an experiment. I'm referring to just what's known as long distance observations. Right. So if you're not really particularly aware of any, it sounds like you're kind of just, as far as this topic goes, you're hanging out for a verdict at some point. That is that fair? Kind of your position on it? Like, oh, it looks like they're arguing about something, and one day maybe we'll finally know the actual answer, something along those lines.
Yeah, the thing is, if we were to like seriously debate, like if I was some like staunch globehead, if you want to call it that, and you were to completely like disprove me in every single way, I would probably not change my opinion, simply because I have been more or less, and to be frank, kind of programmed to instinctively like reject flat Earth as like a serious belief.
Mm-hmm.
and not only that, but how do I say this? Basically, just see those that do believe in it as ridiculous. That's like something that I don't know, can't really do anything against. But the thing is, I want stuff like, for example, Hollow Earth to be real so bad.
Yeah, because of Godzilla, of course, man. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for as well. Damn, Godzilla brought Hollow Earth. Damn, I was all in for it. Yeah, a huge monster like that in the middle of the earth. Damn, it went crazy. One thing I was just curious about your age, though, if you don't mind. I'm 34 right now. What's your age?
Oh, I'm 21.
21. Okay, so I was in Globe religion for like about 25 years. So my case is worse than yours. There you go. I win. I'll stop it there.
Boom. Yeah, no, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not trying to judge.
We're all programmed to think exactly what you just said. All of us. And I think one day, if you can realize that there's nothing to debate, then things would change. Because it's not like anything can be debated about. You know what I mean? Nobody's going to be able to debate how tall you are unless neither person or one of the people don't know how tall you are. So out of ignorance, they might say, well, I've stood next to him and it seems like he's shorter or it seems like he's taller. In that sense, the only way you can debate it is if you're actually debating ignorantly against something that already is. Then there are things to debate, like things about opinions, like your favorite color, your favorite restaurant. But when it comes to measurement, or when it comes to persons, places, and things, well, that we can go to, those things just matter.
Yeah.
A thing is a thing. There's nothing to debate about a thing being a thing. In this case, the Earth is supposedly a globe thing. Well, we test that. We can test whether or not the dimensions are accurate in the way the math describes them. And we have an argument called the Black Swan, where we focus on the distance to the horizon, which is supposed to be geometrically blocking the rest of the Earth, because the rest of the Earth is hidden by the curve, right? That's why we can't see everything. That's what Professor Dave just said in his debate. And the bottom line is that horizon is never geometrically where it's calculated to be. As a matter of fact, it's further. As many times as I've actually seen it, and there's been the times that I've seen it on video now. Well, video came first, but then I went out to actually view it myself. But at that point, you don't debate whether or not the horizon is geometric. We just know that it's not. There's nothing to debate unless you're a person who doesn't understand what an obstruction is.
Right.
Obstruction being the geometric horizon. Metric because it's supposed to be measured to be 1 mile away if you're 1 foot off the ground, or a 6 foot person, it'd be somewhere around 3 miles away. That's its measure, the measure of your physical blockage from the rest of the Earth. So the moment that you realize that that's actually not true, there's nothing to debate about it. It's just something to realize.
Right. I mean, like the obvious follow-up question is, I mean, it is said that supposedly the Earth is not spherical, but more like basically like a discarded apple, almost like an apple you've thrown against a moving vehicle or something.
Yeah, I think Gospel Bearer has one of the best answers for this.
Yeah.
If Gospel Bearer is still there.
He's on a call.
Oh, give him a second.
Right.
But I would just say overall that's not the case. Overall, they would say that it's a minuscule amount, and for all intents and purposes, it is curving at a specific rate. That's like when they say Kansas is flatter than a pancake, but then you're like, well, on a planetary scale, not really. Oh no, on a planetary scale, yeah, but when you're standing there, not really, right?
Yeah, but I read about that. Didn't they actually like if you scale Kansas down to like a pancake, isn't it even flatter than a pancake?
Yeah, flatter than a pancake. But the thing about that is you can't have two different kinds of elevation, right? Because when we talk about 8 inches per mile squared, then it's the elevation drop between you, the point that you're standing on, and the Earth that's curving away from you. And consequently, that would be what the horizon is. the cutoff at which you can see the land, because it's curving away from you. But you can't have that kind of elevation drop and have an elevation profile of flat when determining the flatness of Kansas, because that's exactly what you would have to use. Like the profile on Google, the elevation would have to be flat for you to know, based on that zero baseline, how high and how low things are on an average.
Right. I have a completely off-topic question. What do you what, in your opinion, is the more or less like optimal flat Earth fast food item? Because I'm ordering food right now.
Fast food item? I try not to eat fast food.
Yeah, but my refrigerator broke, so I don't know. I don't really have an option right now.
I would say, what would I say? I would say, dang.
How about a nice flatbread sandwich?
Thomas is Italian. I don't.
I mean, I'm thinking about like a real like trifecta here. So basically, on one hand, like you'd have the like the donut Earth, like the torus, right, where it's like double hollow, represented by onion rings. Then pizza balls for the globe, and then
what's a pizza ball?
Yeah,
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's basically just like a made from like pizza dough with a bit of like mozzarella and sauce in it. Yeah.
Oh, Gospel, I think you were on a call. Oh, go ahead. Your third item.
Yeah, and the third one is like it could either be a pizza or like a chicken burger.
This is what, if you can go somewhere and get an omelet, that's a good quality. There's not a lot of garbage in omelets. I mean, some people, you could have the argument about if ham is in it or whatever, but omelets oftentimes have, pretty legit things, depending on the quality of the cheese, like bell peppers, tomato, onion. Those are all good things.
Okay.
That omelet is raw. I don't know. Maybe it's just melted cheese.
I mean, many people often overcook their omelet.
Yes.
But on another note, like, what do you think is more flat Earth like, a burger or pizza?
I don't know. I have different ideas about how things might be.
The bun, because at on the underside of the bun, you have a plane, and then under,
You're just thinking about a burrito, bro. and I find it hypocritical that you didn't say burrito the whole time, because I know you were thinking about it.
Burritos don't have a flat level surface.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, not level. I mean, you got to hold it level for it to be level, but they don't have a flat surface.
Get iron it. I mean,
you tried it. You were reaching. You were reaching. Just as a matter of fact, that's exactly what I had only 30 minutes ago. A steak and chicken burrito. So I'm very upset that MJ called it out, because he could not have known that unless I really eat them as much as I do.
Yes,
So
exactly. Yeah.
Oh man.
But on another note, back to the Gospel. I was telling him you would be the best person to talk about, because when we were talking about the curvature, he's like, yeah, but don't they say it's not perfectly spherical? It's more like an apple. So
Yeah. So check this out real quick, Spongle. They say oblate spheroid. They'll even invoke the word pear.
I mean, I
There-
said, an apple thrown against a moving vehicle. That's my what I said.
Okay, but just in case that idea ever creeps into your imagination, let me help you with it. Based on the globe model, based on the equatorial radius versus the polar radius, you understand the two reference points?
Yeah.
Okay. There is a 0.3% difference between those numbers. So again, 0.3% difference between those two numbers. So it is my claim, which I think is a very fair claim, to say that it's extremely disingenuous, and there's probably other words that I could use, like subversive or distracting or red herring, but it's very disingenuous to say oblate spheroid or paroid or any other thing besides an almost perfect ball is what they claim this Earth to be. So to distract by that and say that it's lumpy this or it's this or that is so inaccurate according to the numbers that they provide. It's absurd that they even go there, but they do. And I find that personally, I find that quite suspicious that they go there.
Don't you think that might be due to like 2-3 factors? The first one being that you can kind of like spin the polar radius like around if you just discard like the Greenwich line, and the next one being that supposedly water kind of like covers it, kind of just flattening out the dents, if you want to call it that.
You know what? I think I'm glad that you went there, because I just went through a video the other day. I kind of cut you off. Keep going, and then I'll post this really helpful video.
Right. I mean, the next funniest thing is that there actually is an ice wall, and they were just like, shit, let's just like make this up.
All right. So on the concept of, take into consideration all the claims of the globe, okay? Take into consideration the pathway of the moon. Take all these things into consideration, and then I want you to look at the map in this video. It's also in the thumbnail of the Earth, the tides of the water, okay? And the different, quite apparently spontaneous or incoherent locations where these tides differ. This, to me, is a very helpful visual to dispel the illusion of a globe, to dispel the illusion of the moon causing the tides. There are places in this world, and you can watch that whole video, it's nicely done, but there are places in this world that have 4 tides a day. There are places in this world that have 2 tides a day, and there are places in this world that have a mixture of both of those, as in not always the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get what it is. Yeah.
So when people are like, the water, the Earth is spinning and the water bulges a little bit, or any of those sorts of things, that's not what these tidal maps demonstrate in the slightest. But anyway, again, 0.3%. I give an analogy for that. After you shave your face, you have removed. I mean, if you do a really great job, you've removed maybe up to, possibly even more, but probably only up to 99.7% of the hair. Every time I shave, I can shave against the grain. I can use a 1 blade. I can use a 5 blade. I can use an electric. I can use whatever. No matter what I do, if I'm trying to not actually shave my skin off too and just destroy my face with, by scraping the skin in addition to the hair, right? I'm not trying to hurt myself. I can still feel the hair, I rub my hand against the grain. I'm like, yeah, even after a fresh shave. Now with the grain, it's pretty smooth. It's pretty legit, but against the grain, I can still feel a little bit of hair. My point is to say that 0.3% of the hair is present means that you're unshaven. Oh, look at this unshaven man, which in reality, he's a freshly shaved man. He just dried his face off. And oh, look at that unshaven man, is the equivalent to calling the earth some type of oblate anything or paroid anything. But even worse. It's even worse.
Right. I still have only one question.
Yeah.
Should I order a burger or a pizza?
Yeah, they're both relatively unhealthy foods. You're probably going to have a better physical response to a burger in general, as opposed. Pizza tastes fantastic. I mean, unless it's just crappy pizza. But burgers, I think, have a more dynamic nutrition set.
Yeah, I mean, that's why the Italians didn't really achieve anything militarily after they became Italy, because how are you supposed to build any muscle with the protein from pizza toppings? How's that supposed to work?
That's a funny theory.
Yeah. I mean, look, people always rave about the great Italian cuisine, and yet it only consists of dough, tomatoes, and cheese.
It can be argued that nearly every continent and almost every culture in the world has a variation of the meat, cheese, bread combination. You can make an extremely long list of foods across the world that have that combination, whether it's lasagna or a burger or pizza or burrito. The meat, cheese, bread combo is all but universal.
I mean,
in different proportions.
I don't even know about that. The only thing that comes to mind when I think about the rest of Europe is cordon bleu, and that's a weird specialty.
Yeah, I like chicken cordon bleu.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Yeah, but I mean, this kind of gets me thinking about the French cuisine and how people always say that it's great, but can't even name 3 actual dishes.
Croque monsieur.
The cuisines of the East aren't at all based on cheese and bread. Just
I know there's a lot of Asian cultures that avoid cheese, but that doesn't mean that they don't have a carb, meat, and other component trifecta.
Yeah. I mean, I have the feeling that you kind of generalized it just maybe a small bit there.
Yeah. But there is a long list, right? Pizza, bread, cheese, meat. Burger, bread, cheese, meat. Burrito, bread, cheese, meat. Lasagna, bread, cheese, meat. Spaghetti, bread, cheese, meat. Yes,
that's all come out of Europe.
Yeah, that's all. Most of it is just a remix of Italian cuisine, or is just Italian cuisine.
Is a burrito?
I mean, it kind of is just Spanish. I mean, isn't the Mexican cuisine just you take whatever's left over and then wrap it up and put some cheese on it? You refry it and put some cheese on it?
Thank you, Napalm. It's so accurate, though.
Wow.
I love Bubba. My favorite. He really was, honestly, an extremely endearing character. Whoever wrote that character, and of course the actor just did a fantastic job, but that's one of the most endearing characters that I can remember in film.
Yeah.
I love Bubba.
Yeah. God. Would you believe me that I only ever saw Forrest Gump in German?
Sure. Is that your native tongue?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, well, yeah, sure. Why not? It's fine.
I find that I found out that it sometimes freaks people out that we watch almost all movies dubbed exclusively.
Ja, und auf den Fliegen out meine Marsch.
Okay, that's very a very broken sentence with some vague offensive words.
Yeah, because it's a reference to Wayne. It's a reference to Wayne's World. So, if you've seen Wayne's World, I don't know how it was dubbed
in
but
German.
Yeah, und auf den Fliegen out meine Marsch. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the non-German speakers, that's and monkeys might fly out of my butt. Pretty much.
I mean,
I see.
Kinda. With not enough imagination.
And back to the imagination thing. It comes full round circle.
Yeah, everybody reminds Wayne from Wayne's World's classic catch wave when he sees a woman. Boy, yoing. Okay, now I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you.
Swing.
Yeah. Obviously, that's what they say in German, the German dub as well. Yeah, won't you believe it? They also dubbed the second movie. Okay, but still, be like on the food delivery question: chicken burger or normal burger?
Ooh, it all depends on the quality of that chicken, because if it's well done, not well done as in fully well done cooked, but like if it's the right level of juiciness, a chicken burger could be pretty good. But yeah, I think you have a higher likelihood of success with the standard burger, but depends. I don't know.
There are a few like variations on the burger. The Big Burger Basic. I mean, they're all just called big, but they're just like regular. That's a quarter pounder basically without cheese. Then the same thing with cheese. Then the Big Burger Western, which is the same thing, but with what I believe is barbecue sauce and bacon and cheese. The Big Burger Tijuana, same thing, but with guacamole, red onions, and Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, do that. Sounds good.
Yeah, but to be honest,
I'm a sucker for some guacamole, though.
Yeah, but I don't know like how well it will go with like Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna stick to that thing then. I mean, in all likelihood, like the place is run by some people who have to eat halal, so they will most probably like make a decent like chicken sandwich.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, some of the best chicken I've ever had was at a Turkish restaurant.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically stripped of all like pork privileges for the most part, right? So that's basically what they had all of their like skill points into, right? Let's see. I have to log into my bank account just to verify this payment. I don't know why it does this to me.
Yeah, always be careful when something redirects you to your bank.
Yeah, no, I have to like log in on my phone.
Oh, okay.
To like put a TAN into the thing or whatever. Okay, there we are. God. Yeah. But I mean, this might be like my hubris or whatever, but I have the feeling that like here where I live, we use significantly like less seed oil when we like make food, even if it's like junk food.
Wo in Deutschland kommst du? Nordrhein-Westfalia?
Yeah, I'm just gonna answer that in English. Currently, I live in Berlin.
Berlin. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Are you from NRW? No, I'm not from that place. That's all I'm gonna call it. In many places, I guess it's tolerable, but other times, it's kind of a hellscape, right?
NRW or where you're from?
No, like NRW, as you call it, right? North Rhine-Westphalia.
Yeah. You say it's a hellscape. Are you from somewhere else originally?
Yeah, I mean that whole place, right? It's basically chock full of like cities, right? That basically just rose to their position during the Industrial Revolution, right?
Yeah, a lot of foundries and stuff like that in the area. Yeah.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be a problem by themselves, right? But then they were, they were basically bombed to hell, and they didn't really like rebuild them right, so they still look kind of like temporary in some ways. Like in Cologne, for example, they've got a lot of heritage, with the cathedral, or I guess like church, or whatever. And I mean, they have Roman ruins, blah, blah, all of this, right? But their inner city really isn't pretty. And that rhymed. So it's true.
You're a poet and you didn't even know it.
Yeah, God. Now it's time to freestyle. The curse of a person
We knew it.
tongues with pot.
We knew it. He's been sitting on that bar for a while.
Yeah, God. Yeah, that sometimes happens, doesn't it? You're trying to say something, but it's not like there's not like you have to wait for the opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels a bit forced then. Yeah.
Lord knows. I've had that situation before. Yeah. And have it. I mean, this is like a weird question because I probably already know the answer. But have any of you ever been to Cologne?
Yeah. So I was there for a very short period of time, just like an afternoon. Yeah. I've spent quite a bit of time around like Duisburg, Dusseldorf, Dortmund area. I have a friend who's originally from Oberhausen.
Right. Yeah. So, and you only spent your time in that whole area?
Yeah. When I was there for his wedding and spent a lot of time. I actually, if anybody has the opportunity or the ability to experience another country by staying with a family, it's a much more enjoyable experience to spend time with families and kind of learn more of the culture than to just kind of see the touristy aspects of areas. Mm-hmm. And that's what I was able to do with my friend's family, which was really cool. Yeah, I spent 2 weeks in the area. Didn't do a whole lot of tourist stuff. Went to like Kolkum to see the castle and get some wine, and yeah, everything else was just kind of hanging out with family, learning cultures, just the little differences between American and German culture. So it was really cool.
Hey, you went to Kolkum. I mean, you at least went to a place. Yeah, kind of worth seeing, right?
Yeah. That's a beautiful little town on the river.
Mm. Yeah, got a lot like those, in that whole area. But
yeah, I don't know. I left my Kolkum sticker out of the picture that I posted.
Why? You feared that you'd be doxxed? Nah. But a friend and I met the friend like when I did my semester abroad in Manchester. We actually drove around basically the whole middle and south of Germany for like 2 weeks in my car, and also slept in it. It was loads of fun. I also got to see a lot of areas that I haven't seen before myself. Yeah, really is something.
Germany's beautiful. And speaking of like the industrial aspect to that area, I think it's in Duisburg, there's a old abandoned steel factory or foundry where they've converted it into a park, and you can really just kind of go all over this whole entire factory. It's lit up at night with a bunch of lights. There's rock climbing within some of the containment outside for the coke that was used for the processing of steel. It's really cool, and it's just completely open to the public to climb all over this whole entire old structure that used to be a steel mill. And one of the funny things is when we were there, you're kind of climbing and going through all these areas of this old shut down factory, and there's just sharp metal edges everywhere and stairs that are really slippery. And I was like, there's no way that you could ever have something like this open to the public that's run by the public government. There's just no way, because somebody would fall and sue and whatever. And my friend was like, yeah, well, if you fall and hurt yourself, that's your fault. Why should anybody else have to pay for that? And I'm like, I like that attitude. Why is it somebody else's liability because you're being an idiot?
Mm. Yeah, that's kind of like the attitude. Yeah.
Yeah, we have such a so many lawyers here in the States, and this culture of suing people for money and all that kind of crap, that something like that would just never fly.
That's true. I mean, that kind of sucks though, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, near Berlin, there's this place called Ferropolis, right? City of Iron. That's what it's called. And basically, it's like a place where they used to dig coal out of the ground, and this big, I guess, crater is now filled up with water, and in a little peninsula that is smack dab in the middle of said now I guess lake, but ex crater, right? They still have all the machinery that used to work there. So basically, you have these ginormous machines that are just standing about, right? These old coal diggers and whatever, and they actually do festivals and concerts there. So that's a bomb location for a festival, right? In this peninsula, the middle of this lake, with all these big coal, I don't know, like tools there, right? Really is something.
Yeah, it's probably very similar to the one that I went to in Duisburg. I think they call it like Duisburg Landscape Park or something like that. I'll see if I can link it. Really cool, beautiful. The way they have it all lit up with different color lights and stuff at night. It's really awesome.
Right. Yeah. No, I have it. I have it on Google Maps. Found it right away. Yeah, I mean, it is cool, isn't it? You can bet that or you already know that so many like banned pictures, like photos, have been taken there.
Oh yeah, when we were there in the evening, my buddy was like, by the way, you might come around the corner and see a naked girl getting her picture taken. It happens here a lot.
Kind of weird. Yeah. You know, but like I said, I'm not from North Rhine-Westphalia, and I'm also not from Berlin. Like from the general, like, Wiesbaden, Taunus area, like west of Frankfurt.
Cool. So are you new to the server?
Yeah. Spank new.
Yeah. What originally brought you here if somebody hasn't already asked that?
Yeah.
I was, just preparing for some exams, and because I wanted to ask a question, I joined like a mathematics Discord server. You know, that's, I don't know, kind of dorky if I think about it. But then I joined like the voice channel, and they talked about like this place, how they debated, I guess you, right? And they said that the code to get to the server is just flat Earth without any spaces.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what I typed in.
Cool. So when they were talking about it, and they said they debated, what was their kind of like overall general attitude about that, or like their opinion about that?
Well, I guess you can basically sum it up in a single word. That word being smug.
That's a good word.
As in they were being smug, or the server was being smug to them? They were being smug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it somebody from this server that was saying to come here and debate that was being smug, or was it somebody that came here to debate that was being smug?
The latter.
Gotcha. So just kind of like a general attitude of condescension.
Yeah.
They were probably just butthurt because they were provided evidences that they refused to accept, and it probably got them hurt their feelings.
Yeah.
It's typically what happens.
Spongo, are you willing to snitch this person for entertainment purposes for later on?
Can't even remember the name.
All right.
Like they were just in and out, more or less, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah. God.
Well, we have a mathematics professor that comes here often. He's not a flat earther, but he does regularly visit the server.
That's perfect. I need him because I need to cheat on a maths exam.
What category of math?
Okay. Basically, I've actually successfully done this exam before, but at a different uni, and I switched unis, right, because I didn't really like my old one anymore, and I wanted to move. And for some reason, they didn't recognize that mathematics course, right? So now they are more or less forcing me to retake Mathematics 1, which is like, I guess,
algebra.
Mostly, yeah, linear algebra and differential equations and stuff.
Why would you need to cheat with that?
Because they basically told me, I mean, I don't know what it's like in the US, but they make it like extremely pleasurable to like do and also learn mathematics here. Next thing is, I've only been told like a week ago that I have to take it because that's how long it took for them to decide on whether or not to accredit it, right? And me thinking that I not only have mathematics 1 but mathematics 2 as well completed, right? Or having had completed that in the past, right? Thought that, I won't have to do mathematics 1.
So this may be helpful information to you. I just double checked. The CLEP exam exists in Germany as well. CLEP, College Level Equivalency Program. Hold on. Never mind.
Yeah. Also, Whammer, I saw what you wrote into the chat. Yeah, I don't like colleges. I don't know. They don't really exist here.
Yeah. I'm curious if there's a CLEP in Germany. So in America, you can be in college and you can take a test for like $85, and if you pass it, you don't have to take that class. Are you familiar with anything like that in Germany?
No.
Okay.
Like it's mandatory.
It's called testing out. Yeah. You can test out of mandatory class. It shows that you have the competence, so you don't need to be educated on what you're already competent of.
Yeah, I know.
Double check.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting in touch with my uni again, but seriously, I just want to pass this so I can like carry on, and I don't have to like add a semester to my studies.
Yeah, for sure, because it's money too. It's not just time.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, it's like just a smaller aspect of it, right? Doesn't really destroy you with debt here.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, but I mean, oh god, I just remembered. Yeah, I can't post any pictures. Otherwise, I would have posted the very first like page of the script. Yeah. Ridiculous.
For a course to test.
Yeah.
Yeah, just ask. Is there an exam I can take to test out of a class?
I mean, the point, the point is, I don't want to take any exam at all because I've already done it. That's the and I've got like the module handbook. I've got like my what you call it, like.
Well, maybe you can. Why can't you transfer the credits then?
I mean, for most of my courses, I could. And I did, but but in this case, I don't know if they didn't allow it, and I'm now getting in touch with like my uni again to like get them to do it. Yeah.
All right.
Because it's
algebra's not a big headache, bro.
Yeah, it's just like it's how do I mean, look, it's not like you don't need to tell me that it's like not that big of a deal because I've already done it. It's just that the material that they give you is so it's just so like I would describe like just kind of chewy to go through, right? It's just very tedious.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like they the first like three pages are all about sequences and series with overly educated definitions and laws and so on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it's like if I didn't know what all these signs meant, right, I would be lost. But all of this just builds up to them saying, oh yeah, by the way, you can calculate interest with this. It's so ridiculous. Like I don't need the first three pages to get how to calculate like interest and like compounded interest. Completely insane, right? Just, I don't know, feels like a lot of chicanery.
Nice vocabulary.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's I mean the worst thing is I always enjoyed mathematics, whether it was in school or like the last time I like took it in uni and so on, but this time it's just it really is just I don't know, it just feels mean-spirited. Like this is a first semester course, like a first semester class, and I have the feeling that they make me go through this just to like kind of test me, because everybody who's new to the uni has to do it to like prove their worth, even though I've already done it and I'm like a few semesters deep. Sucks.
Mm-hmm.
God, like
they don't trust you because you're from Frankfurt.
I mean, then they should trust me because I'm like from the actual Frankfurt and not from the second Frankfurt that's actually closer to Berlin. Yeah.
Can I ask you one quick question, Spongle?
Sure, go ahead.
If in reality the Earth is not a globe, would you want to know that?
The obvious answer is, of course, right?
Well, not everybody. That's why he asked, because we actually find a lot of people. No, I wouldn't care. You alluded to that earlier.
No, it's not that. What I meant to say, it's just that it's not that I wouldn't want to know. It's just that there are a lot of things that are more like pressing right now for me. That are more like immediately important for me. And that's
I can
why
understand that.
More about them and like solving all of these tasks before I would get to this.
Sure. If you're starving to death, for instance, you got to have a full belly first. If you're gasping for air because you're underwater, you got to come up for air before you address any other, topics or ideas. So, loose connection to Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs and all that conceptualization. So you gotta cover the base needs in your life before you start addressing some of these topics, maybe. But I think it's a relevant question. He was just making sure that that you were at least interested in the topic.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if I'm like starving in the desert and also like thirsty as all hell, right? Maybe if somebody told me and showed me that the Earth is flat, I would gain like a bit of energy. Just out of spite, just to like get through this and spread that information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh God, the funny Maslow pyramid, right? I mean, that's kind of a funny marketing concept that I was also taught, but I mean, it's obviously like overtly bullshit, right? I mean, there are enough people who produced artistic things while they're in prison or somehow in danger or not well.
Yes,
right? I mean,
there's level skips.
Yeah, you don't need to be fat and like safe and well fed just to like paint or like to write something, right?
You could refer to it as a state of mind as well, though. You need to be in the right state of mind in order to access those higher levels, so to speak, I think is the premise, not necessarily. And everybody's level is subjective as well, as far as that thing goes. But anyway, I think Dave was also kind of hinting at trying to bring the conversation back to the topic of the server and the topic of this live stream, where we do try to work through the conversation with folks that either are not aware or are being contentious against the topic. One or the other, where we work on letting people know why the Earth is not a ball. And I had asked you earlier, were you aware of any long distance observations? And the general answer was no, because you hadn't been looking for them, basically, something along those lines, right?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. So, does anybody have any geographically relevant long distance observations for that part of the country? Napalm or
for
anybody?
Germany?
Sure.
Not that I can think of. But I had a question for Spongle. Do you think it's a good foundation for you as a person to understand where you are and possibly who you are? Do you think that's a good foundational knowledge to have?
Yeah, I mean, I'm more or less like certain that I know these two things.
Can I ask another question that's kind of related?
Yeah,
go ahead. Because it is important when we ask, do you think it's important to know where you are? But because people assume that they do know where they are, it doesn't really engage the thinker juice the way, you know what I mean? They're just gonna go, yeah, of course it is, and I know where I am, right? So, do you think it would be, if you were actually being deceived and nefarious dealings were going on,
yeah,
do you think it would be important for you to know if it impacted you personally?
Yes.
Because you don't know how it impacts you because you don't know what's going on. But if it in fact was true, would you want to know?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Napalm.
Yeah. Another aspect of the question would be those that are under the impression that the universe exploded and order came from chaos, and that they are complicated rocks, and all these sorts of beliefs that go along with that presupposition. They have a limited capacity for their perspective, and they also have a constraint for how they determine how to make decisions in life with those presuppositions in mind.
Mm-hmm.
So that, I mean, it's just there's a big difference between that as your presupposition and the concept of creation, intention, design, which implies purpose.
Yeah.
Big difference between those two. So that in my opinion is the relevance of the question.
Okay. And now?
You said and now?
Yeah.
What we observe, you've got, for instance, you've got the law of causality. You have philosophical ways of addressing this question. But then in addition to just logic, you have our reality, where you can look at the fact that things are level. On average across the land, it's level. The sea, under the sea floor, it's level. The sea itself is level. The sea level, and you've got all this straight flatness that is in opposition to the narrative that everything exploded and there's just a bunch of Dippin' Dots floating through. I know I'm being facetious, but just a bunch of balls, exploded particles that coalesced, and some didn't. Some did, and some didn't. And I mean, it's just a big chasm between those two different ideologies. But they're not just ideologies; it's what we can demonstrate and measure and see in our reality. That the surface of Earth, where we live and where we can see and where we can touch and look and measure, it's flat and level, and that implies something very contradictory to the story we've been told, basically.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, so coming to an understanding that you are at the center of the universe, right? That everything kind of revolves around us, and it might not be as far away from us as we've been told, can have some pretty major subconscious or psychological I don't want to say ramifications, because ramifications would be the current model. But there's certainly a lot of aspects within your life that do change with this understanding. And I say understanding because it's not a belief. It is an understanding of the nature of the world around us. And if you've been told a lie or incorrect information about the very fundamental nature of where you are and who you are, that has some pretty large ramifications to how you act and operate in the world and society as a whole. Do you feel you're of any importance or significance in this universe?
I hope I do.
You hope you feel? It was kind of a question. Do you feel that you...
I mean, from my own perspective, obviously, I think I do.
Do you think that this belief would maybe change or would increase a little bit if you understood that what we call the world is everything, that this realm that we live on is everything? That there's no billions and trillions of light years away. There's no possibility of, us just being a nowhere planet in the middle of an ever expanding universe. And we're just some speck, just like all the other billions and trillions of specks. Were you taught that in school?
No, not really, no.
So in Germany, do they teach the Big Bang and the evolutionary theories?
I mean, they kind of allude to it, but they also teach creation.
So your school curriculum does involve at least the other side of that equation, and they do teach a.
Well, actually, when you say creation, can you elaborate?
The Christian creation.
Neat. Was it a religious school or a normal school?
Normal school, like
fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, you basically.
Well, they taught creation. How so? Explain.
Well, basically, it's just like normal class. Like basically, you begin having that class. So basically, starting in, I think maybe even first class, right? You're separated into Catholic and Protestant. I guess.
I'm sorry. I don't care about that stuff. No disrespect. I'm talking about.
We were just one sentence away.
Cosmetically, because we're talking about we're talking about the Big Bang and evolution and things coming together by way of gravitational accretion. That's that creation story. So in terms of the actual creation, right? Like, what did they talk about in regards to cosmology?
Okay. Like I said, in religious class, we talked about creation as it is in the Bible. Right?
And that was very vague and obvious, but that's why I'm asking you to elaborate, because you're the only person that can say that. Like, make it interesting, please.
Well,
I'm not.
Yeah, hang on a second, please. You were talking about split up. Can we allow him to speak? Can we allow him to speak about the splitting up, the separation?
Some better than others. Did they say, God made everything in 6 days?
Yes.
Okay. So they taught you that, but then they also taught you that did they say believe? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion? What?
Oh, my mic is hot. Sorry, guys.
Oh, okay. What was your conclusions, Mongol? Like, when you were all done with that portion of school, were you like, okay, some people believe God made everything, some people believe that nothing exploded and made everything, and these are both beliefs? Or were you like, people used to believe this story about God, and now they know that nothing exploded and created everything? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion of school?
No, we were taught creation as fact.
Oh, okay. But what about evolution and Big Bang stuff? Are you saying they didn't go over that?
I mean, not at that time. I mean, we're talking about elementary, right, onwards. We talked about selective breeding and adaptation, right? And I guess evolution can be put into that, but it was far removed from, like a lizard turning into an ape or something.
Sure.
Okay, good.
So
I've got a question, by the way. I do have a question. Oh, are you listening?
Doesn't start, or did not, at least as far as your experience went, it didn't start at a young age, that aspect of indoctrination.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not...
That's an atypical experience for Americans.
I'm not, okay, right. I'm not an atheist, if you think that.
Okay. No, I didn't really make any assumptions. I'm just asking questions for clarification. And
right.
It's peculiar.
I've got a question.
That's not.
I don't think. Can you hear me, you guys?
Experience. It wasn't my experience.
Can anybody hear me?
In the 90s, the early.
Can anybody hear me?
90s, and
I mean,
can anybody hear me?
I'm still not convinced that all of the details are clear.
Can anybody hear me?
In all honesty, before
can anybody hear me?
We all knew that most
can
people
anybody hear me?
Themselves as Christian, even if they didn't go to church, even if they, for whatever reason, didn't really espouse the faith.
Can anybody hear me?
It's a recording playing that you're trying to respond to.
Right.
It's a recording.
That's most people's feeling towards it. At the
I had
same
a question
time,
for the guy.
they'll have a conversation with you about exploding stars and black holes and whatnot, as if that's real. So that means that the indoctrination did happen in a way that was far more subtle than we really think.
Yes, I mean, that's obviously true. I guess it happens mostly through media and the internet. That's my best guess.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
He's for Elijah. I don't know if you heard the part that he's from Germany, and then he's also young 20s. So, so these are all different contexts for differentness. That's fascinating. It seems to me. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I was interrupting you.
It just seems to me that you're suggesting that an 8-year-old in Germany, at least that has or had a similar experience to you wouldn't be under the impression that, of any Big Bang narrative, apart from what they might be getting in cartoons and all the other areas. But as far as from school, you're suggesting that that's actually not part of that early stages of development context.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, in
Yeah,
this
like-
day and age, you'll get it from Cat in the Hat. You'll get it from the Octonauts. You'll get it, you'll get all of those narratives from
Oh, wait a minute.
everywhere else.
That's hard to believe.
It
Because
is.
again,
I'm taking his word for it.
my media tells me, and there's also Europe, and it seems to be the consensus right now. Of course, when I speak to other people, I have more of a mixed reaction. It's anecdotal, but generally speaking, from the powers that be, the YouTube channels that I watch, and any other sources of media, people think that the Earth being a globe is universal knowledge, and it can't be universal if there are some countries that are like, nah. You know what I mean? But there are many countries that supposedly have a hand in the space station, and then there are other countries that just have things orbiting, satellites orbiting and whatever, doing various different tasks. So everyone's on board, and they can't be on board if some people are like, yeah, I know some people are taught that it's a globe, but not me. I just don't believe. I don't. I don't know. It's odd.
Culture has a big way of, reinforcing the whole heliocentrism, globe model, all of that fun stuff, and it's not too surprising to me that in Germany you were taught the biblical aspect of it. Many Americans probably don't know the closer connection that the church and the state tend to have in Germany than they do, say, in like the United States. There's a very large presence of Christianity within Germany, and it's a very common thread within that country. And like I said, the separation between church and state isn't quite what it is here in the United States. So it's not too surprising that you were taught that in school. And you could possibly correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that even being a part of a church or a congregation, your tithe is basically extracted directly from your pay. It's that closely related to the state.
But it's not about being taught both things. I'm more considering the takeaway. And he's saying his takeaway wasn't that he was indoctrinated with understanding that this is how things came about. Yeah, there's that thing over there, but he's saying, I think, that didn't particularly happen. And that his takeaway was at least open enough for him to think for himself. And I'm saying, okay, well, is that everyone's takeaway? Because on one hand, I have a mass media and nobody from Germany stepping up, most certainly, saying, hey, that's actually not true. They're saying globally everyone thinks this. Where is this coming from? Like, I don't see the people out there in droves coming out to say, don't put my name in your mouth.
Well, let me just say, what I meant mainly was we were taught creation. I don't know like which like Earth model they used in like first grade. It's just that I just know, like, because I know that we had religion in school, and I distinctly remember being taught like Christian creation, the whole story behind that, right? But I don't know specifically like which Earth model they used. Like, that's, at least in my mind, that's such a minute detail that I don't even remember it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, interesting. Fine.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, like the average like I guess like life of somebody from like my area was like, you go to school, I mean, as an infant, you were baptized. You are taught basically more or less everything about the Bible in the in elementary school, carrying on, right?
Can you hear me?
Like
yeah, you're interrupting a sentence. Don't do that.
I mean, like the basics, obviously, and in middle school and so on, you go deeper into the material, right? Talking about the individual profits, right? What it means and so on. And then when you're around like 13, 14, 15, you get your confirmation, right? Where you become a full-fledged member of the church.
Good old Sky Gazer in on the conversation. I was hoping he was still alive.
No, I'm alive, bro. I was like just saying, yeah. I was like cheering on. So what was the comment? Like, what were you gonna say, bro? I think GP. I think you interrupted the whole thing. It was gonna say something epic.
No, I didn't interrupt.
Yeah, no, it's just you could go to your confirmation. I guess like classes or whatever, like in order to prepare you to become like a member of the church, like a true member. And yeah, I mean, you go there like for like half a year or like a year every Saturday or something. And at the end, right, like more or less part of the tradition is that all your relatives give you a lump sum of money, and many buy themselves like a motorcycle or something.
Hey, Spongle, was I incorrect in my statement that typically the church will take a tithe directly from your paycheck as being a member?
Yeah, but you can kind of like block them from doing it.
Imagine like living in a world where it's like some kind of hot take. Imagine being like the kind of red pill Neo situation where it's like, yo, like Morpheus takes you to the red pill level. And it's like the red pill is just about like, well, yeah, the church, like when you're like giving money, it's like going to the church, like 5% is like going to administrative fees.
I mean, you can also just like
no, but also like that's not that impressive and interesting. No, I'm sorry.
You're being a little disruptive. Slow the roll.
Also,
that is nothing new, unfortunately, man. It's unfortunate that the last time I heard you was months ago, and someone was telling you to stop being disruptive. So that's just unfortunate.
They have really strong beer in Norway. This is what I understand to be true.
Know about that.
So GP, I'm from Norway in Finland. I'm taking your vibes, when I'm the knight on the kind of like semi-dirty not shining armor, just kind of like a semi-muddy armor where it's like, man, this guy needs some shit done, it's kind of like oh, it's just for fun, bro. It's not so big deal, but it's funny. But I love this channel. I love you guys, so let's not make a big deal out of it.
You want to be a better man.
All right. Just don't interrupt people in the middle of their sentences. That's all.
Do you think the Vikings were the first flat earthers?
No, I think the first people were the first flat earthers.
All right.
Yeah, the question would probably better be phrased in like, who are the first globe earthers, right? Because pretty much since time immemorial, the baseline standard of what we observe and what we experience in reality is a flat and stationary Earth. So somebody would have to come in with some compelling, not necessarily evidence, but a very compelling deception that what we see, feel, and experience on a day-to-day basis is actually 180 degrees from what the alleged reality is.
Right. I mean, they're all the...
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
Oh, God.
So, Spongle, on a daily basis, do you would you say it's a true statement that you experience the Earth on a daily basis as flat and stationary, meaning you don't experience a spin and you don't experience any type of curvature? Just on a daily basis. Like if you got knocked in the head and you were in a coma and you woke up tomorrow and you didn't remember anything and there was nobody there.
If I got knocked in a coma,
would you?
If I got knocked in a coma,
bro.
No. If I get knocked in a coma,
Slow your roll, homie. So if you woke up from that coma and nobody had told you anything, you have zero backstory as to the nature of the reality or the shape of the realm in which you're living. How long do you think it would take without any outside influence to come to some sort of idea that you're living on a spinning ball?
I don't know. I wouldn't know what the fuck I'm even living on to begin with. Like I don't think that I would like really think about it. Like I'm thinking to myself in the Bronze Age, for example, right? What was the predominant perspective then?
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but there's a lot of
You don't
people
mean to,
listening
but you are.
I'm very sorry. I'm sorry, but can you explain? Like, it's kind of hard to listen to, but can you explain who is talking when he's talking? I'm sorry.
Who is talking is not you. That's pretty much what's taken place, and we're having a conversation here with Spangle. We have been for quite a while, and if you feel that you have anything of value to contribute based upon the current questions that are being asked, I would say find an opportune time to maybe interject that value. But if you don't experience that, maybe just go ahead and sit on mute. Sorry. But anyways, Spangle, go back to what you're saying regarding the Bronze Age.
It would interest me what they would believe the shape of the Earth is, because that could probably be my perspective then as well. If like I had to come up with something by myself.
Right, because just on a daily basis, what do you experience the Earth as?
That's like, I know what you want me to say, but the thing is, I'm not even sure what I'm even experiencing.
I think that as a I'm a side I'm a side viewer, and I think that you should just explain because you're criticizing the level of subjectivity that's happening in the current kind of thing. So I would like you to just please, because I think you're failing to realize how many viewers that are viewing you for you, and you need to present the pure you to the audience. So please disregard the authorities and become the pure you just for once in our lifetime, and let's see what that happens.
Okay, like, I'm sorry, I really have no idea, first of all, what you meant, and second of all, I don't know what I would think the Earth's shape is like if I didn't believe.
If you're responding to Skygazer, I'm sorry, I was on the phone. If you're responding to anything Skygazer said, he gets intoxicated. I wasn't I was being lighthearted about the Norway having strong beer as kind of a hit kind of thing.
Yeah, I know, I got that.
But he's a friend of mine. When he's sober, he's actually a really great guy. It's just drinks a little too much.
When he drinks, he's even a better guy. Like he's even out of a higher caliber or whatever.
Yeah, he gets really esoteric and cheeky and rude, disruptive, and a little incoherent. That is what alcohol does. But we can move on.
Right.
So basically, I guess you're saying you wouldn't begin to know unless you could see it or measure it.
No, it's just
which is pretty much what we're saying.
I wouldn't know because I'm so far removed from that situation where, I haven't been told what to believe or what not to believe and so on and so forth, right?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is measurement about belief?
No, but it's like listening to somebody who tells you what they measured believe.
Exactly. You would have to believe someone who told you they measured something to be something, right? Like they claim that there's this measurement for this ball, and when we go, where is it? They take us to calculations based on it already being a sphere, or presuppositions that would take a circle and then assume it's a sphere, like with Eratosthenes, when you can do the same thing for your kitchen floor. If you made the same assumptions, So there's actually no measurement. As a matter of fact, there's supposed to be a measurement, and I spoke about it earlier. The measurement is supposed to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height of the feet. That will give you the distance to the horizon based on the measurement that the Earth is a sphere with a circumference of 24,000 and change miles and radius of 3,959 miles. So that calculation or formula is a direct result of the supposed measurement. So the problem is, when we use that calculation, we don't see where the horizon is measurably where the math dictates it should be. So it can't be derived from the measure of the surface of that size. The only way you can determine the shape of something is to count its size or measure it. Only people who have a belief in this situation say unless, because no, that's actually the only way you would do it. In fact, you already know this, as you said, without any other outside inputs or whatever. How would I know what shape it was? Exactly. But the thing is, the way you would determine it is the way they've claimed they've determined it. And when we ask for where that is, it's non-existent. So
okay,
calculations out the wazoo all day long, but the actual measurement, nope.
Sorry, I'm just finishing eating here.
Schnitzel, currywurst.
No, I actually ordered the 3 different Earth model meal, right? Like pizza balls representing the globe, onion rings representing like hollow Earth / donut, and the burger representing flat Earth. Yeah, but again, I think like
you know what's funny? Yeah, the burger can't really represent it, right? Remember what I said earlier about the bun and what I said about the portion of it that's flat? Is because that's an aspect of the thing in question, right? It's not actually the shape itself. So it's like, again, like none of us are even claiming to know anything other than topographically what it appears to be. As far as the whole thing, how could anyone know? That's all we want to know. How could you know? How do you know?
I guess like a good way is if I just think about like my vacation experiences is being at some place like the shadows setting in a completely different manner, as well as like the earth the sun doing so, right? Like obviously, and basically the times of when the sun sets and rises being different. And if I were immortal and nobody else were around, I could probably figure out like the difference in if there is a difference, right? Difference in degrees between the shadows or the sun to a certain inanimate, immovable object, like 2 of those at different positions.
You know what's funny about the difference in degrees? The difference in degrees is going to be measured off of the fact that you're using a flat baseline, like a protractor. Isn't that interesting?
Okay, but the basically the effect it has is so negligible. It's kind of like you kind of have to use the Taylor approximation for that, as in you can at a certain level you can ignore certain factors and just approximate the the result, right? I mean, it like if you
can you give me an example?
Okay, if you try to calculate the area of something, right? Like the area of your garden, right? You for the most part you ignore the and it doesn't matter if this has to do with the globe or whatever, but for the most part you ignore curvature. You just do square foot by square foot, right? Or like foot times square foot, right? And that's what you do. And the Taylor approximation, like I said, could also apply to like a round Earth, where at a certain scale, you could ignore the curvature of the Earth. For example, when you're measuring the degrees of a shadow.
Not when it's 500 stadia apart. That's insane to say.
What? No, you measure.
I'm sorry. I was thinking in terms of Eratosthenes, because that's what people usually go to when they talk about measuring the Earth. But yeah, it's funny because listen to what you said about ignoring the fact that there's curvature, except for the fact that that's just begging the question. That's just saying, well, we're going to ignore the fact that there is and act like we're not. Well, how about you're just doing the latter thing and there is no curvature to take into account.
Yeah, Taylor. Oops.
Because when I say give an example, you're saying, well, that you're not giving me an example. You're supposing we would be measuring the square, the area, right? And you're supposing if it's curved, we ignore that. I'm asking you to give me that's not
okay.
That's not an
another example. Okay, imagine, right? you let's see. You have like a mound of trash or whatever, like a trash dump, whatever, like a dump that you've basically kind of recycled into it becoming like a large, basically stepped like patch of grass, right? And even though there is like a slight increase and decrease, like basically you go up a tad bit when you walk in one direction, down if you walk past a certain how would you call it, point, right? If you were to calculate an area on it, you could just, without any real harm to the calculation, ignore the curvature or like the steepness,
the slope,
whatever. Yeah, the slope of this, right? I mean, also,
yeah, I get that. Yeah, but that's also supposing that you're on a hill. Like, I get that. Like, if I'm on a hill and I want to know the length of it, yeah, I get that. What's your point?
Yeah, the point is that, like just because some factors at a certain scope aren't as relevant, and ignoring them because of that doesn't prove that they don't exist. Like all I'm trying to say.
And that response is in relation to what was said. Like what specifically?
Well, I started talking about like the Taylor approximation, how it's like basically you said, well, if you measure like the degrees of a shadow, whatever, blah blah, like they basically use a flat tool against a supposedly round object, this case like Earth. And I said that basically on a certain scale, right, you can ignore certain factors and still achieve a like a more or less.
Well, when you were talking about the hill, you weren't talking about it really didn't have anything to do with scale. It had to do with, well, you're measuring from point A to point B on a hill. But when it comes to measuring an angle, you can't do that off a curved surface. Can't do that. Well, you can, but how would that be related? But you can, but it wouldn't be related to the curved surface because the plane would just be extended out in a linear fashion, right? From whatever point that you're measuring. And the problem with that is we're measuring the difference between 2 points. So the baseline must be in the same horizontal frame of reference, which means it's flat.
Bruh. I mean, look, how can the Taylor approximation be valid for one thing and then not valid for the same thing?
I didn't say what was and what wasn't valid. I was only talking about angles, and in order to apply that to the ground, then the relation would have to be that we're talking about a horizontal plane. That's all I said.
If we have like an obelisk that's like like what 7 feet tall or something. I don't think that the curvature, like if you were to assume that the Earth is a globe, right? I don't think that the curvature would have an impact on your measurement of the degree of the shadow and so on. It's just so minuscule that you can just factor it out.
Yeah, but that's why I said the distance that Eratosthenes is supposed to be working with, that's not minuscule.
Okay, I mean, I was just talking about how I would do it. I don't know about Aristotle.
I feel you. I just thought you were. I mean, because when I brought it up, I was specifically thinking about that distance, not like the distance between me and the end of my garage.
Okay, I mean, what
like because locally, everyone assumes it's flat. It's so big that basically, as far as we can experience, it's flat. So that's already flat as a given. Like, so people are already going to say, well, you know, the curvature in that sense is irrelevant. Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about 500 Stadium.
What? In which case?
Between Alexander and Syene, man.
Okay. I mean, I haven't referenced that at all.
I did, and you began to answer to it. And I'm like, I don't know why you're saying what you're saying. It's not like I'm opposing what you're saying about, you know, how minuscule something is and blah blah. I didn't contend with any of that. You brought that up in response to me bringing up the angle and how it wouldn't work.
I mean, I talked about how you could measure the angles of shadows and so on, and I guess you alluded to that, but I didn't really react to that, other with a bit of confusion, I guess.
Okay.
I really like that GIF, by the way. I saved it.
The kicking the ball out one.
Yeah. Yeah. Also the last.
So what about trying to validate that there is curvature, right? Because in that sense, oh, excuse me, sorry. In that sense, the conversation is a little different, right? Because we're actually supposed to be getting a value of something rather than saying, well, we don't have a value because it would be too minuscule. We're actually supposed to be finding something. So in the sense of curvature, we're supposed to be able to somehow figure out that there's convexity over certain distances based on how high above the surface of the Earth you are. And whenever we do that, and there's no curvature to be detected anywhere, we don't really get any responses other than, well, that's because the measurement you're taking, the straight standard that would normally be a laser, happens to be bending with the rate of curvature that is also presupposed, i.e. begging the question. Oh, there's this obstruction that's supposed to be at 1 mile, but it's at 10 miles instead, which doesn't make sense because they're not talking about the geometric horizon. They're talking about light arriving to your eye from that blockage from another location. So it's actually non sequitur. When we say, where is the obstruction? It's not there, but they tell us the reason that what they think is obstruction is somewhere else is because, well, light bends around the ball at a certain rate. I don't get that.
Okay, I mean, sorry.
Like, everybody knows that light travels in straight lines for the most part. When they're detailing seeing something, I've seen them specifically say, the reason that you can't see my face behind this piece of paper is because light travels in straight lines. If not, you would expect to see my face from around this obstruction. So it's fairly simple, fairly straightforward. We understand that there's Snell's law and refraction and how the angle of incidence can change when it goes, when light travels from one boundary, through a boundary from one media to another. But bending along the surface of a like light rays bending along a curved surface to give you a picture perfect image of what you normally would not be able to see. You can't even practically demonstrate that that can happen in any other circumstance other than you trying to ad hoc explain why the numbers don't match. Not you specifically, but typically the people that we talk to that try to argue after we've laid out the fact that the horizon is not geometric.
Okay.
So it's just odd that people either don't want to talk about like actual direct measurement, because they pretty much say, well, you can't really do that. That's not really possible. But prior to 2 years ago, that's exactly what they did to try to disprove flat earthers. CFI investigators were powered by National Geographic, and they went out to the beach with some flat earthers. They put the camera as close to the water level as possible at 1 foot. The guy says that means that the horizon, the visible horizon, would be about 1.2 miles away, which means he's going off of the same formula we're going off of. And the boat goes out into the distance, and he's in the video, he's detailing how the stripes of the boat are disappearing because of the horizon. But in the video, and during the entire time he's talking, you can see that the horizon is behind the boat. So I don't understand what's hard for people to just accept what is. Clearly that was a huge faux pas on their part, and they didn't even realize it. And then when we pointed out to people, they just go, what about other pictures from NASA?
Okay.
Did you get the part where he was saying the horizon they claim to block something is actually behind the thing that they're claiming to be doing the blocking?
Not really, no.
Okay. So let's pretend that I hold a sheet of paper behind my head, right? And you can't see all of my face for whatever reason, and you can clearly see the sheet of paper behind my head. And I say, the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. But you're like, the sheet of paper's behind your head. And you're like, yeah, but technically the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. You would look at that person like a crazy person in that example, right?
Okay. So what's the connection here?
The connection is that's what they're doing with the horizon. The thing in the middle, the object to be analyzed, a boat, an oil rig, whatever, can be seen, but also maybe there's like something going on with it. But the horizon is behind it, but the horizon is the object or the thing being claimed to be doing the obstruction, but it's behind it. So the claim that the horizon is doing the blocking or the obscuring or occulting or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I got a Discord phone call, so.
If it sounds confusing, it's because that's exactly. See, there's globe Earth rhetoric, and then there's anti-flat earthers that try to come out and rework and rejigger what has actually been claimed, simply because we're pointing out contradictions and fallacies. Oh, there's a fallacy here. Oh, the reason for that is this, but no accredited university is on record for saying the things that some of these anti-flat earthers would say, just to challenge the fact that we're questioning something that we've come across that's supposed to be a fact but just isn't.
Okay, again, like I wasn't really confused by it. I'm just trying to look at a few pictures to confirm what I think it means.
What do you mean?
Like, I know what it means more or less, right? Like a piece of paper behind my head, it's obstructing my face or something. But
so that's an idea that was proposed, right? It's like, imagine this, right? So you get that. Now, instead of saying, well, this is true, let me say, imagine that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, due to the fact that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Therefore, when I'm looking out into the distance and I'm looking at something that I know is marked to be, say, for instance, 6 miles or 9 miles, and then I see the horizon that's supposed to be at 1.2 miles away based on the formula, but that horizon is actually beyond 10 miles, that is how this imagining is analogous to Gospel Bearers imagining. It's the exact same scenario.
Here, I put a GIF in the chat. So just the first oil rig, okay? They're going to tell you that there's a portion of that oil rig that you can't see the bottom of. And the claim is that the reason you can't see the bottom of it is because the horizon or the geometric, the curve, right, is blocking even the first oil rig. Okay? You follow so far?
Yeah.
But the horizon, the thing that's in question here, is behind the first oil rig. It's behind the second oil rig. And to claim that that horizon is the thing that's doing the blocking is downright silly.
I don't see a problem with any of this, though. Like, I'm a sailor. I sail on the down low, right? And this all seems completely normal.
How many horizons are there?
No, you have to you have to decouple what you actually, because that's what they try to do, is hijack our experience and tailor the globe to it when actually there's no connection. So your experience and what a geometric horizon is has no correlation whatsoever. So whatever you've seen, just know that you've never broken out an Earth curve calculator and said, "Yup, that checks out." That's the point. That's what we're trying to point out. You may have seen something and said, "Well, that's being blocked. Cool.
Okay.
That's the Earth curve."
I'm gonna ask it a different way, Spangle. If there's a horizon at 1.22 miles in this GIF, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I don't know what, like, 1 point whatever miles. Like, I don't get what.
Okay, from 12 inches off of water, from 12 inches off of the sea level here, you would expect, based on the math, the geometry of the 3959 mile radius, you would expect a 1.2 mile horizon. That's where that number is coming from. It's from geometry of a 3,959 mile radius. So again, based on the claim that the Earth is a ball, based on the claim that that ball has a 3,959 mile radius, the horizon is supposed to be at 1.2 miles, 1.22 miles. If there is a horizon at 1.22 miles, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I mean, the man is not flush to the ground.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
Again, the math of where that 1.22 miles is coming from is based on an elevation of 12 inches.
Don't know what that means. 12 inches?
1 foot, 12 inches, a third of a meter or whatever.
Right, but I assume this person is standing at, taller than a foot.
No, the camera is physically 12 inches higher than the water level.
Okay, so what? I mean, I've seen this so many times when I was sailing. And I don't see like two horizons here at all.
That's correct. You don't see two horizons. To claim that there are two horizons would be silly. That's the point I'm trying to make.
So what?
There's only one horizon. The horizon that you see.
If you live on a globe, you have to go on this imagination ride, right? And imagine that the obstruction of the rest of that land that you actually do see is at 1.2 miles. That would be factually correct in this imagining, based on the rhetoric from the globe, based on geometry. Except what we see is not that. So
Okay.
A Glober's attempt to explain that is why we drew the parallel to the piece of paper. Because in essence, they're just basically saying that and going, yeah, it checks out. What's the problem? Like you're kind of going, I've seen Horizon. What's the problem? But I don't think you get what we're saying about it being geometric. Like the formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In the examples we're talking about, both National Geographic and the Black Swan that we have with the oil rigs, the observation was taken at 1 foot. You plug that into the calculator, it's going to give you a distance of 1.2. So distance of what? Distance to your horizon. Except the distance to the horizon is not 1.2 miles. So it can't be blocking anything. You see the horizon beyond where it's mathematically described to be. If you lived on a ball with a sphere at the radius of 3,959 miles, there's really no way around that. The only thing we can say is, well, no, the horizon is beyond 10 miles. Yeah.
I mean, I'm still kind of looking at it.
What part of what I'm saying aren't you getting?
No, it's just, let me just look at it for a few minutes.
Yeah. That's fine.
Oh, okay. My bad. I thought, is it posted in the chat? Does anybody have that video? Because if not, we can just watch it now. It's like from the 3-minute mark to like the 4 minute. It's like a minute long. It's not that long, if you like.
I just.
Right, because you can either go to a beach yourself, or you can use some of the materials that we have. Hey, that's the beauty about it, is you can actually figure this out on your own. You don't need some higher source to validate whether the math is wrong or right. I mean, they've already proposed that this is what's going on, so all we're trying to do is find the evidence that it's either true or not true. That's all.
I mean, the only unusual thing is that it appears as if the it simply appears as if the platforms were like deeper into the water than they are. But I guess like all of this is more or less perspective, right? I mean,
hold on.
Which I'm not gonna go that far.
Can you see what you're not supposed to be able to see?
What do you mean?
If you're not supposed to be able to see it, right? Okay, I'm sitting in my room. I have an open door. There's a stairway to the right of my door. From where I'm at, I can't see the staircase, right? But if I could all of a sudden see it, that would mean something.
Well, I've just been coming here for about a year, so I don't know. This is different.
Are you hot, Mike and Elijah?
Sorry.
So no, it's okay. Again, there's an allegation, right? There's an allegation based on the proposition that Earth is a ball. The allegation based on the math is that there's going to be a hump between you and another object at a great distance. That hump should stop you from seeing things. That's the point.
Mm-hmm.
The good old-fashioned ships going over the horizon claim.
But you did mention perspective. I think he's aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's if I just remember like back to sailing school, right? It's like 2-3 things. I distinctly remember one thing where like we because obviously we had to always consider perspective, right, distance, and so on and so forth when we were sailing more or less towards the horizon and so on. And basically, like if you like we did this, we put like basically just a jar or something similar with like writing on it on one end of the table, like looked at it from like the other side of the table, but basically just from like flush table.
This is non sequitur.
And it looked very weird. Like it looked like the basically the bottom was kind of just disappearing almost, right? As opposed to when you're at a normal height.
That's a perspective issue. That's non sequitur to the point we're trying to make.
And also the next thing is that, for example,
oh my God, if I say something is non sequitur, he continues.
Let me carry on.
With a fallacy.
Do I have to
on the back of a point we're trying to detailed to you so that you get it. You're trying to make a point on top of that that is no relation to the point we're trying to get you to understand.
You haven't even heard what I'm about to say. How can you conclude this?
Okay, well, you got Cash App?
Okay. The next thing
Because I'll bet you $5 if you're willing. All right, let's make it fun. I hate to waste my time.
Okay. The next thing is that we were also taught that, for example, when it came to light, we were easily deceived by something like the sun setting, as the refraction of the air and water makes it seem as if the sun was actually higher than it was, and being in reality being below the horizon more or less, even though it's
That's begging the question.
Above it. Right.
That's begging the question and non sequitur to the point.
Kind of making it hovering.
Okay, I can't. This is rude as hell. When someone even wants to stop you to ask a clarifying question or stop you to point out that you're off track, like it shouldn't be something that's rude, because now I can see how people can consider me being rude at this point. But in all honesty, we're having a conversation about something specific. Now you're talking about perspective on top of the begging the question fallacy. When you have something that's obstructing your view from something else, you have no perspective of the thing that is beyond the obstruction. That's the point. There is no obstruction here where there should be, is the only point.
Okay. Either way, perspective is something that's more complex than, you just look at it and it's there.
Yeah, but it doesn't apply to the globe model perspective. That's the problem.
It's like the bridge is out or something, right? So he's trying to make the point that you should not be able to see what you shouldn't be able to see. But we see, therefore, the claim that you shouldn't be able to see it is invalid.
Well, we don't see the base of the oil rig, and we shouldn't see it, and we don't. The position is
the horizon is wow.
Yeah, the horizon is behind the rig. So if you're going to say that
the horizon is completely irrelevant if you factor in refraction.
The horizon is relevant unless what you're saying is a non sequitur. Then I could see why you're saying it has nothing to do with anything, because now you're making a point that's not relevant or related to the point that we're making, which is what I tried to tell you in the beginning. Now, when you're talking about geometry and when you're talking about something being physically somewhere to obstruct you, in this instance, at 1 mile, there's nothing that's going to change that. For instance, if I come into town every day and I know that my house is a mile away and I can see my house a mile away when I come into town, that means there's going to be no instance in which I come into town and it's like, oh, wow, I see the hospital that I know is behind my house, and oh, gee, look at my house. It appears to be behind the hospital that it's normally in front of. That will never happen. Perspective doesn't do that. Geometry doesn't do that. Nothing in this existence does that other than ad hoc thought projects.
What?
I.e., being able to, exactly what I said, being a hypothetical situation, like, well, we have a horizon that's 1.2 miles, but it's actually beyond 10 miles, but it's actually 1.2 miles. It's the same thing. Exactly parallel.
And while we see it at 10 miles, he's also trying to say that it's obstructing 30 feet of a rig that's in front of it. And then he says that it appearing at 10 miles is irrelevant, while at the same time he says it's obstructing a rig that's in front of it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons you believed in.
Okay.
Spongle.
So?
How many horizons are there?
How many? What kind of question is that?
There's only one answer.
How am I supposed to answer this?
With the correct answer. It's a number.
Okay. I don't know, 3? Doesn't even matter what I say?
Yes, that would be an incorrect answer.
Okay.
I'll ask again. How many horizons are there?
You probably want me to say 1.
Can you show me a way that there could be more than one?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, let's slow down because we're not talking about the there are
Elijah, there's an issue here. He just said you probably want me to say one, which implies
I know.
that he
That's what
thinks
I'm
there
saying.
might be more than one, and I cannot wrap my mind around any possibility of there being more than one.
It might get pedantic because then he'll be like, "Well, look, here's this source that says there's a geometric horizon, a local horizon, a celestial. What is it? What is the other horizon? All these other horizons, but
refracted?
when it comes to no, not refracted. That's nothing. That's not real.
There's only one.
We're talking about the horizon that is the visible boundary appears to be a boundary between the sky and the ground. That's the horizon we're talking about, the one that's visible, the one that we see when we look out into the distance. How many of those are there?
Okay.
Come again?
This is the response. This is the image he posted.
What about it?
Yeah.
What do you guys talk?
What was that, Fred?
So what are you guys talking about today? What's the subject?
We're just trying to get. We're just trying to. I don't know what we're trying to do. What are we trying to do, Elijah?
How is an inferior mirage related to the geometric horizon?
I mean, it's just the oil rigs appear higher.
Are you gonna do it again? Answer the question.
I'm saying what is truthful. Just because you don't have the nerve
So an inferior mirage is happening. An inferior mirage, because that's what this picture is showing. An inferior mirage is happening in the photo with the oil rigs. How is that related to where the horizon is? Because you know what inferior mirages are, right? They're what things appear to look like in respect or relation to the horizon. We're talking about why the horizon itself appears to be displaced. So what you're saying in this picture right here is non sequitur to the point that we're really trying to relate to you. Now, if you don't want to understand, then I'll just stop right now because you're a cool guy and it doesn't have to get into this. It doesn't have to get to the point where I feel like now you're just playing a game.
I seriously see nothing wrong with it. Is this?
Well, you're not addressing it. That's the problem. You're not addressing the issue. When you say you see nothing wrong with it, you don't understand the argument to address it in the first place. In fact, every time you brought up an example, it was non. Do you know what non sequitur means?
Of course I do.
Okay, so then what's the problem?
Can I maybe walk him through the modus tollens argument that may clear some of this up? Maybe, maybe not.
I did it in a metaphorical way. Yeah, go ahead and do it in a more pure way. That may be helpful. But then, go ahead.
So, Spongle, if I can direct you to the live stream voice text at 50 minutes after the hour, you'll see that I memed a picture there from the oil rigs, the Black Swan, and there's some text on top of it. Do you see that?
See.
50 minutes after the hour, 50.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, cool. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to walk you through this modus tollens argument, which modus tollens would state that if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. You with me on that?
Okay.
So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q.
How do you come to that conclusion?
So that's just based on simple math.
Geometry.
Correct.
Here.
So not Q. So in this picture here, where do you see the horizon? Is it in front of the oil rig, in between the oil rigs, or behind the second oil rig? Where does the sky appear to meet?
Right. I mean,
the sea?
It behind and between.
There's only one place where the horizon would be, right? The horizon is defined as where the sky appears to meet the ground, or in this case, the sea. So if you're on a boat, you're a sailor, and you're looking at the horizon, and this is what's in front of you, this exact image, where would you say the horizon is? In front of, in middle, in between, or behind the oil rig?
I mean, I would say behind them.
Okay, cool. So this picture was taken, right? The video is just above this, from a 1-foot observer height, meaning that if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then we should be seeing in this image a horizon no more than 1.225 miles. Now we have these oil rigs in this picture because they're known distances. So that last oil rig is 9.41 miles from where this video was taken.
Okay.
Do you understand the ramifications of a horizon that is not only further than 1.225 miles at a 1-foot observer height, but much further? Meaning that
meaning
that based on this observation, right, the radius and circumference of the Earth would have to be orders of magnitude larger than what it's claimed to be.
Don't you think that it has more to do with the basically what you call it? Basically, that the bottom where the oil rigs would meet the water is obscured.
Where the oil rigs meet the water is not obscured. We see that in the image.
No,
the only thing that would obscure that would be the horizon.
No, what we see there is far above the water.
What do you mean? What we see is far above the water?
Can somebody post the image that's closer to dawn or dusk, where you can see the lights at the bottom of the platforms reflecting off of the surface of the water? As a matter of fact, in the image that you're looking at right now, do you see the buoy that is in between those two oil rigs? I'm assuming that the buoy is a little further than the first oil rig, but regardless, it's in between, and you can see that buoy there sitting on the water. There's nothing obstructing it.
I mean, you call it buoy. I can't really tell what that is. Just seems like.
Look, I mean, you're just being skeptical for no. You're being skeptical for no reason. That is a buoy, and if you wanted to actually investigate me saying that it's a buoy, you actually can, because this is a location that you can look up on Google Maps, and you can figure out all of these things in that area are there. So why don't you just do that and listen to the words that are coming out of our mouths instead of saying, well, it's not. What is it if it's not a buoy? The fact is you can see it.
Yeah, but I don't know what it is.
So?
Like, you only said it. Like, isn't it your stance that you shouldn't just believe what you are told?
So the point being,
because I've already looked on Google Maps, bro. Some of us have actually called and actually pinpointed all of these locations.
It's irrelevant.
Hold on. It is.
Right, because the horizon is behind the second oil rig. If the Earth was a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, the leading edge of the globe, right, the geometric horizon, should be obscuring things starting at 1.225 miles. Do we see any indication of that in this photograph where the horizon is more than 10 miles away at 1-foot observer height?
Yeah.
So you see in this image 2 oil rigs, one at 6-something miles, the other at 9, almost 9.5 miles. And you're saying that the horizon in this image is at 1.225 miles away?
Yeah. I mean, possibly. I don't know. I haven't done the maths, but the thing is, I see that a significant portion of these oil rigs is obscured.
It's not.
Why would you say that? We've been talking on and on about how the horizon is appearing way further than it should be. It's behind the oil rigs, and now it seems like you're trying to suggest that that very thing is obscuring them. Why would you do that?
I'm not
you're being disingenuous.
I mean, basically, you're assuming that, how do I say this? Well, I mean, Photoshop them into where they are, and it
It's
won't
from a
seem
video.
right. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, just put them where they're supposed to be, and you will see that they just don't.
What do you mean where they're supposed to be? They are where they're supposed to be. They are where they are.
They are where they are.
They are where they are from a perspective, but they aren't where they are truly. Like, if you were to, like, without any air and the water being, I don't know, steel or solid, right?
Okay, they're at 6.3 miles and 9.6 miles, respectively, if my memory is right.
And
that's where they are. That's how we know that your horizon is not where it has to be in order for the Earth to be the globe that you seem to think it is.
What do you mean? I see that it's obscured. Like, you see clearly
obscured by what?
Ocean, but water.
Okay, water. Okay, yeah, they're submerged. That's fine. Okay.
No. It's, you can't like look right through it. Like the more or less the horizon is in the way.
The horizon is behind it. Okay,
Do me a favor. Take a screenshot of that image and draw a line on it where you think the horizon is within that image.
The only thing that's blocking off the bottoms of those rigs is the water level, not the horizon, which is behind them.
Okay, let me walk you through what I'm trying to say. The horizon, which you mean, is basically where you cease to see or think to see.
Yeah, exactly. We're walking you through the fact that has to be at 1.2 miles on your globe.
What I'm talking about is basically where the horizon starts and things become obscured because of the curvature, right? That's the horizon that I'm talking about.
That's the story.
That's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. That's the whole problem here. It's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. We've measured it to beyond 9.6. So
but you see that the bottoms, like the legs, are obscured and they're clearly not like hitting the water.
They go into the water. They go all the way down to under the water. So yes, the water is obscuring them because they're oil rigs that are on bedrock, which is below the water.
Come on, man, don't do this to me.
No, you don't do this. You're trying to say that something that is behind something is obscuring it. That is just, it's fucking stupid.
Have you ever looked at a sunrise or sunset at the beach?
Yeah, you told the story about the sun not being where it looks like it is. You told that story. Again, that's besides the point. It's a red herring. It's a non sequitur. It's not related, okay?
It's completely related.
Okay, listen. If I told you, listen, you have two eyeballs, right? I'm not going to assume anything. Do you have two eyeballs?
Yes.
And you can see out of both of them?
Uh-huh.
Okay. What if I made the claim that if you put your hand in front of your face and you closed your left eye, you could no longer see your hand? And then you closed your left eye and you could still see your hand. Would you believe my claim, or would you dismiss the claim as invalid?
What are you talking about?
Okay, I'll say it again. You have two eyes. If I made the claim that by closing your left eye, like your eyelid closing over your eye, winking your left eye, all of a sudden you won't be able to see your hand. This is the claim. But then you try that out.
Okay.
And you still see your hand.
Yeah, with my right eye.
With your right eye. So, wouldn't you dismiss my claim that you would no longer see your hand?
So how does this connect in any way to this?
It's another example of a modus tollens. It connects in that they say that the radius of the Earth is 3959, okay, in miles.
Okay.
That demands a horizon. That demands a horizon of 1.2 miles. It demands it.
Right.
Geometrically.
Okay.
So that claim is invalid. It's not demonstrable in reality. It has been disproven. It's fake. It's as fake as me saying by closing your left eye, you will no longer, your hand will disappear out of existence. It's an equally invalid claim, and it can be demonstrated over and over and over and over and over. There's probably 100 examples. There's probably more than 100 examples. There's as many examples as you can make up or discover, find, demonstrate, whatever. This can be demonstrated anywhere and everywhere is the point. and it has been demonstrated over and over again. There's no curve, bud. There's no curvature. It's an invalid claim, and it's been falsified.
I just don't see it.
Yeah, exactly. You can't see the curve. It's invalid.
I can see. What I can't see is the non-existence of said curve.
The non-existence of said curve, precisely.
No, that's what I can't see. What I can see is the curve.
Say that sentence again.
I can't.
Are you telling me you? Are you telling me you can see the non-existence?
No, that's what I. Look, what I can see is the curve. What I can't see is the non-existence of it.
Okay, point to the curve. Where do you see it?
Where do I see it? I see it in the fact that like the oil rigs themselves are obscured.
No, that's just you seeing things. What you are saying is obscuring them is behind them. That is impossible. So
what's obscuring the oil rigs? What's obscuring the oil rig? The first one. What's obscuring the bottom of it if you think it's being obscured?
The water.
Right, because it goes down into the water, right? So you're saying the portion that's above the water on any typical day is being obscured by the water in this picture?
Oh, if you were to go closer, you would see more of the base of it, but there's more or less water in front of it, blocking your view of it.
Right. So that's on the first oil rig.
Seems as if it's like slightly on a slope.
So that's on the first oil rig. You're claiming that in front of the base of that oil rig, there is water obscuring it based on a horizon, right? Based on a geometrical curve. So then what is obscuring the front of the second one, and why do we appear to see water over a curvature? How is that taking place?
Refraction.
Okay, you're trying to have it both ways. You're using refraction to displace your geometric horizon to 10 times the distance that it can possibly be at, and then simultaneously you're claiming that that thing that's been displaced to beyond the oil rigs is also obstructing them. So you're saying, we don't see the curvature we're supposed to see, but we also do see it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons there were, and you acted confused by that question.
Yes.
Yeah, there's one horizon, the one that we see.
Okay.
You're adding in an imaginary horizon and pretending you see it.
No.
Or believing you see it.
Yeah, I grew up sailing. I kind of know what I'm looking at.
Right. So when we say that the horizon, the definition of a horizon is where the surface appears to meet the sky, right? So you're saying that at the base of that first oil rig, anything horizontally from the base of that first oil rig that we see above that level in the picture is actually sky, but then you're saying it's water. Do you understand why we're having a very hard time with your statements? Because the horizon, if it's blocking where the sky appears to meet the water, is blocking that first oil rig, but then we see water again, and we see another oil rig, and you say at the base of that oil rig, there's another line where the water appears to meet the sky, but then past that we see more water, and then we actually see where all across the image we see water meeting sky. Do you understand how illogical that statement is, and how it in no way reflects the actual image? You're just creating this statement because the modus tollens argument completely destroys the
land rat logic.
The radius.
Clearly, none of you have ever gone to sea.
Okay, look, here's what you don't understand. For the horizon, for the curvature of the Earth to be obstructing things from the bottom up, it has to be at that specific, necessary, geometric 1.2 mile distance, and it has to be also in front of the things that you think it's obstructing. This is really basic.
Okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know what the word what's the word geometric mean? Can you define geometric? Is that something you can define?
What?
Do you understand what geometric means?
Like yelling at me from a car or something?
Oh, so now you're concerned trolling yourself? Oh my gosh, here we go.
He's not yelling at you. Just because his mic sounds that way doesn't mean anything in regards to the question he asked you.
Okay. I mean, in general, as far as I recollect, it's concerned with like objects and space.
Here, I'm posting definitions because it's what I do.
Yeah, because I think that's where his mind is not understanding the word geometric. Because people throw this word around and they don't understand what it means. we as human beings throw words around without understanding the definition nowadays, and that's a problem. I do it myself, so I've had to go back and learn things that I thought I knew, and so I guarantee he has no idea what that word means.
Well, I posted the definition. This is akin to saying that the wall behind you is blocking you, and then saying that you see that it's blocking you. Like you're looking in the mirror, right? Looking in the mirror at your face, and you're saying that the wall behind you is blocking your face.
I absolutely have no idea what you're talking about.
Spongle, are you having a mental breakdown or what's going on?
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Yep, just to catch everybody that hasn't been here up to speed, we still need measurements of curvature, axial rotation, or any movement of the Earth. Gas pressure next to the near perfect vacuum. You guys know the story.
A quick word from our sponsor.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacies. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacies. It's good food in space.
Good food in space. That sounds delicious.
Hello.
Who's that?
Mr. Yam, that could be renamed to Mr. Falsetto. What kind of questions do you have, Mr. Yam?
That's supposed to be an insult?
No, it's just a descriptor of how you're talking in a falsetto.
Emphasis on false.
You're being kind of rude. Why is why is there longer days in some parts of the year in Alaska and shorter parts where there's like no night?
Because, as people have known for thousands of years, the sun transits between the tropics throughout the year.
Does that mean that the Earth is round?
No.
No.
Define round.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. It could be round like a table. Yeah, my bad.
What do you mean, bro? Round.
And for the record, to describe someone's voice as it is in a falsetto is by no means rude. So your claim of it being rude is
you're being rude.
Lacks any form of validity whatsoever. No, I'm being objective.
So are y'all like professional flat earthers or like amateurs?
Whoa.
Goddamn right, son.
You guys like study this?
I'm about to revoke the mod status of whoever VC verified. No, I guess anybody can VC verify it, like silver and up, right?
Yeah.
Nah, silvers can't.
Well, whatever the case.
So this one's not on me.
Well, you know what? For some, they feel the need to ridicule as part of their stages of grief.
I'm not.
No, you started with it.
I'm just curious.
You started with a question. It was answered. Do you have any form of a logical response to the answer you received?
I'm just taking in the information that you gave me.
Yeah. Transiting between the tropics. Do you understand what those words mean?
Yes.
It's okay if you don't. Like, people. Well, somebody might make fun of you, but I sincerely will not make fun of you. It's okay to not know things. It's helpful and beneficial to learn.
Is the sun flat?
Yeah, I believe you.
Okay, so I have a perfect question for you in response to that question. Is the Earth the sun?
That has nothing to do with it. I'm asking.
It does actually have everything to do with it, and I'll explain why if you allow me.
Go ahead.
Okay, so many people start with the argument of if all the other planets are flat, then why? Or if all the other planets are round, then why would the Earth be flat? Right? This question has a built-in assumption. You follow me so far? I just want to make sure I'm not going too quick for you.
Yes, sir.
All right. I appreciate the sarcasm. I'm hoping for actual answers. Yeah.
I'm genuinely curious.
But anyway, people make the assumption that the Earth is a planet. That's the assumption that's built into that question. So it's a loaded question. It's kind of one of the fallacies, right? There's lots of different fallacious ways of engaging in a conversation or argument or debate. So the issue with you invoking "is the sun flat" is making some type of assumption about the things in the sky being the same in nature and origin as the thing that we live on. And my question for you is, what makes you believe that they are related?
I never once said that they were related. I'm just asking, is the sun flat?
So why would you ask that if they aren't related?
Right. There's a relation within your mind to those two things. Where'd you get that from?
Because the sun provides light to Earth.
Okay.
But looking up at the sun, how do you look up at that and see a similarity to the ground under your feet? How are the two the same?
Because it provides light.
This is why I asked you, is the Earth the sun? Okay, buddy.
It's like having a light bulb in your room.
This is called irrelevant. So, best case, I was giving you the benefit of the doubt. Everything that I said was related to me giving you the benefit of the doubt. You literally took it in the worst possible way. It's a light. Do you think that you can discern? Okay, let me ask you this. Does light emanate from the sun? It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Okay, let me rephrase the question to be as fair and objective as possible. Does light appear to emanate from the sun?
Yes.
Okay, I personally would agree with you on that. Okay, how does one determine the shape of an object?
Mr. Yam, answer.
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
How does one determine the shape of an object?
By looking at it?
Okay, those are good answers. I appreciate that. Does it require, what there's some other things it requires, right? Looking at it from one angle, from multiple angles, light reflecting off of it so as to determine texture and shape. When light is emanating from the object itself, is it logically deductible to determine its shape?
Well, you can't tell the shape in the dark.
I know you probably are thinking, but we have pictures of the sun like when it's darker. I know you probably have all sorts of buts, but I'm working with the question at hand and trying to get you to answer yes or no to these simple, not gotcha questions. They're questions meant to help you think through this slowly, methodically, logically, so that you can deprogram your mind from your assumptions.
Yes.
I'm trying to just get it. Yes.
No.
I don't have a lot of time.
I gave you some easy stuff to work through, some like kindergarten level questions to think through. Is it logically deducible? Is it logically deducible to determine a shape of an object where that object is exclusively bringing forth light? Nothing is reflecting off of the sun, right? The light appears to come from the sun. Can you agree to this?
Right. Light reflects off the sun all the time.
What?
What?
Light reflects off the sun all the time? That you said?
Yes.
Okay, just take a moment.
Are you trying to say that light is like one directional? It can only come from the sun?
No, I'd like you to demonstrate light reflecting off of the light source.
I think you mean the light from the sun is reflected on other surfaces. Is that what you mean?
No, I think he really meant light is bouncing off of the sun. Is that your assumption? Yes. From where?
From like lights on the Earth.
Bud. You need to reevaluate your understanding of the light source that we have in the sky, and to make things really simple, I'll just answer the question for you. Without any type of reflection of light off of an object, it isn't actually feasible to determine its shape. Does it appear to be circular? Yeah, sure.
Also,
does it appear to be a ball? How could we possibly know? We have but one vantage point, and that is the place where we're at on the ground.
So if you can make the same assumption that the sun is round by looking at it, can't you make the same assumption if you're like from a plane? You can see that the Earth is round. You can
maybe you're not understanding the definition of words. Not. Do you understand what the word round means?
Yes.
Okay. So no, those two words are actually not the same. They're not synonyms.
No shit, Sherlock. But in this case, yes.
No, there's no in this case. Words mean what they mean, and They have specific
I don't know.
application.
India last night said that they did mean the same thing, so I don't know. He's like your Lord and Savior, so.
I have but one, and it's definitely not Indio. But that's not relevant. It's an ad hom. It's completely irrelevant to the discussion. You're invoking a conversation about a thing in the sky because why? Why aren't you more concerned about the nature of the surface of the Earth that we live on? Because that's the question at hand, the flatness of the Earth, not other objects in the sky.
What shape do you think the Earth is personally?
Do you think that if you own a dog, that therefore means that the pet in my household is also a dog just because you have a dog?
Also, I still have not gotten a straight answer about is the sun round. You're kind of avoiding my question.
Have you stopped?
I'm not.
You're not giving me.
I'm not avoiding anything, Yam.
You clearly are.
No, I actually already answered that it has a circular appearance.
If you expect me to understand this, I need like a clear yes or no answer.
Hey, Yam, have you
No, I'm going to say it has a circular appearance because that describes the answer. Again, do you assume that because you might have a dog in your household, that therefore means that the pet in my household is also a dog? It's an analogy. Just because things appear to be one thing elsewhere doesn't mean that all things everywhere are the thing that you're referring to. Just because there's dots in the sky doesn't mean the Earth is a dot. The Earth is the Earth. Your assumption that it's something else is based on programming and the fairy tales inside of your head. Because of your assumption or presumption that the Earth is a speck floating in the endless vacuum of outer space, because of that assumption, your question makes sense to you. But in reality, if you start from square one, it's completely illogical. There's no connection whatsoever. You're just assuming there's a connection. It's okay. One day you might figure out what an axiom is, and you'll realize that you have some assumptive axioms without any evidence.
He's a young lad.
That's true.
You can't expect him to really understand anything more than what he's told.
Are you guys resulting to insults?
I'm not insulting you, brother. I have nothing against you. I got nothing wrong. I'm chilling. Are you chilling?
I'm chilling. You chilling, yeah?
I'm super.
Bro, what if that commercial was just more globe Earth propaganda because they're like chilling like Magellan?
Oh gosh.
I know. I'm just goofing around now.
Are you guys like scientists, like Earth scientists or something like that?
Bro, does it take a scientist to grab a ruler and measure a sheet of paper? Yes or no?
Here, let me say, it's just a title, my friend. In fact, you'll probably find more wisdom in this chat than you will.
I don't need to go on a whole like trivia Easter egg hunt and try to find the answer for myself. I'm just asking for a question.
I know, right? You said it.
Yes or no?
Scientists. I don't know what qualifies a scientist. Like what, a PhD or something, or like a fancy like degree? Is that the only authority you're going to accept?
Are you employed as a scientist of some sort?
Scientism.
No, I'm a tradesman. I work
I'll tell you guys, the only thing you need to do to be a scientist is conduct a scientific experiment using the scientific method. That would make you a scientist.
Thank you.
There we go. And there are people here that have done that.
Yes. Most anybody that went through the public school system performed at least a rudimentary science experiment that followed all of the scientific method.
So yeah, in other words, we're comparable to scientists. We are. You can believe what we say.
No belief is necessary. Back to my question about
can a person
take a ruler. Mr. Yam, don't talk over people.
Yeah.
Back to my question with a person taking a ruler and measuring a sheet of paper. You're still talking over people. It's not helpful.
Such a little twit. But you're cool, man. Love you, bro.
The issue is these are simple questions that if you cared about getting to an end, okay, what's your point? Okay, what's your point? Like if you actually cared about the truth, you'd be like, Okay, yes, obviously, but what's the point you're trying to make? Well, the point you're trying to make is that it doesn't even involve science. Oh, okay. Well, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just a simple measurement question. Well, what do you mean by that? Oh, well, people claim that there's a radius and therefore there's geometry. Well, what do you mean by that? Well, they claim that ships go over the horizon. Oh, what do you mean by that? And you just work through to the end and you learn something. But no, you'd rather play little silly child games and not learn anything. At least that's what appears to be the case.
I just don't think he's in a learning state right now.
Yeah.
No, I am trying to learn. I'm just very curious. You never answered my question about, is it your actual profession?
It's irrelevant.
Me personally, no. And yeah, it is kind of irrelevant. Yeah, like
it's very relevant, actually.
How's it relevant?
Multiple scientists have indeed said that the Earth is round, and you don't need.
Yeah, but we can't just accept that because someone said it. We need to for it.
You can't appeal to the authority.
And go up in a plane and look at the curvature of
We've all been in a plane.
Hey, those scientists you were just talking about, they disagree with you on that.
Then why don't you look out the window?
Yo, Yam, those scientists, Central just made a great point. The same scientists you're appealing to tell you you can't see curvature from an airplane. So what did you
say? Specifically who, right? Wasn't that Neil deGrasse Tyson or something?
Yep, that stuff is flat.
Right. So your own scientists from the mouth of the man that you essentially worship said that you can't see curvature.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat.
What's wrong with your mic,
There you go.
That's Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's okay if you don't recognize his voice. It means you probably don't worship him, which is good. Good.
It also means that he doesn't even seem to know the scientist, so-called, that he's appealing to.
Correct.
Right? That's really awkward. Really awkward, man. It's okay if you say, I don't know. We're not going to ridicule you like we receive ridicule about flat earthers that we're stupid and we don't understand. That's all.
What are you on about?
You know what it is? Like you have a lot of trust in the system, right? And you're probably confused as to why we go against that system. You know, I'm trying to figure out your mind, like where you're at.
Where does
what
the
you're going to
sun
receive.
go when the sun sets?
Too far away.
Realize that you just said you could see curvature from an airplane, and that's not true.
Or from your window. You said just look out your window.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
But mathematically,
you think that the government is paying me to tell you that the Earth is round?
No, yeah. You just believe in something that's not there.
Yeah, you're just having delusions.
Mathematically, that's impossible, and I just told you.
So you're saying that millions of billions of people are all delusional?
Being lied to simultaneously, yes, by a one-world military.
Did you not listen to
CGI? Is it do they have screens in airplane windows that are
Yeah,
dude. Did you listen to what your heliocentric priest just said? He said you don't see the curvature of the Earth, and he was talking about an altitude of 128,000 feet, a little bit more than the altitude a plane flies at. So what are you talking about?
Right. In other words, he's saying you have to go. Neil deGrasse Tyson said you have to go higher than that. Basically, he was inferring that you'd have to go higher to see curvature.
That's
okay.
Times.
One of my relatives flew the U-2 spy plane and took photos of the curvature of the Earth. You can see it.
From what altitude?
From what?
This is
they didn't take any photographs.
It was borderline space.
All right, hold the phone. Are you aware of the percentage of Earth that they claim that the people on the ISS are capable of seeing? Are you aware of the percentage?
Who's they?
Huh?
Who's they?
The ISS. I'm just asking you a simple question. It's a yes or no question. You can say no. Nobody's going to hurt you. It's okay. Are you aware of the percentage that the ISS people claim mathematically, and this is in the models, you can do the math yourself. Are you aware of the percentage at the height of the ISS? Yes or no?
No. Why do you keep using that stupid soundboard? It's actually getting on my nerves.
All right, Yam.
I freaking love it. It's such a good meme.
Because you're taking so long to answer
it's not even
the easy question. Yam. 3.
Hard to answer when you have to type the question.
Yeah, that's funny.
3 is the answer.
Who's laughing like that?
I'm hysterically laughing. Thank you.
Mr. Yam. 3. 3%.
Question.
I'm giving you the answer. The answer is 3%.
I don't even know what the question was.
The portion of
Maybe if
the
you want me
Earth.
to hear,
Oh
then you
my
should
gosh!
tell this dude to don't mute
Okay,
me.
here's
You
what
guys
I'm
were-
going to do. I'm going to mute you. I was in the middle of speaking, answering a question you asked, and you're interrupting me, and then telling me that you can't hear my answer. That's because you're talking while I'm talking, answering the question that you asked me. That's illogical. Let's get with the program.
Yeah, focus, Yam.
All right. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Okay. First of all, maybe you should stop acting like Stalin.
The yes or no question.
You were talking over me, though.
Question. Just you like yes or no questions, right? You're flat, son. So answer the question.
Bro.
Mr. Yam, your time here is very short. If this is how you're going to communicate.
You're talking over me, and then you don't mute him. It's just because you want to
Try
hear
not
what
to
they
be
have to say.
offended, bro. Just like let it go, and like we'll be cool.
Yeah, a simple question. I know you're trying to do this weird thing of thinking that I'm acting like Stalin. That's a weird comparison, weird flex, but okay. All right.
Little Stalin-esque.
ISS. Are you familiar with this
Yes.
this thing?
International Space Station.
All right. Is that higher in elevation or lower in elevation, according to the narrative, than an airplane? Higher. Absolutely. That's the story that we're told. Now, again, based on what they do with the mathematics, they claim, and you can do the math yourself, what is it, 50 miles, however high up they say the ISS is, okay, you can work it out in a program, you can work it out on a sheet of paper if you're really brave, all right? 3% of the Earth's surface is visible from that elevation. Okay? Now, that might initially sound insane until you crack out the paper, pull out your 60-degree perspective, your field of view. I know, well, what about 90? Why not use other angles? Why 60? Whatever you want to use, do the math, okay? Why is it that they can, that's a good question that leads from that, right? Why is it that they can only see 3%? But even more importantly than that, thank you so much, CV. So even more importantly than that, why is it that all the images from the ISS demonstrate the Earth to be a semicircle? And what I mean by that, hold on. What I mean by, oh, sorry, Jenny. What I mean by that is why is it that all of their photography and videography from the ISS demonstrates what most people would conclude to be about half of the Earth? Why is that? You ever thought about that, Mr. Yam? Why is 3% made to look like 50%? And how is 3% looking like 50%?
It's actually 33%.
No, it can't be 33%.
I've actually done the math in physics class.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
No.
It's 33%.
No, it isn't.
At 408 kilometers, it is. That's how far up the ISS is.
Man, run me through that math problem right now. You did it in school. Do you got it right? Well, I mean, you said it was that was the way it is. I mean, well, if you did it, you did it again. Like just did it.
Yeah.
Then why don't you show me how you did your math to get 3%?
All right, maybe he will.
50 miles. How did you get 50 miles? That doesn't even seem remotely close to 408 kilometers. If you're going against the narrative, then you should have to prove to me.
Okay, 250 miles. 250 miles. I remembered part of the number, and I was significantly incorrect. I apologize for my inaccuracy. I had part of the numbers correct, but as far as 250 in comparison mathematically to a radius of 3959, proportions. And anyways, the CB radio posted. That's not 33% in the slightest.
You okay, Mr. Yam?
It's just It doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense when you just make up stories. Oh, I did it in physics class and it was 33%. I just made this up though.
Wait,
You can even look up the calculations.
Forget the calculations. What about water? Do you really think like the oceans like bend somewhere out there along the horizon? I mean, you've been to a beach, right? Like,
You really think that it falls off the edge of the earth?
no. I'm not worried about that. We can go back to that. I mean, that's a funny one, but like, do you actually see in your mind the flat oceans that you've seen in person? Do you see that wrapping around a ball?
You can physically see the curvature, and yes.
No, you can't. We just walked through mathematics.
From a beach?
Yeah, there's no curvature to be seen.
Yeah, water is flat, dude. Water always finds to seek and maintain its level, taking shape of its container. So where do you observe like oceans curving? Doesn't that kind of sound silly?
Horizon?
At the horizon? No, the horizon's always flat, right? That's why it's a horizon, because it's horizontal.
Yeah, he's walking right into a trap. If you can see the Earth's
horizon
curvature
is
from the
what you
horizon,
see.
then every horizon, based on your globe model math of a radius of 3959 miles, must be at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height. Guess where it isn't?
There. The answer is there. It's not there. That's your answer, buddy. But you don't appear to be very excited about answering some of these questions because
you guys you just spit out what you have to say. I'm lecture me. I don't care.
Right. So, yeah, for the globe that you believe in to exist, the horizon would have to be at 1.2 miles at a 1 foot observer height. Do you think that's where it is?
Sure.
Didn't catch that.
Maybe say that again. I don't think he understands.
Okay, so
what exactly that means.
Right. So if you're looking at the horizon at 1 foot off the ground, you're going to have the horizon at a maximum distance of 1.2 miles in front of you. That's just based on the globe Earth geometry that they've claimed. It's just the geometry of it. So, do you think that that's where the horizon is?
No.
Good answer. I just posted a pic where it's at 10 miles.
Number, though.
Yeah, that's just derived straight from the 3959 mile radius, just using Pythagorean theorem.
Right. According to the numbers they give us about what this place is and what size it is.
So what I just posted in the voice text, live stream voice text channel is impossible on the globe that you believe in. And it proves that that curvature that you think you can see if you go really, really high doesn't actually exist.
And I have a question for Mr. Yam. Are you looking at the voice text? Because that illustration that CB Radio posted is pretty clear too.
Yeah, Mr. Yam,
It's not accurate. It's not even using the correct values.
What?
It literally is.
It really isn't.
What your discrepancy of the difference between 408 and 400 is there that are you complaining about a discrepancy of less than a 10,000th of a percent?
Yeah, it's not going to change 3% of the surface to 33%.
That's not how you do math, but okay.
Okay, well then tell us how you do it.
He doesn't think. But thank you, Reifraction, for posting that. I knew that this 3% thing existed somewhere, so thank you very much for posting my source material for what I was saying.
Yeah, no worries.
But also, if you don't see any curvature of the Earth, then why does the horizon appear different at different lengths?
Good question. Now you're getting somewhere. You're asking questions. That's a good question to ask. Why do things appear differently based on where you're at? Because you're at a different spot.
Okay.
You see what you see wherever you are. It's almost like I'm not saying anything, isn't it? But it's actually a statement of deprogramming to help you understand that, so I don't see something because of some magical numbers that don't correlate to reality, curvature, right? I see what I see because I see what I see from where I'm at.
Wait, ask your question again. Didn't you ask something about the sun specifically?
I thought he said horizon. I think he was talking about the horizon.
He said nothing about the sun.
Well, that's where it all began.
Never mind.
That is where it began. Y'all were talking about the sun's reflection and this and that. And that is where it began, though.
Yeah. New question? You got a new question for us?
Is there an edge of the Earth? And if so, what does it look like?
Why would you assume there's an edge? Just out of curiosity, because you watched Pirates of the Caribbean #3. Is that why?
Isn't round, then there would have to be.
Why are you assuming edge?
He asked is, though. He didn't assume it, though. He asked is. Simple answer, no.
Well,
you can't have gas pressure without a container. So since the whole world's inside a container of some kind, it would be an end, not an edge. There is no vacuum of space for there to be an edge, too. There just be an end of the Earth. But we don't know where it is. We don't know what it looks like. The container, the dimensions of it, the size of it is unverified. But we do know for sure that we're inside a container of some kind, because you cannot have gas pressure or a vacuum without a container. And you certainly can't have one next to the other without a solid barrier. So there is no vacuum of space. We're not floating in space.
Unless, of course, you believe Pirates of the Caribbean #3. At World's End is the title of the movie. And they do an excellent job of pretending that that's what people think the flat Earth is. But
yes, they do. It was very entertaining.
It's pretty fun. They even go through the ice wall. It's a little interesting if you think about it, but that's a movie.
And we don't live in movies. Yeah.
So I'm also adding on top of this. Why do we have photos of airplanes and photos of the Earth and stuff like that being round, but we don't have any photos of the boundaries of Earth?
Any photos that you've seen from airplane altitude that make the Earth look like it's round, that's just an effect of a curved lens or some other distortion that's been applied, usually a fisheye lens.
Because you can generally, if they dip down, if those planes dip down and up, you can see that the Earth actually will go from a bubble, like looking like a ball, to looking like concave and then flat and then concave, and it changes. If you watch those videos, it'll tell you right there that they're using a lens that is distorting the image.
Yeah, and you'll see that effect, 20 feet off the ground, right?
Exactly. You'll see a plane sitting on the runway when they're first starting out, and it's perfectly flat, and then they pick up and it totally starts curving, like it's a super curve. And then when they plane out and they dip down, it's concave. So you cannot go by that kind of footage to think that you've seen a curve.
Globe proof in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, exactly.
What
That's
about footage that you've personally taken?
But that was the very thing that the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing that we showed you was talking about, right? He was talking about an altitude of 128,000 feet, and he was saying that the only curvature that you were seeing from that height is just that of the fisheye lens that was used. It was not Earth curvature. He was saying you're not high enough to see it. That's what he was saying.
And no commercial flights fly that high. So if you've ever flown in commercial flight and you think you've seen a curve, you haven't.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
I used to think the scientists or astrologers, Globers, whatever you want to call them, I used to think they had a tiny shred of evidence. And I would talk about predictions. I never realized that they weren't predictions at all, post-dictions. And that was like the last little sliver.
Yeah, their predictions
No
are
predictions being made.
what do they call it? The sidereal calendar. That's their predictions, man.
I can't think one thing that works on the globe model myself. Like there, to me, I don't think anything. Like sure, there's math, but if you actually contrast it to reality, like nothing in the globe model actually makes any sense at all to me. But
I forgot what he was talking about. Matthew was talking about 2,000 years ago. Something. Oh, the different North Star. And I'm thinking like, well, people don't believe in Jesus. Oh, a couple thousand years ago. What are you talking about?
Well, you could get them because supposedly the pyramids are built like north to south perfectly, and they haven't changed. And I always say like Polaris doesn't move. Like my house is lined up north to south perfectly with Polaris. Like so, like you can use the Glober claims against them, but you just yeah. But they'll
Yeah,
still
but
say it moves.
you gotta know that if the Earth moves and is spherical, then everything else on Earth can move because it's on a spherical surface, and you gotta deal with relativity. So they have explained it all away already.
Yeah, like if the Earth is moving in the 4 8 different vectors, then like Polaris is gonna move. For them to say Polaris doesn't move, it's a concession.
Yeah, but if Polaris doesn't move, the pyramids will angle themselves towards Polaris. It's just how things work. Trust me.
No, I know, but they concede. They're like, no, Polaris doesn't look like it moves. It'll move in like 2,000 years. And I'm like, thanks. Yeah, but
yeah, wait
Yeah, but that's because it's on tectonic plates. they move along.
It's a monkey Glober. He's playing the Glober.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help the Globers out there, but
you got the corkscrew solar system that's fake. In the fake Milky Way arms, what was I saying? 26 trillion miles. None of it's even fathomable. It's just ridiculous. If the corkscrew solar system that's fake is happening, then isn't everything else corkscrewing too?
depends on how much wine you drink.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the moon's smiling at me pretty big right now, moving ever so slowly, even though we're just ripping through that cosmos. Look at this, just moving super slow.
Well, if you have a P900 or P1000 or something equivalent of a good telescope, try to set up your tripod and try to keep the moon. Yeah, try to keep the moon in the center. It goes pretty fast.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like that movement, it takes, I don't know how many hours, 12 hours or whatever you want to call it, to cross the sky. So it's not that fast.
Well, usually you see the moon once a day, so except for new moon, you'll never see it for those 1 to 3 days. Depending on the clouds and chemtrails.
Sinks down into the North Pole hole, hangs out there for a few days.
Yeah, there's 0 pictures of a new moon. So whether it's hard to spot with a new moon or for some reason it's never been captured, but it continues on its 29-day cycle despite being invisible for those 1 to 3 days.
I heard
Even the moon
multiple.
has to do groceries, man. Just accept it.
He's got taxes to pay.
Yeah.
I heard multiple people say that they're confused about not being able to see all the stars in the sky. You know, it's like, come on, man. How far do you think you can see? How far do you think the light's going to travel?
How long do you think the night would last? Because if you could see all the stars, then the sky would be white.
Yeah. I can't see forever. It's you just gotta check their honesty and be like, "What? You think you can see forever?
Yeah,
Really? How? There's no way. Like,
so weird.
Yeah, there's no way you think it. They'll be like, "Why do you think you can't see forever?" And then they'll be like, "I'm asking you." No, well, I'm asking you. Like, they Globers always want to be the ones asking questions, especially like the anti-flag.
There's no logic in it. I mean,
questions.
You drive away from a mountain, and then that large mountain disappears. You get far enough away. It's like, there's no logic in it.
Well,
everybody knows. Yeah, everybody knows.
When you move away from a mountain, the mountain also moves away from you.
Like everybody knows everything shrinks with a distance. Yeah, they come here and ask, why does stuff shrink at a distance? Like, when you're growing up, oh, my house disappeared. Like, you know that as you're going away, it's going to shrink in size. You may not know the terms, but you know instinctually.
If your house were to disappear, would you not go looking for it again?
The Glover would be crying, driving away in the car. Is like, our house is down.
Like, I think the argument we can only see so far is kind of weird, because when it's a clear sky, I can follow planes for about 200 nautical miles from horizon to horizon. So that means to one end I can see 100 nautical miles, to the other end I can see 100 nautical miles. So, you know, isn't that like kind of weird? That they say, oh, you can only see for 3 miles, you can only see for 25 miles. But when you see those big white lines across the sky, you can see for hundreds of miles. So, you know, how does that work?
All you have to do is check your local weather. Or my local weather tells me my visibility on the road, highway visibility, and usually it's like 14.6 kilometers. So I'm like, what? I'm 3 feet above I'm 5 feet above the ground, and I can see 14.6 kilometers. You're debunking yourself.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's kind of it's self-evident that A, Globers don't look into it, and B, you know, meteorologists and all, you know, seemingly globe institutions are all working off a flat model. Like, if you go to an airport, or, you know, you read your NOTAM, your Notice to Airmen, you have your visibilities, you have your air pressures, and you know, if you go on a globe, then you should have like your Coriolis deviation of the wind, for example, for airplanes. because, you know, the wind is not always the same speed, yet the Earth is moving at the same speed in the globe model. So if the wind is going to change, then you got a Coriolis deviation. So that should be noted for everyone. Where is that?
Yeah, I just posted there, and it says my visibility is
Yeah, that's roughly 10 miles.
Yeah, so I have a 10-mile visibility at 4-foot height. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, you know, it's in your face, but they don't understand it.
Yeah, you're telling me I can see 16 kilometers from a driver's height. Like, it's right there. Yeah.
Like, I live near the sea, and when I grew up, they always told me, oh, the ships go over the horizon. So, as a kid, you know, you take that as given. Because, you know, your uncle is saying it, your nephew is saying it, everyone basically says it who lives on the coast. So, you know, for 40 years, no, a little less than 40 years, you know, that's what you've been imprinted. And then when you actually look at it, it makes no sense. And it's just a convenient hand wave in nice words, you know, like it's not like a dismissal of something. They wrapped it really nice. Like, you know, if you grew up near the sea, then that is what you experience. So it has to be the curve. So it becomes like a second nature just to think it, because everyone is repeating the same mantra, but no one measured it. Like, and when I found out no one measured it, you know, everything fell apart. And it's so easy to measure, like, especially now with mobile phones and vessel finders and all that crap. You know, all you need is your mobile phone in your eyes.
Yeah, like nobody I know has actually gone and tested anything. Like I've presented good arguments, but most of them are too busy or family or atheist or whatever. Like, yeah. So it's
Yeah, the number one thing I hear is my life won't even change.
Well, what I hear, let's say in family circles, and why I stopped trying to get people in family to, you know, actively look for it, is that they fear the consequences. So, you know, in my family, depression is like a serious thing. So everyone shies away because they fear that when they have to accept a new paradigm, they will fall into a depression because everything falls away under their feet. And they don't know if they can handle it. So basically they are globe skeptics, but cannot deal with it on an emotional level because of the fear it brings, because they understand the consequences.
Yeah. Imagine being accountable for every deed and every action.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, like my uncle was a professional photographer, and you know, when I grew up, he had a picture of the Chicago skyline. He from, you know, across the Great Lake. So, and he used that to make art. You know, he was into, like, in the 80s, the first digital Photoshop revolution stuff, and he was kind of like, you know, with the company he worked for, pioneering digital manipulation of images. And we had a kind of like digital painting of that picture in our house. And I asked him, oh, what am I looking at? He said, well, that's the skyline of Chicago from across the Great Lake. And at that time, you know, it doesn't make sense, or it makes sense because, yeah, sure, he's a photographer, he knows what he's talking about. And a few years back, I was reminding him of that picture. And I didn't mention Flat Earth. I probably had my Flat Earth t-shirt on, but, you know, I said, well, you know, remember that picture you made? Yeah, man, I'm just amazed that you did that back then. You know, hello? Would you find out, you know, the perspective on it? Like how would the perspective work for this picture? And he looked at me, and then I said, never mind, I'll figure it out for myself. Like, you know, I just had to trigger him to think about the picture he took.
Y'all hear me?
Yep.
All right. What's going on?
Oh, we're just hanging out.
So like,
yeah, so he was showing you a globe proof inadvertently, or I mean a flat Earth proof inadvertently when you were younger.
Yeah, and it's like you know, it was a piece of art that he made back then, in the 80s. And back in the 80s, you already had that, you know, Joshua Nowicki photograph of the Chicago skyline that was already in the circles of the photographers, but they never said anything about globe or flat Earth. They said it's possible to do it because they did it, and it was something that more photographers did back in the 80s.
Yeah, it's still one of my favorite proofs. Like, they can't deny it. They showed it on the news. They lied about it. So, like, I'll post it, and the Glober will say, "That's CGI. It's fake. It's you wrecked yourself."
Yeah, but that's the funny thing. My uncle never denied it as being a mirage. He said, "No, you can actually see it." And every photographer, like, if you know, back in the 80s, the photographers who did that, because that was like a, you know, if you knew about the event, then you, as a photographer, and you were interested in long distance shots, you would go to the Great Lakes to photograph Chicago. That was just one of those, you know. Yeah,
I would say it's kind of like the Van Allen radiation belts, where like if you don't know it's not a mirage, if you don't know it's a mirage, then it's not a mirage. So like they didn't know to say mirage, so they're saying it's just Chicago. We see it because they didn't.
No, that's the whole point. They were professional photographers. Those were the guys that were working for Hasselblad and all that kind of brands. So they knew the difference between mirage and real, and they said it was real. You could see Chicago.
What does he say now, though?
Yeah, now he's like, because flat Earth has become an issue. Now you see the cogs working, and I dropped it, like, you know, never mind, you know. I want him to think about it. I don't want to push him because, you know, it's family, and you don't want to, you know, jerk family members all around to get a point across. You know, I want them to find out for themselves. Like, my mother, who had that picture in the living room, she just shuts the blinds and says, "No, I don't want any of this."
What's your rebuttal to the Mirage?
If it was a mirage, it would be upside down. It would be mirrored.
No, I mean the common viewpoint around flat Earth is the curvature, but that was debunked from the Mirage photos, or not the photos, but the heat bending light.
If you want to know what mirages are, go to a military airport like Nellis when red flag is there. You will see a few French mirages, but besides those mirages, which are actually something tangible, if you look through the exhaust plume of a fighter jet prior to taking off, you will see the hot air excite in the surroundings, and looking through that plume, that is called a mirage.
Yeah, I understand, but
And it doesn't bend up, down, left, right. No, it goes like in generality all in all directions, but equal in all directions. So you just get a slightly enlarged, blurry image.
yeah, that's raising the curvature and perceived through the eye.
I don't know if you can raise the curvature, because it would the light waves would be blocked by the curve in front of it.
Well, no, I mean it's perceived. I mean, because of course it'll look like it's the backside that's raised up, but it's really the front.
Are you able to repeat this effect in any way and post the video?
Well, I'm no expert in this field, but I can try to find one.
No, I want you to repeat this thing.
Repeat what? This experiment? What? That'd take time.
You'd have to show me that we can see around a corner.
No, you can't. Heat doesn't bend through the corner. It'll make it look before the corner enters. It's when the
You're saying that we can see around the corner.
I didn't say that. I said the perceived, through the perceived eye. It looks like it's sort of an illusion that the slope, the curvature has risen, but it's.
I'm saying I see Chicago right there in the picture. You're saying we can see around the curve of the Earth and we can see around the corner.
No, Mod Monkey was understanding what I was saying, but he didn't respond. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this because it's just a rebuttal. So, like, what's up with the backstory with Flat Earth? Is there are you guys like investigating this journalistic thing going on?
Most of us were truthers researching the government and their corruption, and then somebody suggested that we research flat Earth, and we're like, whoa, shit, Earth is flat. There's no curvature, no Earth spin, no proof of gravity.
Oh.
What's your backstory?
I just, I was invited in here from a friend a while ago, and then I just hop in here when I'm bored.
You must be a bored person.
Well, it's like 12, and there's nothing else to do. I'm not tired. Can't sleep.
Yeah, some topics are off limits, but yeah, I don't know how much. Yeah, I probably don't have time, but.
No, I'm just curious about this flat Earth thing, because usually when somebody says flat Earth, people just look at them like he's retarded or something.
And then then I debate them, and they get destroyed in 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, you have a lot of viewpoints readily available. Usually, they just blindly come in here underestimating everybody.
100% of Globers do not know their own model. So,
Well, I'm sure a physicist could like handle a debate in here, but a lot of people.
No. Like a physicist deals with physics.
Well, okay.
Globe.
Well, a physicist who's done who's researched biomes within their.
Yeah, but the globe is a geometry. And you don't settle geometry with physics. You settle geometry with direct measurements of the elements of the geometry.
But physics stems to well, you could say physics between physics and environmental science, I guess. Sort of correlated with each other.
Well,
environmental
science.
You research movements of tectonic plates and other things like that.
No, those things have no relation.
The math does, and the slopes certainly do.
No, they don't. Because they, like, earthquakes, any geological event, flat earthers and globe earthers both experience. So that doesn't matter for the geometry of Earth.
Well, you have to understand, physics doesn't only stem from just applied math. It's a lot of it has astrophysics involved too.
And those things all depend on the radius of Earth, which they never observed and documented in any research paper to verify the value that they use for the radius of Earth, which is a requirement to call their work science, because every value they use has to be measured before they can use it within a calculation. And that measurement comes from a observation which is well documented and repeatable for everyone else to do, so you can do science, aka repeat what the other has done to verify if he's correct. Not one globe scientist has ever measured curve on the Earth or radius. They take the values as given from assumptive calculations. Not one observation is documented of the curve of the Earth or radius. So thereby they have failed to meet the scientific requirements.
Well,
and therefore they cannot claim themselves to be scientists, because their baseline is not based on measured observations.
Well, NASA has published many of this stuff, but I mean, you reject anything NASA says, so like.
No, I don't, because I have NASA papers which state that the Earth is flat.
Yeah. Well, you could always twist anything to say what you want.
No, the point is that if NASA says it's flat, and I got papers for it, and on the other hand they say it's a globe, and other people got papers for that, then you have one institution speaking two different things. That means you got to figure out what is true and what is not. And the only way you can do that is to measure the Earth for yourself. And that's pure geometry.
Yeah. If you're going to be agnostic about science, then why not be agnostic about globe? Why do you have to just flat out deny a globe and just conceal it to flat Earth? I mean, I don't see the logic here. You could just be agnostic. You don't have to go out, because a real scientist is agnostic. They don't just flat out.
My thing is not about boo the globe or boo politics. My point is boo stupid human that believes in things that you can measure for yourself. No one has to believe a globe or flat Earth. Anyone can go out and measure it for yourself. That's why I'm here. I can help you do that. I can help you explain the method. But I'm not going to tell you, oh, you got to believe in the flat Earth because the globe sucks. No.
Any method that's derived from the party who wants you to believe their idea, of course, the methods will be arranged to whatever supports their idea. I mean, these methods to measure if the Earth's flat should be based on their own knowledge, not this knowledge coming from here, because it's bias. You don't want bias in research.
If you don't want bias in research, then you have to handwave everything they tell you about the globe.
No, you have to enlist in a controlled study of every single factor and do a long and tedious.
I already explained that to you. If I want to repeat a scientific study of astrophysics or astronomy or physics that involves a value of R for Earth, and I dig down into the sciences where they got their radius value, I find out that they never measured it, it has never been observed, and thus everything dependent on that radius value is therefore nullified, because you need direct measurement of the values used. Otherwise, you cannot claim the value to be true. And that is pure scientific method.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Well, yes. Hold on a minute. Left on.
So, does anybody like weather?
Water is our best friend.
Yeah, I'm into weather from time to time, sure.
Yeah, that's great.
The weather demonstrates active pressure systems, and you can't have pressure without containment, such as our Earth.
You can have pressure without containment. What are you talking about?
Uh-huh.
Can you measure the mountains on the curved surface?
There's curve everywhere. It's really obvious.
The question is, can you measure the height of the mountains on the curved surface?
Always.
How do you do that?
You just do it.
Ah, you just do it.
Yep.
That's concisely convincing me. Just do it.
Just do it. Yep.
How about sea level? Why we are using sea level?
No idea. I don't know where I was going with this.
Are you calling? And in your place, sea level, it's also calling sea level. Where are you living?
I live in the Bermuda Triangle.
I'm living in UK. They are calling here sea level, but I'm from Croatia. They're also calling their sea level. I was in Italy. They're also calling sea level. Strange. Everybody's calling everywhere sea level. That's so strange.
But that means it's curved.
Oh, oh. That means that yellow it's like a blue color.
Did you say burglar?
I said sea level.
Thought. Nothing better than a nice flat horizon all day, all around you, all the time.
Hi, Steve.
Checking the shitty mic, playing the quiet game again. Somebody tell me my mic's shitty.
Sounds good.
No, it doesn't. So pH is try. I don't get it.
Sophistry.
Oh, so third. That's cool. All right. I see new people on here. What about recovering time waster? It doesn't sound promising.
I think that's Hallmark.
Oh, he's a globe zealot, right? He's not coming off as
Yeah.
ball. Some people just attach to the fantasy. They're not gonna let go of it. But I'm not saying that's him. But there's a lot of people that do that.
Yeah.
Anyway. This has been Dead Air Dave. I'm glad my mic's working. I will not be using it. Back to sophistry.
What's going on, guys? Anybody here?
No, we're not here. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Are you sure you're there?
100%, sir.
What is there? Where do you exist, dude?
Oh, it's an awesome reality I'm in, man.
Oh, okay. You're the guy in Spain where the rain lands mainly on the plane, right?
Yes, sir.
What's new? What's new with you?
Wow. Oh, I went to the dentist today.
Cool.
Yeah.
You think that dentist believes he lives on his spinning ball, zipping around through nothing?
I don't know. I haven't asked him.
I bet he does. He just hasn't investigated the proper facts of the globe claims. But did he cause any pain to you at the dentist?
No, he was amazing. No, he was an excellent dentist. Yeah, it was actually a man. I was very surprised because you normally expect a woman, to for some reason.
Did you get some nitros? That's my favorite dentist visit. When you
What's
get
that?
gas. Did
The
you get the gas? Yeah.
What gas?
Maybe you never experienced that. Maybe I'm the only one. Sometimes when I was younger, you would get this called nitrous oxide. It was called laughing gas for a reason, if you know what I mean.
All right.
Really puts you in a good mood. But anyway.
Oh. Yeah, okay. Interesting.
It's a real temporary thing. It lasts like a half hour or so.
Weird.
We had that too in Denmark. They don't really use that anymore because the what's it called? The little shots to null the place is working so well.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What is it called? Not tranquilize, but what is it?
Anesthesia?
Yeah. Anesthesia.
I like the gas better. Maybe it's outdated in their field of science, but who knows?
I mean, that was the highlight when you were in school and the dentist called you over. I just hope I have a hole in my tooth so I can get that.
It was a cheat.
Your microphone is not tip top.
I'll shut up now.
I didn't even know that existed. Gas for making you laugh. A little creepy, no?
Yeah, as Dave said, it might be outdated, but it definitely was in the school dentist, and the dentist used it frequently back in the days.
I just find it so amazing how we have so much variety in society of people with different interests. Like somebody. It's amazing. I mean, this gentleman, this dentist, who assisted me, he was so into it, man. He was so interested. He was so into his. You can tell when somebody's interested in his career. He really liked what he was doing.
Yeah, I mean, it would be sad to spend 12 years in school, 8 years in school after school, and then hate your job,
It's amazing how in society we have so much variety. Nobody likes it's so well distributed, right? Everybody likes different things. Everybody creates different things, different interests.
Imagine a world where we weren't bound down to the social construct of how to live life, If everyone could live off of their hobby, for example, imagine a world
of their hobbies.
Yeah, their deep interest, like no matter what it is, music, science, whatever. Like if everyone could just live off their hobby, and the world would still go around. Imagine a world. we would see inventions right and left. We would see so much innovation also, People could really dig down in it, really dedicate the time instead of just like 2 hours every Saturday.
Finding what you like, let me tell you something. Finding what you really like, it's hard work. Most people haven't found what they really like, I think. It's a journey.
For sure.
A journey. It's hard work, but yeah, if you found it, you have made a lot of progress, in my opinion. If you found what you like doing, you find beauty in what you're doing.
Yeah.
What are you guys up to?
Not much. Eating some ice cream.
That's so childish, man.
Nah, it's homemade. It's so delicious. My mom gave it to
What
me
flavor?
last time I was at home.
What
It's
flavor?
like cream ice with like some
Your mom gave it to you?
some
Excuse me?
caramel and some chocolate pieces. It's so delicious.
Wow, dude.
And she gave me like one of those 2-liter containers with it, so I'm just eating.
How can his mom make homemade ice cream on a globe? See if we know.
Yeah, it would flow down the sides.
Spin of the earth would churn it for you. Maybe. I don't know.
I see what you were trying, but it didn't work.
But if they are making balls for the ice cream, that means that must be globe. Because
everything put in a container would be donut shaped.
Yeah, but why they are making, balls from ice cream? Must be some correlation.
No. Well, yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's because everything is a ball.
Nah, things need a container to contain it, or else it will flow out.
I mean, when you look up, you see balls, so everything must be a ball.
But
that's right.
You are watching with the balls.
Yeah, your eyes are balls.
Yeah.
Gravity makes everything in the perfect sphere. It's the perfect Jupiter. Look at Jupiter; it's a perfect sphere because gravity is still there.
Your head is almost like a ball.
Your head is like a Cavendish. You put the two heads together, they'll stick together like Cavendish.
Yeah, my head failed into forming into a ball.
Even heart you can call. You can think that heart is a ball.
The bigger your head, the more Cavendish effect.
My wife said you can't think that heart is a ball. Okay, my scientist. And do you know how many sports using balls?
Sport.
All of them. All of the sports use balls.
Yeah, including surfing.
If there's not a ball involved, it's not a sport.
Oh, Atletica is not a sport.
Hang on,
I mean, but
We have a frisbee.
Well,
We have a frisbee.
you carry balls. If you carry balls while you're doing that stuff.
I
What
prefer
about ice? What about ice hockey, Jimsy? They don't use a ball.
Well, the guys
a
carry
frisbee
big
or a
balls.
boomerang.
But the puck, it's
Ball-shaped
curving.
helms.
It has some kind of curves.
What about surfing?
You must have big balls to do some surfing in those big waves.
Surfboard's flat. Frisbee's flat. Boomerang is flat.
What about chess? What about chess?
Chess is not a sport. Just
The
like gaming is
chessboard-
not a sport.
The chessboard is not curved.
It is. It depends on perspective.
The chessboard is level.
If it's
Just
chessboard,
debunked you, man. I've just debunked you, dude. The Earth is flat. Just debunked you, bro.
if chessboard is small and local, then it's flat. But if it's big, then it's curving.
Yeah,
the
that's
chessboard
not.
was. If the chessboard was not level, the pieces would fall off, man.
But that's how you know it's flat and level because it's curving.
Shut the
It's
fuck
curving
up, dude.
because the chessboard is flat, but it's curving a little bit because of gravity is making it curve just a little bit.
Why?
But you can't tell. You can't tell.
Why
You can't
is-
see.
Why English language is starting to change? My language is still same. Sea level, it's sea level. You know, I don't. It's not sea curve. Why it's in English? It's
Right.
sea curve.
That's a good point.
I heard Italians saying it there also sea level. Only English it's not sea level.
No.
And English, second thing, proof and evidence in English doesn't mean the same thing. In all other languages, mean the same thing, but it in English doesn't mean the same. Why? Why? Maybe I know why. Because British has the water for the cold and the pipe cold and hot water still 2010.
Why not?
Why not to level to be curved? You mean that, Jen?
That's why it's curving because why not? Why is it not curving?
How can curve if it's not leveled? it is impossible.
Curved
It's
until
curving
shown
because
otherwise, and you can't show otherwise because it's a really big ball.
It must be curving because curve.
Because it's leveled. Must curve because it's leveled.
Yeah.
And when it's flat, in which option is flat?
Which one?
Maybe when it's curving, then it's flat.
Refraction.
If you ever see it curving, it's because it's flat.
That means if I feel rotation, I'm not rotating. If I feel movement, I'm not moving.
Yeah. If you feel the movement, it's because you're stationary.
Yeah, that's the real truth. Because I'm stationary. The movement, it's only some phenomena. Oh, nice logic. Why we don't think like that?
Well, if you want to get anything done, maybe just cross the street. You're gonna have to follow some logical stuff.
Maybe we don't understand. We didn't get it properly. We need to ask ourselves what is going on with our why we using eyes for observations, why we measuring distances because you can calculate. Are you crazy? Why you want to measure when you can calculate? Are you, we need to ask ourselves: are we making maybe wrong things?
Hiomar is here. Hiomar. Hiomar. Speak to Sasha. He is confused. Hiomar, tell him.
He knows for sure because, for example, I want to measure that hill, and I go there, and I know why to go to measure anything. Hoimar can tell me, Sasha, this is 300 meters. Google Earth, Google Research. Everybody knows. Everybody lives there. It's written. It's that hill, and that's it. You see too far because something happening in the air and it's projecting there.
Hey, we have Creator 1. How you doing, Creator?
Yay.
Creator.
I'm doing okay. What's up?
Greetings. All my respect. All my respect.
Welcome to the chat, Creator.
Thanks for having me.
Our pleasure.
Do you have any questions, Creator?
No, I don't.
He's the creator, bro. How can he have questions? Don't be silly.
Again, here.
But he's Creator 1. That means there might be a Creator 2, Creator 3, but he's 1.
So, guys, I'm premiering a little bit of shameless self-promotion, if I may. Premiering a piece at 3 p.m. I ran into a little toxicity on the Panda chat. It's about a minute long. Would you guys mind if I shared it at 3 p.m. when it goes live?
First of all, I don't believe you ran into toxicity on that panel. Those are nothing but nice gentlemen. Never mind. Go ahead.
Sorry, say that again. I apologize.
He's saying that if you met some toxicity there, it's because you deserved it. Because there are fine gentlemen in that server. Everybody in there.
Got it. Understood. So, my question is, and what my question was, and thank you for the clarification. I was wanting to find out, is density and, quote, hardness related? We're talking of an object.
Density and?
I mean, have you seen that little video where people are trying to shove an anvil down in a bath of mercury? I think it is liquid mercury, and they can't. And there we have a liquid that is not hard. You could probably put your hand down it or something like that, but you cannot get an anvil down it because even though the anvil is solid iron, the liquid mercury is denser than the iron. So the anvil was just floating on it. I don't know if that is a direct answer to the question, but it's an idea.
No, I just, I appreciate it. Thank you for that.
Actually, I don't know if you could stuff your hand down in it, or that would also be impossible, just like it was impossible to get the anvil down under. But I feel like since it's a liquid, it would just be like trying to get a balloon under the water, I can try to find the video and then you can see it for yourself.
Well, where I was coming from was like a wine glass dropped onto a floor made of porcelain tile, and how the two densities, I guess, would interact.
I guess the glass will break. Because it's fragile, I guess. But that is the video is in VC chat. It's actually very, very interesting.
I was a while ago also in the on the other server on the Flat Earth debate, and more. And I was listening to a conversation also, and they were saying like how so basic. They were talking about hey Kiwi. They were talking about gravity, right?
Yeah, that was exactly that was the whole discussion point. And guys, I really hope that you realize I'm not trying to troll anybody or anything like that. I didn't find that they were fine gentlemen. I found that there was a lot of vitriol over in that server. I've never been met with such vitriol in terms of just what I experienced on their YouTube channel and whatnot. I'm being 100% transparent. You guys have been, again, a great bunch of people just to throw the idea around with, because you've been welcoming to the ideas I presented. The thing that was being discussed was an iron bar that is falling through a mass of water, like you're in a sea, and this iron bar is falling to the seabed floor. Now, the question was being asked specifically, what force is acting upon that iron bar? And I remembered back to something I took in here, whereas I was taught literally here and learned from you guys. It made a lot of sense that that iron bar, instead of looking at it from a standpoint where the iron bar there's a force acting upon it, can we look at it, I believe the word would be objectively, and state that the iron bar is seeking its cancel, its zero, its rest point. Yeah, and I was quickly turned in ridicule for presenting that point.
Instead of saying that it was gravity that was pulling it down, right?
Very awesome. Thank you for providing that supplement. Yes, exactly my point. Thank you, my friend. And we lily padded. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
In case you didn't catch the sarcasm from Dave and Gemsy and that, they were joking.
I appreciate that so very much,
toxic place on Earth.
I am, again, I say, boys, I am the village idiot, the town idiot. I state things as I see them objectively. And if I'm made fun of for something, I believe me, I have no qualms with being ridiculed and made fun of. That's fine. But I will always seek to find understanding. It is just part of my innate to seek to find understanding in something I can't understand.
It's curiosity, you know? It's called curiosity. I mean, if people thinking, yeah. I feel curious too in understanding how their logic works. I spend so much time there, like in that server. I mean, I go there like every day, but I'm starting. It's kind of disappointing because I don't freaking conceptualize the. Yeah, it's quite disappointing sometimes. But
for what it's worth, I'm throwing this up. If you'd like to take it in, please take it in. It's a minute long. Thank you for your time, guys.
Yeah, Glober logic is a contradiction in terms. So yeah, you're not going to go to Gem Pandas and find any logic.
Yeah, you can't put Glober and logic in the same sentence. It's a contradiction.
Yeah, unless you're being sarcastic.
And that is where, so I took in what transpired with Elijah yesterday. I recorded Elijah, hot mic'd him in that room, and uploaded and whatnot. Sorry, 1 second here. Uploaded the share, and I just found it interesting that they made a lot of statements after he left the room. And so it was something where I was like, it genuinely piqued my curiosity. So I wanted to go in there and just ask kind of some questions. And I engaged for a couple hours, quite a few hours of chat with them, 3 or 4 hours or so in and out. But I don't know. I didn't find anything that provided any true substance. I found if anything, I generated questions, and then I was accused of attempting to teach people and lead people, and then my mental stability was questioned, and that's what this hot take is coming up right now. So I exited the building and left the server at that point. Because my mental stability, no, that's not something I'm there for.
Example 72,357.
Does that number mean?
No, I'm telling you what's happening on Gempank's server.
I like that guy for some reason. Like,
kind of ironic those guys are saying you got mental issues. That's hilarious. That's the irony of that. Anyway.
I mean, I've been walking this earth for 42 years. I've been made fun of many, many times. I'm not worried about that. I'm more just curious to see how, when the person who doesn't quite understand the science behind things and they start to ask questions, how they're treated again. Science runs you out of the building, right? And that's the other thing to remember. People will forget how much stuff you know. That's fact, right? They're more concerned about like changing their kids' diapers and making sure that their kids have a meal and all those things, right? But people will never forget how you made them feel when you engaged with them in conversation. And that's why, shout out to Elijah. I see you sitting up there as the moderator, my guy. Congratulations on your moves. I am truly respectful of any man who's willing to sit in a public forum and engage with his fellow man in a one-on-one discussion while the mockers and scoffers laugh on. So props to you, my guy.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Hello, guys.
What's up, Clay?
What's up? Hope
What's up,
Clay?
What's up, homie?
I just wanted to contribute to what Kiwi was saying. If you give me 1 second, here you go.
Oh, that's interesting.
Shoot. 1 second. Wrong
Super
microphone.
interesting.
When has anyone in your group, Nathan Oakley's group, when has anyone measured to that horizon? Because the Black Swan states that every measured horizon must be 1.22 meters times this whatever, right? When have you measured it? And when was the Black Swan put through the scientific method? You can't destroy 2,500 years of science with logic.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
So, what science did they put their non-existent, not measured Earth curve that they can't show us through?
That's a good question. But who needs logic if you have science? Remember that.
They said that they have thousands of years of it, so they must have put this fairy tale Earth curve through some sort of science at some point, right?
Right, exactly. That's the logic. That's the unlogical proof. Yeah. That audio clip was from the conversation with Elijah. By the way, if anyone want to listen to that again, highly recommended. They exposed themselves.
Yeah, it was a good hour of just. I hear Elijah speak, And I think I recently, no, I need to not sidebar too much. I hear Elijah speak, and I just think about two guys sitting down playing chess in the park, right? Or two guys sitting at the park bench having a conversation, which was the illustration I attempted to portray my first day here on the channel when I talked about bringing up the subject to like a cashier. And just making that space for somebody to consider the alternative to what's being portrayed.
Yeah, I couldn't hold my temper on that Discord, unfortunately.
I will say from a support perspective, I had 2 private messages generated from the engagement. I also had a series of the crowd was truly engaged and was supporting, and they kept saying, let him continue. So I did bend a few ears, and I left with them accusing me that I'm crazy. That means I turned some ears. So job done today. I'm very proud of my work.
So, how's everyone doing today? I hope you guys are all fine, as usual.
Chilling.
That's nice.
Yeah. Was a beautiful day here in Spain. Weather wasn't as harsh as usual. Pretty nice.
Oh yeah, you had a lot of heat recently, right?
Lately, but not today, fortunately.
Was it raining in the night or something?
I wish. Very, very, very scarce rain. No, there almost nothing. It's very rare.
Oh,
The rain here.
We had a huge rain in the night. It was very lovely to listen to.
Wow.
You know, yeah, like with thunder and stuff. I love that stuff. You know, I can sleep like a baby when it's like when the world is going down. Like from a sound perspective.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of storms too.
And it cooled down the air and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So very nice.
But the humidity the day after, holy.
Yeah, that's true.
Anything interesting happening in the world? Anybody's aware of? News, updates?
Nah, it's still flat.
It's interesting that people also forget that our viewing angle with our left and right eyes, like if you look at that section drawing that flat earth Buddha shared, it's interesting that we also have the cone, right? What we see is a cone. So there's the upper limit in our peripheral vision and the lower limit in our lower vision. So from a standpoint of what we can actually pick up in our purview, this would be terribly distorted. Like I think about if this windmill as an example were the Statue of Liberty, and this guy standing off to the left was in a boat on the Hudson River, going down the Hudson River. What the hell would the Statue of Liberty look like, dude? She'd be like up to her shins in water, wouldn't she? and then it'd be like her belly, I think.
Just imagine what the horizon would look like. If someone can find me a straight horizon on a 360 degrees curved sphere, I give him a lot of non-existing money.
Nice.
Yeah.
Straight. What was the question again? Can you, because it's something that I'm kind of curious about. Like a straight line, 360, you said?
No, a straight line on a 360 degrees curving ball. Have you ever seen a straight or found a straight line on a ball? Is that even possible? Regardless how small you would be.
How it's supposed to look like in a sphere?
Huh?
How it's supposed to look like on a sphere? How would it have to look like?
No, I'm saying, is it? How should I say? How have you ever seen? Let's say. How should I say? Have you ever seen a flat horizon on a ball that bends 360 degrees around you, especially on water? Like, how can you even have a straight horizon that goes like 200 kilometers or whatnot in eyesight without bending, or let's say 200 kilometers, let's say 100 kilometers to be fair, not bending once? If at the end you're gonna have a 360 degrees ball, or how can you still have a flat horizon when you're on an airplane, not bending, not once? And at the end, you have a 360 degrees, every direction bending, perfect sphere. So
like it would be funny, right? So like if you drop some water should go down like a. I mean, if it would be a completely like a perfect sphere. Let's say the world was a completely perfect smooth sphere. The world was a completely smooth sphere, right? And you dropped water. What direction would it go? It would go like it would just get away from you, right? It would go away from you, no?
Right. I think ballers. Right. I think ballers, when they drink water, they don't need to contain it. You know, they just form it onto a ball. You know, oh no, they put it onto the head. You know, just sticks to it before the container.
Yeah, you're saying, why do Globers use glasses when they can just drink water with their hands?
Yeah. Just form some water into a ball. Why not? You don't need a container.
That's true.
Yeah, it's like barbecuing with propane without the tank. Why do they need the propane tank?
No container required. Floating cars are a thing. All right,
How's my German dude going, Mr. Recovering Time Waster? I hope you're doing good.
Hey there, fellow German dude. Clay.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up, fellow Bruder?
Okay, so Recovering Time Waster, I have a question for you, my friend. What would be the observed depression? What kind of distance would we need in order to observe an elevation if we were on a ball? I want to see if I can get an image for us.
What distance do we need in order to observe an elevation?
Change. A substantial elevation change. I'm talking like a drop of like 500 feet, let's say. What do you think?
All right, so you're basically asking, like, at which point do we have long distance observations which would make observing drop from horizontal easy.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, generally it depends on your kind of instrument, but like if you're using your eye or if you're using a theodolite or an auto level. But I would say, several miles, like let's say 10 miles and on should be should give pretty good results for that.
All right. So I'm sorry. Do we have something or no? How far would I need to travel to observe a depression? What do you think? 60 kilometers? 50 kilometers? 40?
Well, you don't even need that much. Like, something like 10 or 15 miles should be.
Okay, so 10 or 15 miles. Let's work with that. That's great. I thank you. Thank you for entering that. I appreciate that, my friend. So 15 miles, and I appreciate you considering my scenario. So let's work with a distance of 15 miles, and let's look at an elevation height of 300 let's look at an elevation height of 300 feet. Is that fair? So if I have something let's take a stick that measures 300 feet, and let's set up a what if scenario. Can we do that?
You have a stick of 300 feet?
Yeah. I have a measuring stick that's 300 feet. Can we do that?
If you have that kind of stick, sure.
For sure I do. It's easy. Dead easy. Okay, cool. So let's figure out can you do this with me? Are you on your computer?
I am, yes.
Awesome. Can you let's look up the Hudson River in relationship to the Statue of Liberty.
Hudson River.
Yeah.
Okay.
In relation to the Statue of Liberty.
In relation, you mean distance or?
No, I just literally. Sorry, I apologize, my friend. Sorry for not being specific. Let's search Hudson River Statue of Liberty.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. So if you go into the images, just literally look around at some of the images, right? Let's take an idea that, and I know, guys, we'll quickly argue that it depends on the elevation that these pictures are being taken from, what the vantage point is of the picture, the camera, right? Yeah. But if we step back for a minute and just observe all these different pictures, number one, do we ascertain that there's a drop from left to right? Do we observe one? That's the first question, because there's tons of pictures showing a distance, a horizon, if you will, in the background, moving left to right. But then the other question is, that's a 300-foot measuring stick, because it's 305 and a half inches to the very tippy top. As we take our boat and we go further down the Hudson River, I'm sure that you can find tons of video footage on YouTube regarding the Hudson River and views of the Statue of Liberty. As we drive the boat away from the Statue of Liberty, she would start to drown, wouldn't she?
Well, you would think so, yeah. Like if your distance is large enough, then I would
think we're making space. Thanks for receiving that, man. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
So what Time Waster wants to tell us is that his apparent radius can vary to infinity, right, Time Waster?
Sorry, Kiwi, was that it? Like, are we done?
Yeah, that was just something that I literally this morning I was thinking about thinking about that exact scenario, right? Because I'm an empath, So whenever I am in a situation that I don't fully understand, I like to immerse myself in the scenario so I can visualize what's happening around me and be very literal in how I approach things and try to teach things to people. So you engaging with me as someone who's not there yet, and me being able to express this to you and you being able to receive it, it allows me to understand better in how I present my argument to you. That's all. We both, it's a learning experience for both of us at the end of the day.
Okay, I get it. Cool.
And that's why I thanked you for receiving it. That's all. Thank you for your time.
Sure, no problem, man.
I think you're being generous with giving him the credit of wanting to learn here, but he probably does want to learn how to better lie about the globe.
My friend, but if I am reaping and getting fruit from what I'm presenting, and I'm just using him as a person to receive what I'm attempting to show. Again, I'm just taking from what I'm attempting to show. That's all. Nothing more. But thank you for illustrating that.
So, time waster. Basically, what you want to argue, I suppose, is that your radius can be refracted to infinity, right?
So as a preface,
Is there any limit to how far your radius can be refracted?
Before we start this off, like if you accuse me of lying or something, then I want you to back this up, like factually. Right?
I'll just look at anything you post, Ever. Anytime I said you were lying, I usually give you the specific answer as to what. So just go ahead and review that. So anyway, time waster. What is the absolute limit to how far you would say that your apparent radius could be refracted to? Because from what I can gather, it just seems like it just goes to infinity for you.
So off the top of my head, like I don't have the specific number.
Well, of course not. Because you didn't even know that the Black Swan implies an apparent radius of 250,000 miles until I told you that the other day after months of arguing against it. You didn't even know your own argument with it. So, of course, you don't know what the upper end would be, but in my experience in dealing with you, it seems like you'll just double down even if it has to go to infinity.
Well, I just didn't know the figure. I knew that it's definitely possible.
Yeah, but like you said, when you found out, it's pretty ludicrous, right? It's pretty ludicrous that all this time you've actually been claiming without knowing it that you have to refract your apparent radius to 250,000 miles to explain that image away, huh?
Yeah, basically what I did there was an argument from personal incredulity. Like I couldn't believe,
personal incredulity towards your own claim, the thing that you have been here arguing all this time. I know, it's ludicrous. I agree with you.
You're interrupting.
Your argument is ludicrous.
You keep interrupting me, though.
Yeah. I'm helping you. I'm helping you.
I don't think you are. Like, if this is supposed to be a discussion, then we shouldn't be interrupting.
I'm tired of listening to you lie past the point of conversing with you. I'm just here to expose the stupidity of your claims, that's all.
Why even talk to me, then?
Well, just for what I just said.
That's not a good reason at all.
No, it is a good reason to expose the stupidity of what you guys claim. That's a perfect reason to talk to you. I think that's your entire purpose in this server, personally. It's the only reason I can think of to talk to you.
Okay. So, kind of, your argument with this is you're claiming a radius that's like 4 times the radius of Jupiter.
No, you are. No, you are. You're claiming that radius.
I was paraphrasing your argument like that. So your argument is you basically say that's an impossibly large value. That's ridiculous, right?
That's what you said yourself. I agree it is. Like, how would you ever have measured the 3959 mile radius to start with if there are days when it looks like a 250,000 mile radius or days where it looks like a 1.8 million mile radius? How'd you get that 3959 mile number? Why not something in between some of those extremes?
Yeah, that's actually a good question. Now the thing is,
Well, I think the way that it was done is it's not a globe.
Can I?
So any number, I guess, would have done.
Central, I'm afraid this is not going to be very constructive if you keep interrupting me. Like I try to respond, but do we really want
Go on? Tell me how they got the 3959 number when it looks like a 1.8 million mile radius globe some days.
Right. So we're not the first ones to deal with the issue that refraction causes the apparent position of
Okay.
the right.
Okay.
Right?
Refraction is refracting your globe. Okay. Can you show me that globe? Because if the globe isn't there, then refraction can't do anything to it. So first we have to see that globe. We have to see the Earth curve that you are claiming is being refracted before you can claim that it's been refracted. So I could say there, like for example, I could say there are invisible pink unicorns out there. Hey, I could say there are pink elephants out there on the horizon, but they're refracted to invisibility, right? So first I would have to demonstrate that, yeah, indeed, there are pink elephants out there on the horizon, but we just don't normally see them due to refraction. But you see, before refraction can do anything to something, it has to exist in physical reality. So you gotta take care of that step first before you go to refraction.
That's a powerful statement. Refraction doesn't exist.
Yeah, you're trying to apply refraction to a fairy tale, buddy. Refraction doesn't do anything to beliefs. It doesn't do anything to stories. Show us the thing you say is being refracted wildly to a ludicrous extent, like you yourself said the other day, or else no refraction, no Earth curve, no globe, nada.
So, Central, you have a straw man there. Like, you're saying refraction only exists if we have a radius value, which is...
No, fool. You're the one strawmanning me right now as you claim that I'm strawmanning. I didn't say refraction doesn't exist. I said refraction is a part of physical reality, and in order for it to do something, it has to also be physical. The thing that it's doing something to has to exist. That's what I said.
Yeah, all that we need to exist is the physical reality around us that we both agree exists. Right?
Yeah, well, you think that there's a unicorn magic fairy tale spinning space ball that's being refracted.
That's not what I'm
That's
saying.
the thing that you have to show us. I agree with you, refraction is real, but if you want to say that a thing is being refracted or an image of it is being refracted, you have to show us that thing being real too, get it?
Yeah, but we're talking about different things. You think that we need a globe?
No, you're talking about story tales being refracted. I'm talking about physical reality.
Like,
So yeah,
I'm not even like at this point. At this point, I'm not even claiming a globe. Like all I'm trying to say is that refraction changes the appearance of objects around us.
Okay, good. It changes the appearance of objects around us. Is one of those objects around us a globe with a radius of 3959 miles?
Yes, I definitely.
Okay, show us that.
Show me the globe.
Yeah, show me the globe with the radius of 3959 miles. Because when I'm looking at the Black Swan picture, I'm seeing what, if it is a globe, it has to have a radius of 250,000 miles. So show me that 3959 mile radius one.
Yeah, so we're getting back to your original point about how can we ever measure a radius that varies that wildly in this kind of observation, right? So
it's not just that kind of observation. When we measure for curvature using laser transit, etc., we find no curvature at all. So we get an effective radius of 0, which gives us an effective geometric horizon distance of 0, which means nowhere, which squares perfectly with everything we seem to observe.
Exactly. And can I quickly intervene for a second?
Well, okay.
Go ahead.
So do you think when you observe a horizon that goes from one end to the other, and you see it totally flat, perfectly flat, right? Because water is the best indication for it. That's why you certainly should look at the horizon when you're at the sea. Do you think that would match with a radius that is as given by the model that as if it's given by the model that we your heliocentric priests always tell us, 3959. Do you think that is what you're seeing there? Because I always see globers with the weird images pointing out, oh look, here's the curve, look, it's curving, and you see these extreme curves where you see part of things disappearing, then I might ask, how does this align with a perfect flat horizon that goes from one end to the other? Are you living on a pizza roll or something? That's what I'm thinking when I see this stuff, because I have the feeling that Globers don't understand what it means to have a complete sphere at the end of the day, which is 360 degrees around you, curving down from the point where you're standing, curving down from the point where you're standing. Really get that into your head. 360 degrees around you, curvature going down away from you to have a sphere at the end.
Yeah, Time Waster, show us that 360 degrees downward drop in all directions, please, before you start telling us that it's being refracted to look like something else.
Sure, yeah.
Sure, no problem. Right.
So, Clay Under, so please don't assume that I'm not aware of what it means to live on a sphere. But obviously, you will have like on a level surface, you should be able to observe drop in all directions around you, right? And generally,
Wait a second. One second. Sorry for interrupting, but you just said something that it's really paradox in my ears. You said on a level surface, we should suspect 360 degrees curving around us.
Not suspect, we should be able to measure a drop on our horizontal plane, right?
It's a dude. You can't have a level surface. You can't have a level surface that is curving. Sorry.
Wait. He just said that we're going to measure a drop on a horizontal plane.
From from eye level, right? Like from our horizontal plane.
It angles up to eye level, everything below it, in perspective.
Yeah, that's correct. That's what perspective does. Now, if we have a curving surface, as I'm claiming, then we will expect to see a dip from that from our eye level.
Oh, okay. Well, we checked with lasers and horizon measurements and things like that, and there is no curved surface of Earth. So go back to the drawing board on your dip measurements and the extrapolation that you're trying to make from them.
Okay, so you're saying we can't measure a dip, like when we are standing at sea?
No, I didn't say that. I said that it just doesn't mean what you think it does, because we've checked the surface and it's not dropping. So once again, I don't know if you're misrepresenting, you're strawmanning on purpose, lying, or whatever, but you do this every single time. You can't seem to speak without strawmanning, so you ask me, where's the lie? Well, there's another one.
I didn't. You were literally...
Okay, then I guess you're just incapable of speaking without strawmanning, and it's just an innocent mistake.
You said we can't observe a dip, but we...
Yeah, I'm just saying that what you're extrapolating from it, the conclusion that you're arriving at from it, that's false, because we've checked the surface. It's not dropping anywhere. That's why your 39, 59-mile radius ball, when you extrapolate all these things from dip angles, turns out to look like a 250,000-mile radius ball sometimes, or 1.8 million-mile radius ball, and so on.
And it's just called a dip angle because it's actually your drop from your eyeball height to the ground.
So you're
just okay.
Hold on. Let's
not actually curving anywhere.
Please, let's focus on one thing at a time, or one person at a time, right?
So can you just focus on showing us that Earth curve that you say is being refracted?
Sure. I'm trying
orders of magnitude beyond what you're claiming.
Like just slapping evidence in there won't help the argument much because people won't even see it, right? So you're saying we can not observe any drop from eye level?
No, so you're doing it again. This is why I keep calling you a liar.
Well, just to clarify, right? Can you clarify your last argument?
Nobody disagreed with you that you can observe a dip. They just said that what you're extrapolating out of it, the conclusion that you're coming to about it being Earth curve is wrong because we checked the surface. It's not dropping.
Wait, we can observe a dip, but the surface is not dropping?
Didn't scientists just tell you?
Well, how does that work? Like, the surface isn't dropping, but we can observe a dip? Doesn't perspective literally do the opposite? Like, it will converge with eye level?
There's a dip from eye level, but you're extrapolating that there's an 8 inches per mile squared drop in reality of the Earth. We've checked.
Well, yeah, that's
there is no 8 inches per mile squared drop.
In the first step, we're just talking about dip from eye level. And the actual measurements of the radius and the shape of the surface are an entirely different point.
The one of the Earth that's not dropping, the sphere that's not shown anywhere in reality, the one that you have to extrapolate from things like dip angles.
You keep bringing up like
not
5
things like direct measurements of drop over distance.
Central, this is not how discussion or debate works. Like you keep bringing up 5 points at once. Well, let's just
no, it's the same point. The point is there's no drop over distance. You are extrapolating from secondary things that do not indicate necessarily drop over distance. So when we check for it directly, we find that there is none. So we know that your conclusions are false.
Okay, so like you agreed with me that perspective will make a flat surface converge with our eye level. And you claimed that we can not observe a drop, but you also said you agreed with me that we can observe a dip. Now these things are contradictory. Do you?
No, they're not contradictory. I keep saying over and over again, you can measure a dip and then make all your extrapolations from it that it must be because the surface of Earth is dropping away, blah, blah, blah. But it's wrong, because when we check the surface directly, it's not doing that.
Okay, so I need you to explain to me how a flat surface will not converge with eye level. Why can we measure a dip?
I don't know. It's not really my problem that the ground is not dropping at 8 inches per mile squared when we measure for that drop directly. If you want to be confused about it and believe that you're on a 3959 mile radius ball that some days looks like a 1.8 million mile radius ball because you can't figure out any other answer to your little dip angle scenario, then knock yourself out and have fun with your religion.
So Chicago, they have Chicago photograph. It was so that was like 1.8 million mile radius, isn't it?
I'm thinking of the newer Black Swan for that, but the Chicago one, yeah, I don't know. I'll check.
Yeah, so the Earth maybe facing that direction has a bigger radius. I mean, the only way you could do it was every time you look a different direction, you get a different distance. We're not on a curve. That dip angle you're talking about, you're saying it on purpose, is the drop from your eyes to the ground at sea level. So however you want to say it, the end.
Scientists, you're kind of, again, breaking the laws of perspective there.
No, not really.
I'm not. The ground and the sky meet at just below your eye level, really. If you went your 1 inch off the ground with your eye, it would meet at eye level almost.
Yeah, measure for the dip right at sea level and see what happens.
Yeah, I know.
No dip on sea level. Once you take your drop out, and your drop is your height to sea level, mine would be about 5.5 feet if I was standing on the beach. If I'm standing in my backyard, it's about 1,200 feet to sea level if I want to use a sextant here.
Okay, well, we're kind of disagreeing there because the laws of perspective dictate how that works. They dictate that every flat plane will converge to your vanishing point, regardless of...
Yeah, your vanishing point is whatever, 5.5 feet below your eyes.
You could literally be like at extreme heights above that plane. Given enough visibility, it will always converge to your eye level.
Almost.
No, always. Like
almost exactly to eye level, but it's not. It's just under, because my camera tells me that too.
Well, I mean, Time Waster, it's a good thing that we have a flat plane, aka the Earth, to test these things out on, and it looks like scientist is right and you're wrong. Because we've measured it for drop over distance, it has none, so it does what you're talking about in reality. That's what happens, yeah.
Oh.
Nice reification attempt again, though. Attempt 3959.
Oh, I don't like that.
Yeah, well, I'm just not sure. Like at this point, we were disagreeing on how the laws of perspective works.
Well, you disagree with a lot of things, reality, namely. Right down to the basics of like where you are.
I can tell you one thing.
Yeah.
Perspective works on a flat plane. It doesn't work on a curved ball. So, however you want to do it.
Okay. So, what kind of argument is that? Like, are you saying perspective would not work if, like, even if
we're not standing on a ball?
Yeah,
all perspective uses a center line, right? A vanishing point. Not a curved vanishing point, just a vanishing point. When have you ever drawn yourself being on a ball? Whenever you ever had to do that? No pictures show any round, curved Earth. So where would that happen?
Yeah, find us a globe to test out perspective on, please, time waster.
Why can't it be Jesse's globe?
By all means, if you find a globe for us to test perspective on, I'm all for it. This will be fun.
I'm watching the science.
Find another globe like that.
If you're claiming things like perspective would never work on a globe, then I kind of want you to back
Even
that
though
up.
the horizon's too far for it to be that, those kinds of claims, yeah. Too bad about those.
The Earth is flat.
Yeah, so you would have perspective up in your eyes, and then you would have it curving down and away from you, left to right and away from you, or else like a toilet paper tube, just away from you, like you guys like to say. Because if you look left and right, there's no curve, but it's only in front of you, no matter where you look. Does that make any sense?
For the crest, there is no left to right.
I was kind of thinking that you guys wouldn't even agree on dip from eye level.
Yeah, I know.
It's not called a dip. It's actually the drop from your eye level to the ground. So we're not going to use dip anymore because there's no such thing as that. The Earth doesn't dip away, so we won't use that anymore.
Yeah, you're just trying to falsely attribute it to your fairy tale fantasy Earth curve.
Yes, by him saying dip. Yep, by him saying dip, he's just kind of. Yeah, there you go.
Sorry, what am I doing by saying dip?
Well, you're trying to misattribute it to your fairy tale fantasy spinning globe.
Okay, and you're attributing it to what exactly?
But when I dip, you dip, the Earth dips. When I dip, you dip, the Earth dips. Never mind, y'all go ahead.
When I dip, you dip, we dip. Hey,
It's
let's
already been
go.
said so many times in this conversation. What causes it? You just
so if you're in the Navy, they say dip. Your dip is from your eyes on top of the ship to sea level. Okay, that's actually the drop from your eyes to sea level. It's not a dip. They just say that to make you think you're on a ball. It's not a ball. It's just a drop. So you can be at sea level when you take the angle on the sextant.
So the Navy's lying to you?
About what? They say in their books it's flat. It's a flat plane. No, they don't lie at all.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on.
Am I lying? Am I lying, people? If I never read about Coriolis, I never used Coriolis, but I was shooting the airplanes.
Okay.
Am I lying because everybody's saying that we need to count on Coriolis, and now I didn't. Nobody told me, and I was good in shooting. And why I was good? Why nobody told me about Coriolis? Why I'm lying?
So you were like, what was you were shooting airplanes? What did you say?
Yeah, he was shooting right at the airplanes and knocking them out of the sky. Isn't that crazy? He didn't have to count for spin or anything.
No curve, no refraction, nothing.
Nothing. Refraction, especially if it's coming over the horizon. It's really not there. Where do you shoot at?
I mean, I keep trying to tell him that you can't refract an image of something that's not there, but he still doesn't get it.
No, you can only refract an image that's there and make it look squashed. You can't bring it up from the bottom.
The same weapon shooting also the target. The same weapon shooting also the target on the ground. For the ground, if it's not moving, I don't need to count to anything. I will shoot that without problem. For the sky, it's a little bit problem because of airplane. It's moving, and I need to count on the speed of the airplane and angular size in the sky of the airplane. That's all.
Okay, you guys just said something about the Navy.
Why I was in military? Why my military lied about everything?
Sasha, check this out, dude. Check out the chat. Why would somebody said something about why would the military lie to you? The military can't lie to you because they have instruments of measure. That is I believe it's a periscope view, would it not be? And that has a crosshair going up and down and left to right, and the water level is level left to right. And that's a pretty big ship. So I think our sample size can be related to say, we've got a pretty good sample size in that picture, boys. Sasha, thank you for the reminder about targeting systems in the Navy. In the Navy.
Yeah, in the Navy, how much periscope can reach, how to say, the distance? To say, let's say this is on 2 miles, 3 miles, 10 miles, or whatever. That's the one point. A second point, how tall is that periscope? Is it 30 feet, 100 feet, or 1,000 feet?
Height, like they don't stick more than a few meters above the water surface, obviously.
Oh my God. Why?
I remember an information from a couple years ago, but I think from a couple feet above the water, periscope can see 8 to 10 miles depending on visibility condition. I could be wrong.
8 to 10, yeah, that sounds
Okay,
reasonable.
that's good, 8 to 10 miles. I like that number, even if it's 5. And what is the height of the periscope?
I'm somewhere about 2 to 3 feet above the water.
3 feet.
33.
33. 30 meters.
Something like.
So 10 miles. 10 miles is 16 kilometers.
Yeah.
And height, it's 10 meters. Not more, for sure. Of periscope.
Yep, no globe coming out of this conversation. That's for sure.
And Kiwi, look at that picture about what you posted. Do you see that picture, what you posted?
What up, homie? Yes, I did.
Look now. Is that clear day?
Yep. That's some distance right there in the beyond the horizon, or beyond the object in our immediate view. The horizon in the background is pretty damn far off, and that's pretty flat.
Yeah, but there is no refraction there.
Oh no, if refraction. Okay, and well, I don't want to get into refraction now.
Yeah,
I've learned so much about that. And you know what?
You don't need to anyway. You can't refract fairy tales, so don't worry about it.
Shout out to Godrocker. Godrocker went absolutely ballistic this weekend, and he's like, I can't find anything about refraction. And he was nuts about it. And I started thinking about it. I'm like, this is true. If we think about the Pink Floyd album cover,
see
refraction.
Yeah,
see refraction.
Soldier now, and you are properly there and looking that, and you are now thinking, I will shoot. This is both on 5 miles. I can. It is on 5 miles for sure, but because of refraction, that could be 9 miles. You know, and he doesn't shoot because he need to first make calculation what that could be and where the ship it is, real ship it is. You know, because of refraction and all stuff. Because today we need to account on refraction, you know. In that days, they needed also to account on refraction. Not only we now, because of debate, we need to account on refraction. There was fighting. They needed to account on refraction all the time.
How do you count for something that takes an 8,000-mile diameter ball and sometimes makes it look like, say, a 3.6 million mile diameter ball? Ludicrous, right? Time waster. I agree.
Like, I'm not clear what's being claimed here. Like, are you saying that the military, like the Navy, doesn't work with refraction, or?
Not the kind that you talk about. That applies to fairy tales. That's for damn sure.
You have to understand the essence that we're attacking, right? We're attacking the very foundation of refraction, and we're basically saying that refraction doesn't exist in a closed environment, period. right? And in order to understand that concept, we can then begin to venture forward. Because the issue that we're running into here with you specifically is that when a teacher gives lessons, he likes to see progress in the student attending class. Otherwise, the student's just showing up, smoking weed, getting high, and making fun of shit and kicking chairs and leaving. Like it's non-fruitful, right? So all we're looking for is the actual idea that you've actually began to see the forest from the trees. Because, dude, if you're still licking the bark that the dog just finished pissing on for shits and giggles, this is completely pointless.
Oimar, did you?
I see. Can I respond? Can I just quickly respond to?
Did you ever was in military? Only one question, simple. Did you ever was in military?
No. I would, sir. I would like to respond to Kiwi first, so this doesn't get lost. Right? Kiwi, I'm not trying to be rude, but you were saying like, yeah, you're trying to teach me. Fair. Like, if there's something I didn't know, then I will accept. Being learning about it. But you were saying you're making the claim that refraction only works in it doesn't work in a closed system. Can you substantiate that claim in any way?
Sure, I'll take the off lighting that is created when I light the ceiling wall light in a living room, and the hallway beside it, offshoot of that main room, gets lit with no reflective surfaces in my immediate purview. How does that light get into that hallway, and how does that hallway get lit by refraction? It makes no sense, because there's no reflective surfaces present.
Sounds like ambient light.
Yeah, but you're confusing refraction with diffuse lighting here. Like, if light hits a surface that isn't shiny, that has a low reflective index, it will reflect diffusely, so in all directions. So,
so you're saying that we can change the intensity of the hallway, we can change the intensity of the light being generated in that hallway by painting it with a different type of paint, a reflective paint versus a semi-gloss versus a non-gloss, if you will.
Yeah, pretty much. Like if we have or if you would put up a mirror right somewhere that's hit by the light, then you would get.
There's no reflective surfaces. I know you're taking to extreme, but I'm saying we're not even going to discuss the mirror.
I'm taking
an absolute.
Yeah, I'm taking it to an extreme, but you were not talking about refraction, but reflection here.
Well, no, I was just asking you how the hallway off of that main room gets lit. I'm trying to understand that concept from an essence of refraction, which I don't believe exists. I believe that hallway gets lit by, again, the essence of the light bulb in the main room being a luminary, and it illuminates the essence of the room, which is the gases available in the room, and then the gases in the room of the hallway offshoot of that room, and different characteristics of those gases is activated in that offshoot, the ether, right? That's why I relate, and always, guys, I will always go back to the idea, hold on one second, this is my last point, of the firmament, because I believe the firmament is the lid to the closed system, which is why I question refraction. Thank you for taking that in. Let's go.
Right. So what you were describing it can be explained by diffused light. So light reflecting off of a surface. So you need a solid surface for that. Like it won't just reflect off of.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, no, I'm talking merely about diffuse reflection of light. And that's how the hallway gets lit.
Yeah, you just described how the hallway over me is still lit at dusk.
That's not really what I was getting at, but yeah, I think that's a kind of.
That's okay. I derailed the conversation for you.
Yeah, you did. But yeah, sure. Let's move on.
I know you weren't accidentally trying to disprove the globe, but good job.
I didn't.
Your boss will be very proud of you.
Yeah,
I hope he's listening.
I'm gonna ask for a pay increase for sure. Pay raise. I'm not being serious, obviously. Like, I'm not sure where
My
this
friend,
comes from.
listen.
Like, tons of people keep
Who's going to offer us your job since we know your argument's better than you do?
for this. Like, I wish I was getting paid for this.
My guy, this is all this
Koimar,
is. Go
I
ahead,
have one
sir.
question for G. This is also, let's say, if you can answer for all of people like you. How you feel on the border of the fight? Because look at, there is some danger. There is called flat earth and some information people coming, and I don't know what their aim is, what they want to do. You know, I think they want to ruin something, because I see so many protection from people coming from society, making some channels and protecting mainstream scientists and mainstream narrative. You know, they cannot do alone. You know, and now we need people like you to protect this world from danger, because there is no, you know, what we will do with mainstream science and mainstream, you know, mainstream stuff. Why you doing that voluntary? What is the danger of flat earth?
I'm not doing this because I have the feeling that I have to protect something, you know, some mainstream narrative or mainstream science.
I see when I go to Gem Panda that there is so much ironic, sarcastic, smiling behind the scene. You know, if you say something, if I say something, it will be look at this idiot or whatever, retard. Or okay, let's say what is happening with these retards? What is going on? Or they are not retards? They are a little bit clever. If they are clever, does they want to change the world? What is the point? Why we need people outside to protect us from them, from these flat earthers? What they will do?
The vitriol. That's what I keep resorting to. It's the negativity.
Are they dangerous for this beautiful world with harmony, peace, and love? And does they really want to ruin all this stuff?
Yeah. So I mean, I can't really explain to you why they are being, you know, sarcastic or vitriolic or ironic, but yeah, generally, you will see a lot of people look down on other people that don't follow the mainstream narrative, like, oh, you're better, that's funny, and so on. But I think that's not really constructive, right? It doesn't help anybody. You won't convince anybody that way.
Why are Globers now,
for example,
like embarrassed to say they're Globers?
You want me to say, oh, they are like they are ironic?
Globers are embarrassed to say they believe in the globe model nowadays. They won't say because they know it. Yeah,
I believe in the globe. I'm not embarrassed to say that, and I think I have good reason to do so.
Yeah, but you wouldn't get in an open public match with me on public square talking out loud, because you would be like, people would be laughing at you.
Oh, a scientist. Dude, like,
Koimar,
no.
Koimar,
this is way too much
crazy. I want to know Koimar, I want to know where I'm wrong, why I'm following this bullshit, and what is because I'm asking myself every day what is going on with your logic and everything, and then still I'm on this side, and I want to know where I'm wrong, why. What is dangerous in this? What will happen with the ships if they start to navigate over the flat oceans? What will happen? What will happen if I take a car and go to one hill and say this is 300 meters hill, and then I move with that car and go 100 miles away, and I go to the mountain and I say, look, this mountain is 2,000 meters high. Yes. Great, because Earth is curving, because everything is great. Oh, great. Where is curving? Under the ground?
You're kind of asking multiple questions, and like your first question is kind of broad, like what?
Tell me one answer where I'm wrong. Where I'm wrong with mountains. Tell me what I need to do. For example, if I go outside and make observation, and there is no curvature. What shall I do? Another example to show me, to show that I'm making wrong. I'm making wrong thing. I need to do some. What shall I do? Tell me.
To what? To observe.
He wants to know what to do to see the curve because he can't see it, basically. So you need to tell him.
Okay. Well, I can try to tell you. Like, it's definitely possible to see the curve from ground level. Usually, you will want some bit of equipment that enhances your optical.
At ground level, will it be at 1.2 miles in the form of a geometric horizon if I look 1 foot off the ground? Is that what I'll see?
Like, I'm not sure why
I should if that 3959 mile radius figure is correct.
Dude, it's in. We've calculated it, and I've drawn it in AutoCAD, and a bunch of people have done the math on it. You should only see it 1.2 miles.
Like, the first step is to actually observe it, and only then we can get into measuring it, right?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to get you to help us do. So based on the globe metrics, it'll be at 1.2 miles at the 1 foot observer height, right?
Well, why are you like this is a false premise. You're again excluding refraction.
The globe is a false premise.
First, you agree to refract.
You can't apply refraction to something that isn't there.
Listen, I'm not excluding anything. I was watching that Black Swan. They are saying Black Swan. That for me, that is not Black Swan. That they are oil rigs. That is oil rigs, real oil rigs on 9 miles.
That is correct.
It sounds like he was about to start telling you where you can see it, but then he started going into refraction to explain why you can't see it. So I think he was just going to double think himself and cancel.
No, I wasn't.
Okay, great.
You interrupted me. I was about to answer Sasha's question, so I'm not sure why you're trying to. Are you trying to derail the conversation, or did you just?
No, we just want to see this Earth curve that you said that you could show us. It was supposed to be at 1.2 miles in the form of a sagittarius, right, at the 1 foot observer height, right? So we're just hoping to see that. It sounded like that's what we were getting to, so I was just getting excited. That's all.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you that.
You will tell me now. You will answer me now. You will tell me now how I can do it.
Sure. So, what do you want to do? The easiest way to observe the shape of the Earth, due to its size, is to position yourself at an oblique angle to a large, like a long object, right? Like a highway or a bridge or something like that, or even like a column of whatever, like a row of pillars or something, like whatever, or even oil platforms, right? And that will allow you to see.
How about beach?
Beach?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
To be on the beach and to observe.
Well, yeah, the beach, like at sea level, it's kind of hard anyway. Like the horizontal curve is the hardest.
But I'm not observing. I'm not observing the water. I will observe the island in distance.
Yeah, I mean that's not the easiest. Like that's not the most conclusive way to do it.
That island is on the map. It's in my country. I will be here, and Ireland will be there. Even when I go back to UK, the island always will be there. And Ireland was there, didn't move in this period. You know.
Okay. Well, you can use an island. But
okay, great. If I see that island with some height of, let's say, 2 meters on 20 miles, what is going on then?
Sorry, 2 meters on 20 miles?
Yeah. If I see that island, if I see the let's say
the island over 20 miles.
Yeah.
So what's the problem, or like what's the point?
If I see the shore of that island, what is going on then?
Well, what does, like, you're questioning the globe model, so what does the globe model predict?
That you won't see the island.
The globe model predict that globe model predict that there you can do math. It depends of height. You will see 2, 3, 4 miles. It depends of height.
Does it only depend on height?
Does it depend of something else?
Will you make? Well, I'm saying it does. I'm just
About
interested
what?
to hear this from your side for once. Like, what does?
No, I don't know. I'm asking you. I'm asking
Like,
you.
what does? Well, yeah, we can do it that way, but like, I just kind of wanted to hear like at once from your side.
Man,
What does a long distance observation?
I asked you what is the second way, and you are now explaining me. I told you there is the height and the distance, and there is let's say 3 miles that you cannot see more. Now you're saying that did I account on something else, and I said no, and I asked you on what I need to account.
So yeah, what you need to account for as well is temperature, pressure, visibility, humidity, and most of these you can summarize under refraction. This is how an observation.
Great.
Refraction is something that's not there.
Calm down. Let's not interrupt each other like that.
Great. You said temperature, you said humidity, you said refraction and more things. Okay. How all that things together, how we call that? Does we call that supervision or we call that how you English say something when you can or deviation?
Well, I would call it like the conditions, you know. Like,
is it that can we can if when we mix the temperature, humidity? You know, when you in the morning when radio said today humidity is 79%, the visibility it's 20 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Are he saying that visibility is today more than yesterday or less?
Yeah, well, that depends on what exactly he's saying.
If it's more humidity, more temperature, and more that things, can we see more or less?
So if
we have more humidity, more temperature, more all stuff, whatever you want to put inside, refraction, anything, can we see more or less?
So generally, when light is moving through a colder packet of air, it will refract more.
It's not colder now. You are speaking now colder. You said temperature, you said humidity, you said refraction, you said you name it. That means all of that is happening. Now I'm asking you, can you see with all of that?
What I meant.
Simple question. Can you see with that all that things less or more? You can say now, Sasha, you can see more. Or you can say, Sasha, you can see less.
You can't make that kind of general statement. You're oversimplifying.
Why, man? But why? Because on radio they will. If ship is navigating, they will tell you that vision today it's 10 miles. That means it's less. Today. Why? Because you have some shits in sky or in atmosphere or blah blah blah, and because of that you will see less, and because of that they are giving you that information even mainstream live on every radio for navigation.
Everywhere they give that information out. Every day, one of the first things they say, the temperature and visibility is 10 miles. So the pilot can walk out of his house, or the dude that's goes fishing knows what to expect that day.
Yeah. That was just, as I said, that's just one of the factors that we have to keep in mind when making long-distance observation, like Sasha is doing with his island.
Now I'm asking you, if it's clear without any of that, what that day news was, less of that, can we see more or less?
That depends on one of the other variables.
Okay, so we're going to say the sea temperature is 70 degrees and the air temperature is 70 degrees. Okay, and there's no fog. Now use those numbers.
Yeah.
Okay, so that I'm not used to working in Fahrenheit, but the equal temperature, right? So that means that we have only standard refraction. We're not having any kind of strong refraction, so we should see exactly what the globe model predicts, including standard refraction.
Well, that's weird. I thought that the globe model predicted a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles at the 1 foot observer height. At standard refraction, that would predict a geometric horizon distance of about 1.4 miles. So that's weird.
So does the globe model predict?
Yeah, no, that's the standard refraction. Do you think that 7/6R equals 250,000? Well, it actually equals 0 because the true measurement of R is 0. But
Generally, you're getting pretty damn close to the actual point, because standard refraction will not allow you to see that kind of huge apparent radius that you're just mentioning.
yeah, but no refraction will, because there is no geometric horizon, so there's no geometric horizon to refract. So what you're seeing is just the horizon.
There's just the actual geometry of what we're seeing is always refracted. Like, we can't just exclude refraction.
There's no refraction that can do anything to an imaginary thing that you can't show us, like Earth curve. That's the point you're missing.
Well, no, that's just a false premise.
No,
If the Earth was a 3959 radius, you should not be seeing that far, even with your refraction. You are not getting it.
You want to tell us that refraction is being applied to
Unbelievable
this
that you
image of
keep
this
trying to use a refraction when there is slightly a refraction and not the globe model refraction that you fucking keep saying. Nothing in reality shows your globe fucking refraction. Stop it. It's unbelievable. We show you reality. You're telling us that refraction is in reality. It's not.
But Justin, it's worse than that. He's telling us the globe is in reality, and then he wants to apply refraction to it, even though he hasn't shown the globe to exist in the first place.
Okay.
Time waster. Something has to exist in physical reality before an image of it can be refracted. What don't you get?
Can I just reply to Justin? So, Justin, you're saying refraction doesn't exist?
You can see the one that what is posted right now. Scientists post. I post it all the time. That's a day-long lapse of refraction. But guess what? It's not the globe refraction at all. Else you would never see the fucking island. Ever. You couldn't see it. If that globe refraction that you are stating is real was there in that picture. That whole day should have been no fucking mountain at all. You're not getting it.
Globe refraction is not a thing.
It should not be there. You should not ever see it because the globe states it. You dumb ass.
So can you tell me what is globe refraction that you're referring to?
You're not looking at that fucking refraction right there? Are you not looking at that? The water is over the land?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, so the water should be over the land at all fucking time if you had your globe Earth model. You're fucking retarded, dude. You should never see over the goddamn horizon. Never. Never.
Okay, so refraction does not bring up things that are behind balls of Earth and bring them up for your eyes to see. It can only make things that are visible squish.
Okay, so to everybody in this room, like, if this is just going to be a screaming match, like, if we don't kind of have, like,
well, you keep trying to spin your fairy tales.
No, you're wasting our time, and that's why I'm screaming at you, because you keep fucking saying that it's the globe refraction, and you have not proved the globe. You idiot.
You have to have a globe in order to refract an image of it, guy. So show us that globe.
That's again, that is completely false. Refraction.
What? It's completely false that you need a globe in order to have a refracted image of a globe. Time waster.
False for you, Recovery. Good job.
It's completely false that you need a globe in order for the globe to refract. That's what Time Waster just said.
Like, I'm not going to continue.
That's a clip.
If I can't respond to a single point you're making, then this is pointless. And if your mod is calling me a retard.
Well, can you respond? The only thing that you have to do here is show us a globe before you can demonstrate that a globe can even be refracted. So you don't seem to be able to do that.
Really telling you.
It's your fault that this is pointless.
It is your fault. You still haven't proved the globe. That's the thing. You just keep talking about this refraction that never happens.
We can
It's
only
never
talk about
happening, though.
one point at a
You
time.
never see this 1.225 miles. Never. Ever. You can't even show it. You can't even show it. You can't even show it. No, you haven't even shown it. There's no refraction at 1.225 miles. None. It's nowhere in reality. None.
You're making
You can't show it.
False statement at this point. Like refraction.
Well, I've seen you try to show it to us, and you just show us other
when you have
black swans.
measurements. When you have the globe measurements. Sorry. We have the globe measurements. We've been all taught it. So do you. And you keep trying to push it on us, but yet you're not pushing it in reality because it's not there.
Then present your measurements that debunk refraction at whatever distance you claim.
You have to present your globe before we have anything to debunk as far as refraction being applied to a storytell goes.
Hold on. You earlier claimed that when you take into account refraction, quote unquote, that then these observations, which don't mesh with the globe model, become plausible. You haven't provided any evidence that said refraction is present in any of the observations, yet then you want to tell the flat earther that he has to present the counter evidence. It's like, you need to back your claim first. You don't have a fleshed out claim yet. Nobody even needs to rebut your claim. You haven't even proven it in the first instance. Yeah, so go get the proof of that refraction that you require for these observations, right? When you have that evidence, right, validatable, come let us know.
Sure. So I
by the way, hold on a second. Hold on. I'll give you a hint. Though before you try. Okay. Models, okay, of what it would need to be is not the same as proving that it's there. So good luck.
I totally agree. Yes. So I mean, originally I wanted to post the image that I will be posting right now, and have somebody here explain what is happening, because I've heard some claims about refraction that are just absolutely not true. And like, if Justin, like, would you like to just go ahead and explain what we are seeing here?
Yeah, there's no physical Earth curve limitation in either of those pictures, or it would be present in both. Plus, they're both black swans, so thanks.
It looks like shoaling to me in the bottom picture.
Did you see the picture I just posted, Time Waster? Okay, you cannot move the globe model horizon. It should never move. Yet you are moving it.
Okay, why are you making it?
Now let me speak. Let me speak. Because you should never see the towers at all. If the globe Earth model was correct, and your refraction was correct, the refraction should be above those fucking towers. You're not getting it. The water should be above the towers. It should be above the towers. This is still out there 6 miles away. You can still see the bottom of it 6 miles away. Now, guess what? Guess what? You don't have your 1.225 miles, you fucking moron.
I never claimed that we see
that a horizon. That is the fucking claim, you idiot!
I am making my claim.
That's the globe Earth claim. Shut your mouth, dude. It's the globe Earth claim.
How does he have a globe Earth role
claim
if he's not going to say that that's what it is?
It's not our claim.
No, I am making my own claims. And
you're not making any claim here when you see that 6 miles away. Now, guess what? You have to now go back to the fucking original measurements of the globe and adjust it. You fucking moron. What is it now? Can you do the math? We have. Does that make clear sense? Now, you should never see those towers. Those towers should be below the fucking horizon, because the 1.225 miles should be closer.
Okay.
Right? You should never see the 6 miles away, man. Never.
You're way too angry
Because
for
you're
this to be
fucking pissing me off. You're a fucking moron when you're posting
We'll take a
when you're
break then.
posting the proof. You're
Listen,
posting the fucking proof, man.
I can't
It's
respond to
fucking
you while you're
ridiculous in here.
screaming. Like, as long as you're screaming at me, I can't respond, okay? So, you're saying
I
we
don't
shouldn't
have to have
see-
you respond at all because you just responded with that picture. You don't even know what that picture means. You
I
just
absolutely
posted
did.
saying, here's a fucking
Oh,
Yeah,
definitely.
I'll be a good boy. How's that?
I think that it's being taken care of right now. Good stuff.
I don't necessarily think I was the problem in any of that.
No, I'm not suggesting that, or I can.
In lapse in time, but if I did make a mistake because I wasn't paying that close attention, then I apologize not only to everyone here, but for
it's a PSA.
People listening out there. I do make an apology that I'm sorry.
Yeah. But anyway, what's the standard terrestrial refraction focus on? The lapse rate, which is the off angle that the tangent from the source point takes over the curve, and therefore it's transversing different strata of atmosphere at altitudes and being refracted downwards each time. So the bend that they claim is just a cumulative redirection. However, that standard lapse rate doesn't have any, experimentally validated evidence that it exists. And if anyone's been paying attention, we've been talking about, and Indio's been posting, as well as others, a demonstration by the government-sanctioned universities who are testing their lasers that lapse rate doesn't exist.
Well, here's another thing
we got going around.
Here's another thing that I think people should know is that the only directional suggestion that they made about refraction in air was a deflection to the side. They said it went to the side. Never said it went down, never said it went up, said that it deflected to the side. Now, that's the only reference I found of any direction. Otherwise, in other words, most of them were like, it just breaks it up and sends it in all directions. When it's deep, when it's refracted in standard refraction, it hits the air or water molecules maybe in the air, whatever it hits, and it deflects it in whatever direction that the angle of incidence occurs on the water droplet. If it hits the top of it, it sends it down. If it hits the bottom, it sends it up. If it hits the right, it sends it left. If it hits the left, it sends it right. Those are all very well-known things. You can take a round glass ball, shine a light through it, and the only way it goes straight is if you shoot straight through the middle. If you put it at the top, it bends it down. And so basically the angle of incidence when the light ray hits these water droplets or whatever they are in the air would have to be exactly perfect in the same spot every time. And that is so demonstrably impossible. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I gotta speak on this because I was making a presentation on refraction and getting some citations and stuff because this is one of the issues that I find a lot of globers never account for when they're talking about refraction. They don't account for refraction requiring the angle. It needs the correct angle to be able to refract. If it doesn't have that angle, it doesn't refract. It either gets reflected or just enters straight into the medium if it's normal to the surface.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
R measures as 0. Effective geometric horizon distance, 0. Nada.
The Earth is flat.
Anyway, I was muted. I was talking like an idiot. I've been trying to keep my mic muted. Now I keep it muted while I'm even trying to talk. Fuck.
Godric. You're funny, man.
I once did a live stream for about 15 minutes before I found out that my mic was not situated correctly. So it's just me doing a silent movie, a silent film. It's a very frustrating thing.
In reference to Godspeed, I think he's addressing what occurred the other day when he was engaging with somebody chatting. I forget who it was. He's got 3 stars on his name, and he kind of hung him out on a little bit in terms of his microphone use and not muting himself when not in use and so on and so forth. And the thing about it that I want to address is, like, Godspeed's an amazing contributor to this community, right? He does his work. He puts in passion with it. So I do think that we have to be a little bit... not becoming, but a little bit. Pardon me?
Who are you talking about?
He doesn't know.
His name is God Rockin'.
God Rockin'. I apologize.
Yeah,
God
okay.
Rockin'. My intentions were towards God Rockin'.
All right.
In any case.
Yeah, everybody knows how valuable of a member he is.
Yeah.
You guys have shown me great respect and great tolerance for my hot miking. And again, I apologize, but I'm honestly going to try really hard to put an end to it. And like I said, I've been doing it so much lately that I'll even find myself talking to a muted mic. So, let's help me work through this. I know it's irritating to you guys. I apologize, but you guys have been more than graceful to me about all of it. I mean, more than accepting, and no one has really ever given me a hard time except the other day. Orion kind of got in my shit, and I got right back in his shit because I just felt like he was telling me stuff like I already knew. Don't you know that you're supposed to mute your mic and while you're not talking? Like treating me like I was a little kid. And I just told him "fuck you," and
Don't worry about it.
and then I apologized.
I do the same thing. I talk to a mic that's not on all the time.
Your robot. Sorry.
But all in all, after it's all been said and done, you guys have been so accepting of my mistakes and been so gracious and been kind and all the above. And, I have the utmost respect for all of you guys for tolerating my insufficient, ability to keep my mic muted. I am sorry. I'll try to do better. But
onward and forward.
You guys have been very, very kind to me about it. Almost every time. So I can't complain. It's all on me. It's not you guys. You guys have been gracious to the utmost degree.
Well, you have mute powers, so it's no big deal if someone just mutes you anyway, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. And I've tried to tell people that, if I am, just mute me. Just, if I'm away from my mic. But that still doesn't negate the fact that I should have muted it before I got up from my chair or when I went into the kitchen or whatever. Because I live alone and I leave my mic unmuted for hours on end. And then someone comes to my door. That's not the first thing I think of is to hurry and go mute my mic. Well, I'm trying to change that. So,
Well, were you guys talking for a long time, though? I thought I witnessed that conversation for for at least an hour, wasn't it? Or am I terribly mistaken? Guys, I suck with names. But...
No, the argument I was having with Orion?
Yeah, were you guys in
that lasted about 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. My bad.
Yeah.
So I know you engaged with somebody in conversation for quite some time. And I remember listening to you guys, and I was like, you guys are just talking. This is great.
But this refraction thing has really got me a bit flustered because like I said, I have literally spent hours and hours and hours of searching through the internet on every experiment that's been run by every moron on the internet or wherever I can find it, and every definition I can find about refraction. And I mean, I've literally spent 2-3 days, hours and hours and hours and hours looking, just sitting here listening to you guys, and I'm on YouTube just scanning through videos, scanning through observations, scanning through this, scanning through that, all looking at refraction. And never, not one time does any of it ever say that air, water, or light moving through air bends light. The word is never, I can't find it being used anywhere. Now, reflected or deflected, yes. And then they show a diagram, and then reflection is where it hits something and then goes into another straight line into a different direction. And it's not specific. It'll either go down, left, right, up, down, wherever it goes. It's deflected, not bent.
Yeah, so Godrockin, did you see the link that I posted along with a lot of images from this lecture 13, Fresnel's equations?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, it's in the live stream voice text. So you could
what does
go
it
to
say?
the link. Hold on, let me find out where I put the link in at 55 minutes.
Okay.
It says lecture 13. I would just download the whole thing. It's like 23 slides. It's very good. Like, some people are better at the math and the formulas, but what I'm looking at is the angle of incidence, what kind of medium is required for this. This is actual refraction.
Right. Is it consistent with what, is it in any way consistent with what I've been saying?
Exactly. Yeah, there's a plane of incidence. So I think this might be another good resource for you. Like, if you do need to talk about it, you can just bring up several key points that are pointed out in these Fresnel equations from this lecture.
Yeah, like I said, I've probably seen, I don't know if I've seen that exact one, but I've seen enough of them to know that it's all about the angle of incidence is where the light goes. And it's when it leaves, after the incident takes place, it never leaves in a bent line. That's
just a change of angle. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the whole thing about the plane of incidence, it's a plane of incidence every time. Whenever they're talking about refraction, they're talking about a plane of incidence and two separate isotropic media. Yeah. So it only applies to like air to glass, glass to water, air to water.
That's terrestrial refraction there.
No, refraction isn't.
Well, that's the way I've seen it. It takes two separate media and one much denser than the other.
Mm-hmm. It's more like something that only occurs in a lab when you're looking at light.
Right. Exactly. That's my point.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's my point. I was looking all this time for anything that happens in just air alone. And you can make the air different densities, different temperatures. You can do anything you want to it as long as you just leave it as air. And it never, ever says it bends light. It just deflects.
No. Yeah, what it does in nature, and I could be off, but I think I'm pretty much right on with this. How it occurs in nature is, like, I think Andrew Thomas Young has some information on this as well, but the only thing refraction is going to do is limit our view.
Yes.
It's going to diffuse. Yeah, it's going to diffuse because of the density of everything above the water, basically.
Yes. Yeah,
it's going to have an opaqueness to it. So you're not going to be able to see as far. You're never going to be able to see 10 times further than you're supposed to be. Not at all.
Right. That's what I was saying a minute ago. It just makes the picture muddy and blurry and less visible. And that's exactly what refraction does over water.
Yeah, like waves on a hot road. When you're driving down a road, a nice long straightaway, and it's flat. You're driving along, you see those waves on the up towards your vanishing point, right? Or right on the road, you see the waves from the heat. That's what refraction is.
It's hardly a clear picture, though, right?
Let me
It's hardly a clear, visible, picture where you can see every little detail. It destroys the details.
Yeah, go ahead, Joyce.
Yeah, if you look at fire and looking through the air above fire, you see turbidity in the air, or the air is disturbed as the air gets heated and it rises. You don't see the light rays bending or anything like that. However, when you look over long distance and you look at the time lapses, what we do see is there is occasionally some vertical stretching and vertical compression. And when it compresses vertically, it can compress it beyond the diffraction limit of the optics being used, and therefore it can appear to disappear. But it's not actually going behind any Earth curves.
Yeah.
And those are the only really refractive effects I can really attribute to the air. When you see the mirages and stuff like that, I don't think that's actually refractive effects, other than that refraction might be just helping the angle reach the critical angle required for reflection or total internal reflection.
Reflection. Reflection.
So that's how you can get these different reflections, because it's bouncing around on the different layers, either of the water or of the
you're absolutely correct.
Differential.
You're absolutely
so here's the thing. Here's how I think we could test this, because if you have a hill, it's curved earth, a hill. So you could have a roundish kind of hill. Well, if this refraction that the anti-flat earthers are bringing up is true, then you should see things that are behind the hill appear in your view, right?
Yeah.
They should be under certain conditions.
That's what they're saying is happening.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same thing as seeing something behind a hill. Well, I've yet in my entire life been driving in front of a hill and see something that is actually behind the hill appearing in my view. Never.
Right.
They don't need anything that complex either. All they got to do is go out, put up some, gospel. But
It's a real question. I don't know. I would assume the top one.
You think the top is the horizon?
I think the top is the true horizon that is completely miraging the sky.
The sky?
So
that makes no sense to me.
So
when the water takes on the appearance of the sky, is that what you're talking about?
That's correct. I think that the top line is the actual horizon line, and what you have is a regular mirage that's then, because water's level, yes, but there's also such a thing as waves, and God knows how far of a distance that is, But whatever the case, the second mirage is a mirage of the mirage, possibly.
Yeah, no. When you have a mirage, gospel, you see the original object that is being miraged. And if you look closely at the boat where it's touching the water, you can see the water gushing at the front of the boat. So it's not a mirage upside down with no boat being miraged onto the ground in some fantastical hologram. It's just the rays from the top of the boat, or you can also see how the image at the top is much more stretched than the bottom.
Yeah, now
it is a lot more stretched. Yeah, I got you.
Do you think the actual horizon is up at the very top of that ship? Is that possibly where it is? Like that whole thing? No, that wouldn't be right. Never mind. Forget that. The horizon is exactly pretty much where we see the boat at.
No, the horizon is behind it at the top of the ship, I think, because
that's what I thought.
The water has taken on the appearance of the sky. Now that's generally how limbing takes place, when the water is reflecting the color of the sky.
The sky, exactly. And reflecting the ship too, like that. Yeah. So you can actually see that horizon.
Yes,
if you just do a diffuse look at it. I can see it.
Yes. And that water below that line is just reflecting the color of the sky. That's all it's doing.
So Did you have a different take, Drace? On where you think the horizon is, Drace?
Still there, Drace? He might have went away for a second.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Well, they simply do not have the required curvature where it needs to be. I don't care what is going on
I was
above
talking into
the.
a closed mic.
Oh, yeah, you were. I'll shut up.
Yeah, yeah, all of that.
Well, at least you got to practice.
Okay. So it was a brilliant deduction on your part, guys. Because now that you say it, there is a possibility that there is more of the ocean behind the boat that we can't see that's being reflecting the sky, and as it's reflecting the sky, it's reflecting a part of the boat.
Yeah,
And that's why that part is upside down.
But what on the question of where the horizon is, I think there's two possibilities. Either the potentially the ocean is reflecting a part of the sky, or the light from the ocean there is diffusing, and so we can't see further than that.
Uh-huh. Gotcha. Yeah, it's the sand does this, the water does this, concrete can do this. Things that have good thermal mass do this. Grass doesn't do this.
Yeah.
Grass does not do this. I've looked for examples of grass doing this, and I haven't seen any. Interestingly enough, snow wouldn't logically do it. Consistency wise, like the material of snow, you would expect it to happen, but from what I understand about miraging, it requires it's less based on the material and more based on temperature. So it's my understanding that snow would actually not be a good candidate for miraging, if even possible. Does anybody have any examples to the contrary, like miraging on the snow?
No, I don't remember anything like that.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like Arizona EDU is actually providing the correct information on refraction, and that link I just put down there.
Yeah.
Talking about rainbows, the Earth is flat. The horizon is horizontal. I wonder if they realize what they're actually saying.
Now, in one of those figures on the link you posted, they do show the curved path of light because of they're demonstrating or alluding to a path of light going in a curve.
There's the green flash. I've seen those disappear into a tiny little point of green light after the sunset.
You know, the second to the last photo that Dre's put up, you got that thing in the middle. It looks like a UFO or whatever it looks like. You can see the horizon is right at that line of the tips of that UFO looking thing, and the water's taking on the color of the sky.
Actually, the mirage is right in the middle of the mountain. It's a mountain, and it's miraging the bottom part of the mountain above it. So it's a superior mirage, but because the mountain is so tall, you can actually see the top of the mountain beyond the mirage, above the mirage.
I see.
Is there water beyond the land?
Oh, well, there should be water beyond the land, but I don't think we can see it at this point because it's at the horizon or diffraction limit at the bottom of that mountain.
I can see a faint little line there, a faint little line.
It looks like the white line is maybe a beach on the other side there, but I could be wrong on that. I don't know what it actually looks like.
Yeah, I think there's mountains and other stuff on the beaches on the left. And
Even the water in front of that mountain is taking on the appearance of the sky to some degree, the same color.
Yeah.
It's definitely reflecting some of it. You can even see the mountain in some of the reflection on the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, but can you ever see the smoke on the water and the fire in the sky? Never mind, y'all go ahead.
No, that was good.
That was good. And we're gonna get that
Fire in the skies.
Never know.
That one with the bridge and the sun setting right there, where the sun's just barely peeking up over the horizon, you can see the water in front here. It's taken on that bright green reflection of the sky, and you look at the top of the photo. That's the light. That's the green part. And so, yeah, the water's always seems to me to be. You always have to kind of take into effect that the sky is going to affect the color of the water a lot of times, whether it's completely or just partially or whatever. But the sky is always reflecting off the water, it seems like to me, causing color changes and various different things.
Demonetized.
Oh God! What?
I've heard the fastest way to demonetize a video is play that riff.
Oh my gosh. Oh no. What
Oh my God, look, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. A cat jumped.
Someone get the bong.
Funny thing happened on the way to the moon. A cat jumped out.
Sorry.
Don't make me get the bass.
Twinkle, twinkle, baby. That was beautiful, man.
So I hired some plumbers, and they broke some shit taking it apart, and they're fixing it today for like 300 and something bucks. But that's coming out of my rent. So it was a job that I couldn't do by myself because I've changed those before. It was real easy, but he said that they were like solidly stuck on there to where he couldn't even pull it off without breaking it.
What kind of plumbing are you talking? Waste, drain, black ABS pipe?
The pipes that turn the shower water on and off.
Oh, I see. You're talking about the supply line then.
Yeah, it's stuck on.
Sounds like to me it's been on there for many years. That's what happens when them shower valves get old. They start retaining calcium deposits and various different things, and then they stop working. And yeah, it must have been really old. Was it really old?
If that jacked up your water bill, you can get credit on that.
You should, but it wasn't really old. Was it really, really old valve on your shower?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So that's that's the problem right there. I mean, they only last so long, period. And I would say 20 years is probably a really good shower valve if it lasts over 20 years. And I know many of them do, but that doesn't mean that they all do. I've replaced a lot of shower valves in my day, and you just have to go out to the water main, shut the water off, open up the wall, cut the pipes off. If they're copper, you just got to cut them, get rid of them, and then sand them all off and expose fresh metal and put a union on it, solder it on, slip your new pipe in that's mounted to your valve. And I mean, it's really quite a simple job. The hardest part is getting access to it. You got to cut a hole in the wall. If you tile, you can't come in from the back. You got to cut part of the tile out, and you got to relay the tile. And yeah, it's really, sometimes it's pretty much a kind of a big job.
Yeah, I don't want to make the whole thing about the thing, but yeah, it was a job that I wouldn't have been able to do because I would have broke some shit and been like days without water. So, yeah, she's going to pay for it. So,
well, that's what as she should. I mean, if it's that old, I mean, that's just all there is to it. Yeah, like I said, I've replaced many shower valves, and yeah, so I probably know exactly what you were going through there.
Deep Purple, eat your heart out.
Larry, I would guess that those plumbers understand water and how it behaves, but they still think they live on a globe, probably.
Probably so. Pretty funny.
the way I do it, I don't really talk to everyone about it. I just kind of suss people out to kind of see if they're like capable of handling the conversation. And if I think they can handle it, I'll drop some seeds. Right? But I don't really, like cast the pearl amongst the swine, like another Slim Shady copy. Oh wow, I'm impressed. It's another Slim Shady. Oh great.
I think that's a really good approach, Larry, but yeah, you can't just throw out pearls in front of the swine like you said, because they're going to trample all over them. They're not even going to know what you're doing, They're not going to see it like that. And if you can ascertain the situation properly, like you're saying you try to do, well, then my hat's off to you there, brother. Because that's a hard thing to do sometimes.
Yeah, I mostly go, whether people can handle like certain conversations, like we do litmus tests all the time. Like, what do you think about 9/11? Right? And that's a pretty good litmus test. And the moon landing is an even better one, And it's like, I don't think people are ready to realize that, they've been brainwashed for like 30 years by the TV. Like how many people are really, really ready to, it's hard to say that, really ready to realize that.
A little bit of a tongue twister. Yeah, you're right. Are you really ready?
I guess I was. My mind was pretty open at the time.
Yeah, mine too. It only took me about a day and a half or 2 days, and I'm like, it's definitely not what we've been told. But I wasn't the whole time watching it, wasn't going, yeah, but what about this? And yeah, but what about that? I was just absorbing, just constant absorption of all the information and then tried to critically think about it without going back to, yeah, but what about this? And yeah, but what about the stars? And yeah, but what about, just holy shit. The bad case of the yabbits. I can't stand that when people do that. Then when they want to obfuscate, you're explaining something to them and they're like, yeah, but what about this? And yeah, but. Fuck. Drives me crazy.
The kid that keeps throwing paper at you as you're trying to leave the class, right? What about this? What about this? What about this? I totally feel you, man.
Well, at least we know we're on the right side. At least I do.
Yeah, I do for sure too. The only thing that
I agree, Sonny. There's not even sides, though. Sorry, God Rocky. Go ahead.
That's okay. I was just going to say the only thing that I have a really hard time with is when you can show them that every part of their argument you have to have this special condition. Yeah, but this happens, or it's because of this, or it's because of that, because of all these magical type things. I mean, they have to explain why things are happening with non-reality explanations, and they think that they're valid explanations, and they're nowhere near what's reality. And so that just drives me crazy too, when they just constantly are obfuscating. And I don't know, that's another thing that just drives me nuts. How do you not see there's something wrong with your model and your opinion or what you believe, when you have to have all this special pleading and all this special, magical things happening, in order for it to be correct? And I think that's what the globe model is for anybody that actually digs into it deeply, really deep. Then if they still believe it, it's because they believe in all these magical things that are supposedly happening. And they can't see that. They can't see that what they're talking about is not real. That they're making shit up that's not part of reality to explain their reality. And they think they're valid points, and they're just not. It's fucking really confusing to me how people can be that. I don't know. I don't even know what the word would be for that.
I wonder what that white dot is in Tim's picture. The white dot is outside the ring around the sun, the widest diameter ring around the sun, and it's about at 7 o'clock ish. 8 o'clock maybe.
Yeah, I don't understand. How is it not just a focal point because of the lens?
So that little white thing is a lens flare also, huh?
Guys, you know what really annoys me right now? My German friend wants to have a discussion with me in German to redo the whole thing where he wasted our time on this Discord the past couple of days with me in German. Where we sit down and have a debate about his fictional story of how things stick to a spinning, wobbling ball that flies through outer space. I don't understand these people. Then I sent him a video that is 9 minutes long, and 1 minute later he already responds to the video as if he has already seen everything and exactly knows what is the the content of it. You know, he's like my brother. You know, if I try to give my brother, my real brother, you know, my fleshly brother, my older brother, if I try to give him any information, if it's videos, documents, or if it's videos, okay. I sent him a video that's like 10 minutes, and like after 2 minutes he responds, blah blah blah, I already blah 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 blah. You know, it's as if he already knows what the video is going to show. How will you ever be able to understand something? You know, and now he sends me this Heumer guy. He now sends me a meme, flat Earth debunking meme from this retarded debunking flat Earth misconceptions thing, where it says ignorance, the lack of knowledge or information. The person is unaware of a fact or information, easy to fix by proving the information they do not have. The person will defer to experts on things they can understand. Motivated ignorance. The state. I'm just gonna send it in. And now he sends me his fake videos. Again, trying to prove that the Earth is a pizza roller. And he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. He shows me a picture, you know, let me send you this. He shows me a pizza roller Earth. This makes me so angry. I'm not angry, but just disappointed. I mean, what is wrong with these people? They're disregarding everything. Everything. I sent it him even this playlist by Taboo Conspiracy, where you have like only 3-minute videos that show you how ridiculous and stupid the heliocentric model is.
You know, we have a. Sorry, Clay. We have a channel for that, right? Here, I'll post it. It's like WS something. Here.
Can you watch it when he's on Coctus?
Earth. I think it's accessible, yeah. But or
okay.
WS. Here we
Yeah.
go.
Anyways, look at the picture he sent me. Thank you, man. Look at the picture he sent me. Is he living on a pizza roller Earth, where you have a flat horizon that curves like you would look at a pizza roller?
He is.
Yeah, his Earth isn't big enough to contain the United States.
How stupid.
It's okay. Anything is possible when everything is relative. These people live in the land of relativity within their own mind. Everything is possible. They don't think about it. Some people get stuck. Some people choose to be stuck. Some people accidentally get stuck. Whatever the case, some people are stuck, and they're stuck in the land of relativity where they allow all things to be possible. And there's a lot of different causes of that mentality I could point to, but I'm sure you could think of some yourself.
Oh, it's actually, it's called a rolling pin, right? Not pizza roller.
Yeah, it's fine.
Sorry. But yeah, I totally agree, man. They're stuck. They're stuck within this realm of appealing to authority as the ultimate truth, instead of understanding what the very reality is that they're living in.
Yeah, he even told you with his little image. He likes to think that he is just ignorant, that while we have motivated ignorance, but he is the person who's unwilling to know and refuses the fact, and it's difficult to fix as he tends to avoid unwanted information. So he's just projecting, man.
Right.
He wants to defer to the experts. We want the experts to come and explain themselves.
Yeah.
because we have problems. And instead of getting the experts, we get the people who just defer to the experts and believe in the experts. But are they really experts? What are they experts of? Let's look into this a little bit.
He sent me this video. Here, watch this video. It's from the picture he sent it.
You saw the channel I shared with you?
No, where?
The
Oh,
WS.
the hashtag.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
a channel room in the server that addresses
Oh.
each and every one of their nonsense claims. It helps expose the sophistry that's taking place on their alleged debunks. So, anyway, it's helpful.
He's disappointed that I'm talking about him on live stream. I just don't understand how he doesn't understand that he's not living on a rolling pin.
Mm-hmm.
If can you not, if he's hearing this, can you not understand in your mind that when you live on a spinning ball that has a curvature like it is shown in this stupid picture, where you literally have a curve that is extremely visible, how can you have a flat horizon at the same time going left and right? If this bridge or whatever it is really curving that much, for this to be the case, you need to live on a rolling pin. This is unbelievable how far these people go and still do not understand anything.
I flat smacked them before they left.
Yeah, he said that he can't have that the conversation was not possible because of the chaos, and then I said it can get heated if some people don't want to accept the obvious reality.
Yeah, it's very basic to be able to accept, reach a common ground and accept some fundamental principles and work from there. But if they just refuse to address what you're saying and want to straw man you with something else, it's really hard to have a conversation.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting. I just want to say that I flat smacked both the plumbers.
Oh, I want to hear about that.
If Clay's done talking, I'll tell you about it. Are you done, Clay?
Oh yeah, sure, go on.
Yeah,
All right,
what'd they say? Larry, go ahead.
They said, you got a lot of DVDs, because my wife has tons of them. I was like, yeah, I don't, appreciate all the bullshit and the propaganda that comes on the, cable and satellite TV. And they were like, oh, yeah, I know what you mean. Like, all the commercials? I was like, no. Like, all the, bullshit to tell you how, what, when, where to think. And, you got to be a Republican or Democrat. And I was like, I'm a libertarian. I don't give a fuck what you do as long as you don't hurt nobody. And they were like, yeah, that's how people should be. And I was like, yeah, I don't care what you do when you go home. It's none of my business. And I said, everybody's supposed to be like that, but the TV, programs them. If you see something, to say something. And it's like, not only that, you keep voting Republican all you want to, they're still going to take your tax dollars and go to war. And I was like, think about it like this. What if NASA is the public relations, the propaganda campaign of the U.S. military-industrial complex? And what if everything they tell you is what the government wants you to hear? They're really saying they're going to space, but really they're bombing brown people back in the Stone Age who don't have a Federal Reserve banking system. And they were like, I never thought of that. And I was like, what if, the whole world's a stage, and not only is, everything you see on TV, like the puppets, who are supposed to be like politicians, but even the model of the earth that they told you, it's just a model. The real earth is outside where you put the dirt between your toes, and you've never experienced curvature, axial rotation, or a vacuum where you can't breathe. That's just something that they told you exists, but you have no firsthand primary knowledge of that. And they were like,
Is that all they said? They gonna look into it, you think?
Well, I don't know. It's up to them, They got a lifetime to figure it out. But I'm gonna go ride my bike.
So all you can do is try to plant some seeds. What they do with it's up to them, right?
I really like the way you presented that. That was cool.
So my wife is telling me that Texas is trying to secede. I think that that would be interesting. All those people with no Medicaid and federal assistance all at once. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, how would that work? Like Social Security that people have paid into their whole careers, like, do they think they would just get a check for that? I don't think they would do that. Like Texas all of a sudden wants to start its own like Social Security system and wants a check for all the money of all its residents. You think the United States gives that up?
Oh man, I know that you'd be better off doing it like privately rather than what they're giving out.
Yeah, a lot of people depend on that, even though it's not enough really for retirement, but people do count on it for their retirement. And
right. Well, if they paid in, I don't see no reason why they shouldn't get it back. But the people who haven't paid in, like people that come across the border and they get like all this like assistance, they get a job under the table and they send their entire paychecks, back to their families, wherever they came from, and then we're fitting the bill for their housing, their phones, everything else. So, I mean, I'm kind of tired of that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just trying to think, like if I'm a country and part of my country just says, fuck you, I don't want to be a part of you anymore. By the way, can I have some of that money that you were holding on to for me? I'd go, no, that wasn't your money. That's everybody's money. You choose to leave, screw you.
Yeah, I definitely see that point of view. Yeah, that's why I said it'd be interesting. I think that it won't be done without war. Honestly, I don't think they can afford to let us go. But that's just my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in my opinion, it would never happen. I don't know. People from Texas are always talking about, we're going to secede from the nation. We're great. We don't put up with this liberal bullshit. Whatever the fuck they say. But they just always say that. It's Texas.
Yeah, I agree.
You all got big mouths. That's about it.
Yeah, that's not all we got there, big. I tell you.
Oh, I tell you what. We've got big hats, big belt buckles, big trucks.
Everything's big in Texas.
You ever seen them cheerleaders? They got big old titties.
Hey, if they secede, I'm fucking moving there tomorrow.
And y'all are just incorrigible.
I think if Kentucky tried to secede, nobody would care.
No, nobody would care about Delaware seceding. Let's be honest.
Exactly. I would get a dual citizenship, Kentucky and Texas. Lots of giants excavated from Kentucky, also, by the way. But I digress.
Well, I was about to leave until I put my butt on my cycle and realized it had been sitting in the sun all day. So black weather, Texas heat, sun. On top of it.
I think he just said something about wearing black leather in the Texas heat. I don't
Or
know.
something like that.
Yeah.
Or that his seat was in the sun all day.
Yeah, my seat's been in the sun all day. I was about to ride, but I'll wait.
That. Yeah, you don't want fried eggs.
That's right.
Not those kind of fried eggs.
Yeah, I put a pillow on top. It'll cool down.
I think Dave Hinkle's just making fun of you, Hank. I mean, Larry.
Doing a real robot to make fun of your robot? I already did it again.
10-1, Dave. 10-1.
I'll tell you what, we got some Wisconsin heat going right now too. It's freaking 97 degrees right now. Like,
wow. Yeah, it's heating up here too. It's like high 70s. It'll be 80, probably 84 in the next couple days, 85, but not 97. Dang.
yeah, we get some extremes around here. Down around these parts.
Heat index is 104 in South Louisiana, right?
Yeah, I don't know what the heat index is. I'm talking real temp 97 right now.
My weather dick is bigger than yours, Lou.
Is it? How do we measure that? Do we need a weather vane to measure a weather dick? I don't know. How's that?
Oh, perfect. I set it up. You knocked it down. See, folks, that's how humor works. Go ahead.
Woo!
It's 97 here too. I'm actually astonished that Wisconsin is like 97.
Yeah, dude, no, we get big extremes like middle of winter. I mean, it can be coldest I've experienced in the last few years. We had like negative 35 where I'm at, real temperature. A little bit further north, it was like negative 55. It's like an hour further north from where I'm at, and it gets worse as you go north. But then, yeah, we hit 100-degree real temp pretty often most years also, and then we got the high humidity too that like a lot of places of this country get. So it can be pretty rough. You got to be willing to acclimate. It might go from like 40 one day to like 90 the next. Seriously, it's totally possible.
That sounds like the globe. Go ahead.
For me, it's interesting, 90, 97, you are speaking, and I have no fucking idea what you're saying.
Yeah, if you run the conversions to Celsius, you'll be like, oh, damn.
I never did it, Lou, even. I never fucking converted. And I always thinking, what the fuck is 97.
Well, I'll tell you this. In Celsius, the cold temperature, it's pretty much evened out. So, like, when I'm talking like negative 35, like negative 35 Fahrenheit is pretty much the same as negative 35 Celsius. But when you're talking about like 100,
How is that possible?
what do you mean? How is that possible?
But negative is the same and positive is different.
Once you get a certain, it happens to work out like with the conversion. I don't know. Once you get so cold, it kind of evens out. It's a small difference. They're not exactly the same, but it's a small difference.
97 Fahrenheit is 30. Hold on, 36 Celsius.
Oh, okay, that's hot.
Yeah, so that's what we've got right now. But we also get to like negative 35 Celsius.
During the winter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck. Minus 35.
Yeah, America.
I had it minus 20, yeah, but in the past, not anymore, in my town, in Croatia. And then you have summer till 40 even.
Yeah, you're right, Drace. The Nazis were also supported by the Queen. They're like, we don't care if the Nazis win as long as we get to stay in power over here in England. We'll be Nazis with you. They actually already are German.
The Swiss are German, the nice Germans.
Mm. I told this retired nurse on the train the other day about Project Paperclip. Well, we had a long conversation. I flat smacked the heck out of her. But no going back there. But I told her about Project Paperclip. She didn't even know about it. I said, did you know that Werner von Braun was a Nazi rocket scientist? He had a Polish slave camp to build the V1s and V2 rockets, and brought over 16. They brought 1,600 or more Nazi scientists over to the U.S., and they went into the heads of these things like the CIA, the FBI, the American Dental Association, American Medical Association, all of the police departments. They use Nazi tactics.
I gotta ask, Sonny, did you start that story with you were talking to a retarded nurse?
No, retired.
Oh, okay. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can tell Dave grew up in the 70s and the 80s, and we actually use that word.
And the 90s.
I know. I'm still using
But I'm a little confused by that story. You said they had like people in captivity, like slaves, build the V2 rockets. How would slaves do that? Slaves don't know how to do that.
They do it because they're forced to do it, and there's a high death toll.
Well, you can't force someone to do something they're incapable of doing.
Listen, he ran one of the concentration camps.
I know, but what I'm saying is, I'm not saying people weren't forced to do hard labor, but those same people, like you have to be an engineer in order to build a V2 rocket.
Yeah, but you make them help you do all the hard labor to make all the parts, and you tell them to assemble this part. This part goes here. Screw this on.
Oh, okay. So the parts, I get it.
Fuck, do you know that?
Werner von Braun was an engineer. He went on to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, probably not the final assembly though.
The brainy slaves are the ones you buy. See.
Yeah. So they just had them put together the most dangerous parts and the most dangerous components and fluids and things like that.
And the hard labor, yeah.
But probably a lot of smelting.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've always wanted to smelt something. Go ahead.
Other than ore, what would you do that to?
That's the thing. I have no idea what smelting is. So
I'm sure you melt things down and then you put it into generally some kind of forms, and then it cools, and then you got something that you can work with, like part of a machine. You generally like polish it up and make it fine, and then that part gets then added to some other parts to create the machine. But
You know what they say, though?
It's basically just pouring liquid metals of some sort into a form.
You know what they say, though? Sorry, Joyce. Whoever smelt it, dealt it.
Yeah, but it's not like the Germans had any lack of scientists. Like, America got a bunch of them, but the Russians also got a bunch of them.
Yep, they sure did.
And I remember the story I heard in World War II that after the Germans came and conquered France, the Italians, Mussolini, they came and like took the spoils of war, even though they didn't do any of the fighting. So it's like Russia did a great deal of fighting, but they weren't as effective as us because they would send them out there with like, here's a gun with no magazine. Like, go pick one off a dead Russian soldier and go fight. Or, it would be like, here's a magazine with no gun. Get out there, go find a gun. And it was just like, dang, really? Yeah. They sent them out there like that? And they had machine gun nests behind them if anybody took off running,
It's either that or like find a friend who has a gun so you can like share a working gun. Because he only got the gun and not the ammo.
Right. So they were, pretty much like pushed out on the front line, like they didn't even want to go. A lot of them, I'm sure, because they weren't like fully prepared. Because Hitler started the war too early. It was a preemptive strike. Because he knew that, if they just sat back and warred with each other, I think I meant to say Stalin just now. Stalin had time to build up his army and everything. So that's why Hitler went first, because after, the capitalists would have destroyed each other, then the communists would have came and swept all of Europe up. What was it, 25 million Russian soldiers? I think is what it was for World War II. Small price to pay, right?
I guess Peenemünde is one of the sites. I'm trying to find the. Actually, there was 3 factories for the V2. They're saying the V2 went past the Kármán line. Sure. Well, I guess it could have. If the Kármán line is before the container.
Just like Carmen San Diego, nobody knows where the Kármán line is.
What the heck?
My son sings that song on the regular.
So Carmen doesn't even know. He went through the line. You don't know where it's at. Let's see what's.
Well, it's an imaginary line between space and Earth, right? It's like, where's this line at? Well, where do you want it to be? Because if the moon is in Earth's atmosphere, but the Kármán line is the line between space and Earth, how could the moon be in space and in Earth's atmosphere at the same time?
So it's like everything else in space. It is where we say it is, or it is what it is, or it's what we say it is.
The Wikipedia is saying that the V1 and V2 programs cost 50% more than the Manhattan Project.
But teacher, I don't understand. Well, that's just too damn bad.
Mm-hmm. They distilled fuel alcohol for the V2 requiring 30 tons of potatoes at a time when food was becoming scarce. Nice job. So not only did Werner von Braun kill people in his little thing, he was close contact with Hitler at the Wolf's Lair with several other Nazi scientists like Speer. And most of those people that we talk about in the Nazi community are still living today, and their relatives are still living here in America. Probably doctors, lawyers, still engineers, no doubt. Pretty interesting. That's another rabbit hole. But Vergeltungswaffe. Vergeltungswaffe. Wow. Post-war, 300 rail cars, loads of V2s and parts were captured and shipped to the United States. And 126 of the principal designers, including Werner von Braun, Walter Dornberger, were in American hands. Von Braun, his brother Magnus von Braun, and several others decided to surrender to the United States military to ensure they were not captured by the advancing Soviets or shot dead by the Nazis to prevent their capture. After Nazi defeat, which they never were defeated, German engineers were moved to the United States and United Kingdom and the USSR, where they further developed the V2 rockets for military and civilian purposes. The V2 rocket also laid the foundation for liquid fuel missiles and space launchers used later.
Yeah, from what I hear, Joseph Mengele was supposedly moved to the UK and continued his horrid experiments, and victims from that have escaped and talked about that. It's pretty horrifying. Like, the more you start looking into all this stuff.
But who funded the Second War?
Elijah, are you present, my guy? Do you guys know anything about the? My voice just cracked. Sorry. Do you know anything about the Bass Strait in Australia?
I think you're very quiet.
The Bass Strait in Australia. Aha! Okay, I figured it out. So the Bass Strait is the most southern tip in Australia and Tasmania. This is where the fishing boat was intercepted by the warship, the Hobart. The warship Hobart intercepts FV Bad Boys UFish TV crew. So I think this is where they hit the cutoff point and told them they couldn't go any further. I'll share it in a second.
Wait, is it the point that Drace sent it in? Where they got intercepted?
Exactly, the most southern point. I guess that's where the treaty point would begin, so to speak, because the Bass Strait is in between the southern point of Australia and Tasmania. That's the Bass Strait.
But I wonder, do you think these people know what they're protecting, or you think they're just, I'm probably just protecting the work that have been given?
It's probably just a need to know basis, like most things in the military. The higher ups, I don't know how high up, but somebody in the higher echelons probably do know.
Okay.
That's just a guess, though. It's really hard to tell who knows what.
Right.
And who just believes, or just mostly people are just doing their job. They're told, okay, here's your mission. You're to patrol this area and stop anybody trying to proceed past this point. That's basically it. So that's all they know. All they're doing is they're running the ship. They're doing their job on the ship, running the engines. They're eating breakfast. They're whatever. They're doing. When you're on board ship, you're just living on board ship. Like, that's where your focus is.
I'm actually going to change that thumbnail because it's misleading. Sorry about that, guys.
Michael, check.
Hey, Mike.
Oh, thank you. I just didn't understand why it was so quiet. There's 33 people in the room and nobody is speaking. Is that because there's no Globers here, or is that because I'm here and you guys don't want to talk to me? Which one is it?
I don't know. I could play Smoke on the Water again.
No, both of you guys go away. We're just we wanted to chill. That's all. Just chill.
We're chilling. Yeah, don't speak to your elders that way.
That's for the chill text, lunatic. So go on down.
All right. See you guys down there.
Watch how you speak to your elders, whippersnapper.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, you know what? Actually, I want to say something. I had a plumber come in the other day. Had no water pressure on the pump. Switch freaking broke or whatever on it. But
did it have a container?
yeah. It's a tank. It's like definitely a container. I don't know what we started talking about, how we got there, but I guess it was about people and their jobs and people who take jobs because it pays well, but they hate it and everything else. And then it became a little bit about I think I said something about how, money doesn't buy happiness, and there's a lot of value to be had in liking what you do. But then when I mentioned something about happiness, it's common sense, but people don't really say it. Too many people, I think, nowadays are too worried about doing something that makes them happy. What makes me happy? But happiness is something that it's a very short-term burst, like a dopamine hit, it's a fix. He was like, I just like to say, I'm just trying to be content, and I think a lot of people need to be reminded of that. Quit trying to be happy or worrying about how happy or sad or angry or whatever you are. Just freaking get through life and try to be content. It's about all you can really do. That came from a plumber. I don't know. And like I said, it's basically common sense. A lot of, I just wanted to throw it out there. Somebody used the word content, and I felt like throwing that out.
Well, I never knew plumbers were experts on contentment or happiness, but thanks for the info. Next time I see a plumber, I'll quiz him about that.
Hey, do you never know what your cider or your plumber can fucking tell you? They might tell you about the earth being flat, or about how the government really wants to change the dollar into a CBDC and freaking you never know.
Yeah, plumbers are a strange original breed. You're right. I know, because I used to be one.
You guys heard about the planetary alignment?
Oh, yeah. Did you know? I was going to ask everybody about that. If everyone knew that we're on some planetary alignment where all the planets line up in a straight line. It hasn't happened for, I don't know, happens every so many years or whatever. I guess it's supposed to be going on.
It happens like every few years, and then every single time they're like, this hasn't happened in 2,000 years.
No, what I read was it happened about every 12 years.
Yeah, this happened last week. Very cool, very good call, my guy. And we had the strawberry full moon as well on the 14th. That is 100% correct. Well done.
Is that right? Every 12 years or so?
I'm not sure what the cycling is, but I know that this definitely happened last week. I think it was Tuesday.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, there's just different alignments. Like every few years you hear of another alignment where they're like, this is the first time we've had this alignment of these planets.
Well, where's gravity?
Well, the point of pointing it out is again, remember, right? Trying to reach people and just, have, simple discussions. So it's okay, Have you seen this thing? Yeah, all the planets line up. Even the moon is in the alignment. And then you let them, you go out and you watch it with them and you go, isn't it interesting that we're a part of that alignment that we're looking at according to them? Hey, look at this. And you Google it and you show them on Google and they're like, this is that? And they're like, and I'm like, exactly.
Yeah, the visual you get when you go out and look up at the sky is not the visual they tell you, because you don't see them all lined up really in a close spot together. Like, because if it was what they're saying, you would see one planet and the rest of them would be behind it. You wouldn't see them if it was a straight line to the Earth, wouldn't it? Or maybe it's just lined up to the sun and we're not part of it. I don't know. It was really strange. I kind of contemplated that whole scenario a week ago when I heard about this alignment. I was thinking, well, how does that really work? But anyway, who knows? Then I always think if all of the planets in the solar system are lined up in a straight line aimed straight at the Earth, then what about the gravitational fucking constant?
The only reason they ever tell you about alignments of planets and shit is because that's how they fucking schedule their rituals, okay? Like, that's it. It means they're about to fucking do something. They had to tell you, like, by the way, we're gonna have a ceremony tonight.
I'm gonna cut off a few heads and drink some blood. I think that's what you were trying to say.
Are you quit that drink?
Yeah, essentially. Yeah, that was it.
I'm right now. I'm under a bolo. Be on the lookout for Orion. Let me know when he's here, because I got something I need to talk to that poor fellow about.
To Orion?
Orion, that's the guy.
He's here
He keeps
right now.
telling me in the middle of my conversation with someone about refraction that I'm wrong. He keeps telling me, no, you're wrong. You're wrong. Well,
it happens. I've heard you be wrong. I just don't always correct you.
Well, again, it happened just now. You're wrong. I've never been wrong. How'd you like that one?
We're gonna live on just declarations, I guess.
Are you?
He was probably trying to point out a certain nuance of something you were saying, whereas you maybe phrased something wrong or whatever else. He likes to do that.
Enough of your concern trolling.
Trust me, I'm anything but concerned. I don't give a fuck.
A hot air amphibious vehicle. Yeah. That would be nice.
Now, what the hell is a hot air amphibious vehicle, Sonny?
It's something I made up in my head.
Oh, I was wanting to see a picture of it. I'm going, that sounds interesting.
We're discussing it in the live stream.
I just was reading that, actually. I immediately had this idea of like a dirigible, I guess is the right word for it. But yeah, like if you could use hydrogen, you could do like, if you could produce the energy to do like what is it electrolysis or whatever of the water to make the hydrogen.
Reverse electrolysis. Yeah, HHO gas.
So yeah, you might have to land in the water once in a while and grab more water to make more hydrogen or something. But or I don't know how that would go, but that might be.
You know what? They say that salt water is about the best electrolyte that you could use. So you wouldn't need to add anything. Like usually when you're doing that, you have to add lye to it to act as an electrolyte in the water to transmit the electricity through it. But the salt water in the ocean, they say, is just good by itself. So there's a plus.
I thought you were talking about a hot air.
Yeah, we are.
A dirigible, like something that works off of buoyancy. It doesn't necessarily have to be hot air. It would be. We're talking more of a hydrogen, basically like the Hindenburg.
I know what we're talking about.
We're talking about making the Hindenburg.
Well, see, here's the thing: you can make a dirigible out of a solid material. It doesn't need to be, it could be solid. So.
Or you can make it with hydride, which makes the hydrogen on demand very fast, and you don't have to have hydrogen stored. But making hydride is pretty much illegal.
Well, so is living freely, apparently.
Was that Jemsy's brother again?
Yeah, brother.
Yeah, brother.
No wonder you guys sound so much alike. I'm like, that sounds.
Yeah, he does sound a lot like Jemsy, doesn't he? We were talking about that yesterday, and so yeah, I just realized he told me that yesterday that he was actually Jemsy's younger brother. Is that what it is?
Yeah, younger by about 20 minutes.
Oh, you guys are twins?
Wow.
Are you telling me you're twins?
Yeah, exactly.
My goodness,
that's amazing.
Jemsy never told us that he had a twin.
I know. What is wrong with him?
Multiple times.
I think Jemsy knows that. I think Jemsy knows that twins are evil, and that he shouldn't tell us that he's got a twin.
Yeah, that's true. Jeez. He's keeping it under the rags.
Apparently, so is left-handedness.
Yeah. If you got a left-handed twin, if you have a left-handed twin, you know which one's the more evil one.
You want to have.
What's that word they call I'm a lefty, so you better.
I'm just wondering if there's, if I find a left-handed pair of like redheaded twins, I'm out. Fucking gone.
I'm out. Me too. I don't like redheaded women for some reason.
Who else is left-handed besides me?
I don't know if I like. Well, never mind.
Is anyone left-handed in you?
If they're red, they can hit the road.
I've seen some absolutely beautiful redheads, man, lately.
Yeah, no, I got nothing against redheaded women. It's just like just ginger dudes. Like a lot of them are just creepy as fuck. I suppose probably some.
Hey, shut your mouth.
Have you ever dated a redheaded woman, lunatic?
I did just a couple of dates. Didn't really go anywhere, but yeah, I did once.
I thought ginger meant blonde.
No, ginger is like ginger. Red, like ginger from Gilligan's Island.
I gotcha.
Hey, can you guys?
Ginger from Gilligan's Island.
That tranny.
Oh, mic check.
That big old tranny.
A 3-hour tour.
Can I tell you?
Marianne was harder. Marianne was harder.
I'm good. Okay, thank you. Jesus Lord. Todd Rockin, can you hear me?
No, we can't hear a thing you're saying, but go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it. Love you guys.
Love you too. What happened?
A planetary alignment made him really sentimental. That's what happened.
Must be. What happened to your accounts, Glad?
Because it actually happened with the kid at work today too. The ginger at work came in late, and he was like, I really want to apologize to you guys. Like, I just want to let you know, like, I feel really bad. We're supposed to be a crew, and I'm like, are you okay? Did somebody fucking like? Yeah, you're late again. Like, I don't know what made you all sentimental.
He doesn't want you to sick your dad on him. My dad beat up your dad, sort of deal. Mm-mm. No.
Weren't you Glot Flabe earlier today?
Okay, so I have 3 different accounts because I have 3 different devices, and for whatever reason,
I'm banning.
I know the
2 of
reason
them.
is because
I'm banning 2 of them.
No. Okay, continue.
Email address problem. So I have 1 account for each device: my laptop, my home computer, and this phone.
I see.
Yep, it sucks.
Yeah,
But
and your
We were
voice,
just
you
talking
sound
about twins,
you
and now
sound
we have triplets.
you sound like a different person on each one too. It's so weird.
Yeah, I agree.
It is what it is, I guess.
Hey, Glat, you should make it so one of them, the name tag is Flat Globe.
Probably.
Globe.
That's a good idea. If I ever have more troubles, so let me say it again. When I have more accounts.
By the way, God Rock and Orion's here if you want to yell at him. Finish.
Whoop. Grabs popcorn.
So growing up, teachers would see my name on the attendance, and they would mistake the K for a G. And they're like, Gilligan here? No, it's Gillian.
It's cool.
I thought you were going to say, it's not Gilligan, it's Killigan. I'm sorry. I don't know why. That's not right, Sonny. Stop.
I say, guy named Ian, and you want to kill him, Killian.
Killian Bill 2 at theaters near you.
By the way, whoever was saying like Marianne was hotter, yeah, I kind of agree. I think I didn't when I was younger. I was all about like the slut. I was like, yeah, the slut is the hot one. But no, Marianne is definitely the hot one. We got this like this woman who like started on the local news that's on in the mornings that like dresses and kind of reminds me of Marianne. I'm always like, damn, she's hot.
Some of those Spanish stations, I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but no, they literally like dress